Welcome back, everyone, to the recap show for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Season 2. Now, we've had Week 2 wrap up, and we've honestly had a crazy change of teams in their placings. We had a couple of teams finally break through in a top 6 team, but we also had a couple of teams finally break through into our top 8. So we're going to start off by taking a look at our overall rankings at our first 8 teams, and we can kind of talk you through some of these. Now, G25 obviously hold on to the first place position, but they've also not really moved at all since we finished off the first week, though Tempo Storm have continued to keep this big gap here between them and Ace1, between 4th and 5th place. But we have to say Ace1 has started to step up a little bit towards the very end of the second week, as they have gotten themselves another chicken dinner to add to the tally. Now you see Cloud9 on there. If you didn't watch any of the matches we had during this week, you would have missed out on the fact that they have definitely shot up in the rankings and have finally come back closer to the Cloud9 that we know back in the World League. You can see Wildcard there as well in 7th place, but overall pretty much not a huge change from what we saw in the first week. However, going into our second page with our 9th through 16th, we have seen some teams break through. We've had Execute get in there, a team coming in from the PMCO, able to really shine some light on what these PMCO teams can do, as they are actually at one point 9th overall in their rankings, but have fallen the last day down to 10th. We can see the Unnamed as well in our last day alone have moved up a couple of ranks actually to get themselves set in 13th place. You got XSET in there, another North American team, and Pittsburgh Knights, who obviously with some hit or misses they've had with some 0-point games, they're still maintaining a top 15 placing. And then Tribe Gaming going to round out our last one in our 16th place. But now moving into our final page, as the points might continue to grow. There's currently a 3-point difference between 16th and 17th. 3 points separating a team from getting through into the finals and unfortunately having to watch it just from home. BDM Esports, that's the team we're talking about right now, as they had a massive last day of games here, able to catapult themselves from 20th place up to 17th. And you also saw Brazilian Rampage in 16th place towards the end of the first week, but unfortunately they have fallen down. So has INTZ. But Influence Rage continuing to chug along. 98 kills. Not many teams have been able to surpass that 100-point threshold, but they are almost there, and they are ahead of so many teams that are actually above them at the moment, currently on that second page. Klaze, 19 Esports, helping out Addiction and Defeaters. Unfortunately, the gap just seems to widen the farther we go down. You can see Klaze at 142 and 80 for Defeaters, a 62-point difference between those teams. So if you're the Defeaters, you still have 2 weeks left to try to get yourself back in order to maybe break through the top 16, but it's going to be an insanely long grind for them. But also, as we talk about teams performing well, we got to talk about individuals who are performing well. As we take a look at our top 8 players so far now after 2 weeks of play, and no longer is Pepito the reigning king, as Ayala from Team Queso going to be taking that away with 50 kills. He has more kills than some teams have kills overall. You still see 3 members of Team Queso able to make their way through, with Axel in 4th place and Itsume in 5th, but then still G25 maintaining a couple of places with 2nd and 3rd with Italux and Pepito. Now for me, you see Swagwin there at 6th place. He's seeming to really come to life as this tournament continues to go on, as Alpha 7 are actually getting better and better. But of course, as we mentioned, teams getting better and better, we have to talk about Killswitch in 7th place. The top fragger in PMCO, he's able to finally figure out his edge here coming into PMPL, playing against a higher caliber of teams, and he's continuing to get better as well as execute overall. But that does wrap up our second week recap. Remember, we still have week 3 to come up, kick it off on Tuesday at 1 a.m. CEST. Will actually be Wednesday then for them, but over in the US, that'll be at 4 p.m. PDT. So make sure you guys tune in. In the meantime, why don't you enjoy some highlights we had of week 2.
seen the show before, but at least that was something I could see. And now Kowalski out in the open takes down Cab, and he takes down Quinn as well. What is this? It's this one off with the first kill. It's going to be his teammate killed. Irish knocked down. J7 finishes them both off. The balcony! Rolex spraying through the smoke, gets one. Federal as well, going to be dropped off.
Welcome back, everyone, to now week 3 of the PUBG Mobile Americas Season 2 Pro League. I'm Jason Kapp, and I'll be your host for these next 3 weeks, hopefully, unless they find someone more handsome to replace me. And let's be honest, it's not that hard. We probably have people on the other side of the screen that can probably fill in my job, but let's not tell them because I still want to be able to be on the show. And 2 other people who want to be on the show to join me is 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. So we're going to call them in, and we're going to see how they're doing. 7 looking great, Glitter looking great, everyone looking rested and ready to go here for our third week. Glitter, I can't believe we've passed now our halfway point. Teams have 2 weeks left to get to top 16. Things are heating up.
Just a little bit. I mean that's probably an understatement of the season, because we have seen so many different teams stepping up to the plate, having absolutely stellar performances. The rankings have been all over the place, and I honestly don't know how the last 2 weeks are going to shake out.
Yeah, honestly, 7, right now, I feel like maybe some teams are starting to sweat a little bit, relying on that 1 week performance to have like a good indication to yourself of, yeah, we'll make top 16 easy. Well, to be honest, I don't think it's really easy for a lot of these teams to maintain that position with 2 weeks left to go.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy. We, as Glitter was saying, we've seen so many changes on the leaderboards that if you're in the between 10th to 16th, anything can happen. Don't be a slacker, right? People are trying to catch up to you.
Oh yeah, I mean, everyone is out for blood, and I think when you take a look at our overall standings, you can see which teams are out for that blood, which teams are safe at the moment, which teams will be safe for sure, because there's definitely a couple of them, and of course, which teams are still in contention for maybe breaking through into that top 16 to get into our finals, and of course, compete for that top 3 placing going into PMGC. And you can see here, starting things off, G25, off the bat here, 7, number 1. There was really no doubt about it with that first week performance. I mean, that alone, I think they would still have been in top 8, funny enough, with just them earnings from that first week.
Yeah, I think they could have probably ended up like, let's say, last place, 0 kills the whole week too, and they probably still would have been in this first page.
Yep.
Because that was just such a great gameplay that they had. We'll be talking more about them here in a little bit. You see Team Queso there in second place. I feel like they had an amazing week too as well. B4 Esports, even though they've been quiet, even though we have seen those 15 place, 0 kills, 16 place, 0 kills performances out of them, they're still maintaining themselves there within the... I know you don't like hearing it, Glitter, but I had to say it. It happens way too often. They're still able to maintain their third place. I think that's good. You see Tempo Storm as well there in fourth place. I think we've seen the tempo that we've been wanting to see for a while now. A more consistent Tempo Storm. You see Ace 1, 2 finally starting to pick it up. Alpha 7 Esports, one of the teams I'm really enjoying watching right now. Wildcard Gaming as well. We saw some stats in the previous show in regards to Acer, and boy did he show up that day too. Cloud9 there in 8th place, and I cannot wait to see this second page, because this one is the one that's going to cost a lot of heartbreaks whenever we get to the finals.
See, okay, I was just looking at Cloud9's points. Currently, Loops is in 9th place, right behind them, and they're only behind by 1 point. So this goes to what you were talking about, 7. When we start getting into these portion of the rankings, the point difference is going to start getting so close that these squads are constantly going to be jockeying above and below each other. Then moving down the list, we do see Execute, and that's definitely a squad I'm sure we'll be looking out for, a squad that we're going to be talking about. They have managed to significantly improve their overall placements here in the past week, so that's going to be massive for that squad, and I definitely want to see if they can carry that momentum throughout the last 2 weeks, or if that was, you know, a one-off performance. I definitely don't think it was, though. Then as we move down the list, we've got Metagaming in 11th, Nova Esports in 12th, the Unnamed in 13th, surprisingly, who have managed to have a much better performance in week 2. They have climbed up the ranks steadily and then been able to hold that position. XSET in 14th place with 183 points, PK in 15th with 180, and 16th place with Tribe Gaming at 179. And you guys could just continue to see just how close these rankings really are.
Yeah, and the last pitch, I think this one's the one that could be some of those teams that could cause the heartbreaks, as you do see there. BDM Esports, which actually had an amazing week too, with 176 points, only 3 points behind 16th place. That's how close everything is. And between, and you can kind of see the names of the teams right there, between 16th place and 20th place, the difference is 26 points. And we have seen teams get that amount of points in just one game if they're able to pop off. So that's why I was kind of mentioning when Jason asked me, anything can happen. Yeah, you don't want to slack because everything is just so close. You see defeaters there towards the end, helping Quit Addiction, 19 Esports, those teams, I think they're going to have an amazing week 3 if they even want to have a chance in week 4. And as the tournament has shown, anything can happen. So I'm looking forward to this week.
Yeah, Seven, I love how you kind of mentioned, like, right now, no team can really slack because of how close these gaps are. And I think we saw between the first week and the second week how volatile our standings can really be and how 1 week of slacking off can really throw you from up high to down low. At the same essence, doing well in 1 week can shoot you up the rankings, which is why the first thing we're going to look at here today as we look at the second week is our biggest movers between week 1 and week 2. And we have to start to talk about these in depth because this is actually very critical. One thing you're going to have to keep in mind when looking at this sweet little handy-dandy graphic we have here is that the yellow markings, or the blue, reference the points that have changed between the first week and second week. So for instance, you see Execute currently on 76 points. That means that between the first week of where they scored 62 points and the second week where they scored 138 points, they increased by 76, improving from week 1 to week 2. Then you look at the green bars there, that means their rank changed. So you see they currently have a 10. It means they went from 20th place to 10th place from first week to second here, Glitter.
Yeah, and honestly, Execute stats alone are insane. Like I said before, it's a team that we've been talking a lot about because at one point they were in the 3rd page and they have been able to catapult themselves up the rankings due to their phenomenal performance in week 2. I mean, it was like it was night and day, but we do have to look at the rest of the squads here on this list. On the flip side, you guys can see on the right side of the graph, we actually have some of the teams that maybe fell off a little bit in their rankings, and we see that Klaze actually lost the most points, having lost 28 overall points in week 2 compared to week 1, which actually would be a placement difference for Klaze because when we're looking at the overall rankings, they were only 11 points behind the place above them. So we're going to start getting to the point where all of these points do matter. Every placement will matter because it's going to kind of snowball into the following weeks. Then we also see INTZ and Tribe Gaming also having both fallen off a little bit with their performance, and that's a little bit disappointing for Tribe only because we did see some really strong performances starting to come out of the likes of Telly and Seagut. They were able to step up to the plate a little bit there. And then we also saw Cloud9 finally having so many better performances. They're able to really, really up themselves in the rankings. And then a team that I think we should start to talk about a little bit, BDM Esports, making a huge comeback.
Yeah, they went up 60 points in 4 placing 7, like ridiculous week out of them.
Yeah, and talking about them, exactly. They were able to kind of get themselves there within that position that they can strike for that 16 places. I was mentioning earlier, BDM Esports is currently just 3 points behind Tribe Gaming. And the good thing is that both of those teams have played the exact same amount of matches. And as you can see here, the stats are just insane. 13 matches of week 1, only 35 kills. Guess what? 14 matches of week 2. 51 kills. Not just that, the damage that we're able to put out, the damage received, obviously, if you're getting more kills, that means you're getting into more fights. Damage received is definitely going to go up, but you definitely want to see the damage done go up as well, and they were able to do that, and they were able to actually maintain the damage done a little bit more than the damage received. You see the knockouts there, 64 knockouts. They were able to almost double the knockouts they had in week 1, and that's something you just love to see out of those teams. And a little bit more stats here. For week 1, they ended up with 58 points. For week 2, 118 points. If week 1 had not happened, they would have ended up 6 overall in points just on how many points they ended up for week 2. That is insane, and that's something I love to see out of BDM. With BDM, the week 1 kills, 35 kills, week 2, 51 kills as we were able to see there earlier. That is such a huge improvement, especially for a team that has been towards the bottom, towards that 3rd page, something that we honestly at some point we kind of stopped expecting out of them, but I'm loving seeing the kind of action that we're getting from them. And another stat, something I actually wanted to mention in regards to BDM. Day 3, week 2, in regards to placement points, just for that day, they ended up in last place with 11 points, but the next day, day 4, week 2, they ended up in 1st place with 48 points. So the way they were able to bounce back for me, it's something I love to see, and it's something I enjoy to see. Glitter, what you got for me?
You know what's actually important too, because we were just looking at that graphic on how the teams have risen and fallen. Tribe was one of the teams that had fallen off. BDM was one of the teams that had risen, and BDM is 3 points behind Tribe, separating 16th and 17th place. So, I mean, that is an unfortunate coincidence, but that is just how important those points are, and that graph did a really good job of illustrating how it's going to start changing these rankings.
And I think one of the biggest things about that graph that kind of speaks out to us is how kind of volatile the weeks have been, but more importantly, which week was kind of the anomaly for the teams? Was week 1 just an underperformance because maybe jitters, they're playing against different teams? Was week 2 maybe anomaly the other way? Maybe they were overperforming than what they should have been able to do. But I think we're also seeing, as time goes on, obviously with this 3rd week finishing up, we're going to see kind of a flattening of the curve, and we're going to really be able to determine, are these teams in fact just getting better, or was one of these weeks just an off week or an overly strong week from them? But that's what's great to see. Teams improving, teams unfortunately fallen, even though I know it was Telly who tweeted out before the show saying it was like an average week, which technically kind of was. I think they would have played like one extra game and it would have normalized things for them overall. But it doesn't matter, because right now what we need to talk about here is the tippity top of the standings, right? We've got G25 and Team Queso. It's the battle of the titans between these two teams, and Glitter, we need to figure out if any team can surpass them.
I mean, right now, it's not looking like it's going to be possible when we look at the overall numbers, but let's take a look at the stats and how they've shaken out so far. I mean, both these teams have played 27 matches. What's crazy to me is how the stats are starting to kind of average out for these teams across the board. You see that somehow G25 has managed to keep themselves in first place when it comes to the overall damage done, but that the damage done is actually quite similar. Now you need to remember that G25 had a stellar week 1. Queso has kind of just been consistently good at this point, and then this past week they just went ham when it comes to the kills. They're actually able to surpass G25 in kills, now having 10 more kills than they do. G25 having taken just a little bit, you know, less damage. Literally 200 at that point doesn't even make, that's not even like a real big difference for me, 7. Then we're looking at 165 knockouts for G25 and 154 for Team Queso. But I think what's the most important thing to look at here is the points drift. And that means that G25 actually had 110 less points than they did the week before, whereas Queso actually got an additional 37 compared to their previous week. And that is going to be huge moving forward into the last 2 weeks of our league play. Now, Team Queso had an incredibly hot start to this tournament, and this is something that's really important for them because typically we've seen them in previous seasons having to play catch-up. And when you're constantly having to play catch-up, you don't really have the opportunity to do a whole lot or test a whole lot of things out with your gameplay. This past week, they have just completely gone all out, like zero strategy. Sometimes it feels like, right? You're just watching them go into these insane engagements, take all of these fights, and they're winning them. And they're getting insane kill points because of it. I mean, they're currently in 2nd place overall, and when we were watching G25 with these insane overall points, thinking nobody could ever catch them, now they're only 23 points above Queso, and that is more than closable of a gap for Queso because we have seen them consistently pull down 16 kill wins here, 7. So, I mean, this is going to be a battle for the ages between these two teams.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a battle, especially with the way that you were mentioning in regards to Team Queso, the way that Team Queso has been playing, the confidence that they have been showing. I think that's one thing we're talking about before the show, just how confident they've been. It doesn't matter if it's a very early fight. It doesn't matter if they're landing very close to somebody else. They're willing to take that fight, and this is something that before, as you mentioned, they weren't able to do. With G25, something I do want to look at is I want to see how they're going to perform this week. You don't want to become one of those teams that's just kind of slacking off a little bit. We know they're allowed to, okay? We know they're allowed to. In week 1, they ended up 1st place in regards to just points alone, 100 kills. Week 2, they ended up, I believe it was 7th place in regards to points. So you don't want to slack off too much because guess what? There's still 2 weeks left. If you keep on slacking off, it might just become a trend for you, and it's something we don't want to see, especially of the likes of G25.
Yeah, let's actually now take a look at the schedule because I believe the game might be getting ready momentarily here. We're going to, of course, the same maps, the same orders. We're starting things off on Erangel, Vikendi, Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel, and Group A will be sitting out first. Now, I kind of even want to hop back really quickly to the G25 number we saw, the point drift, because it's all about context for me in that situation. You look at any team like, oh, they scored 110 points less in the first week. You're like, oh, they played terrible, but they actually still played well. They still placed with 114 points. It's because they did so well in the first week of 224 points that it was hard to match that. Now, if G25 had maybe like a net change of like 5 points, that would still be ridiculous because that means they earned 229. So obviously it's a shame for G25 to kind of lose 110 points in that sense, but they still played well overall with 114 points in the week. And Queso, they still moved up by 30. So for me, it's kind of like Queso's ramping up a little bit, getting better and better. And you know what? We're gonna have a chance to see if they can continue that pace here in this week. But I'm also curious to see how teams are gonna do, especially in this first game, because I think that's gonna be a telling sign for me about how teams are prepared. We've only had one day off since our last show, but we've seen teams be able to turn things around in that one day alone. And then of course, all the other questions, Execute, BDM, Cloud9, are they gonna continue to perform as well as they did last week? Honestly, everything is kind of up in the air at the moment, Seven.
Yeah, especially with Execute is one team that we've been talking a lot, and in case you missed it, this is maybe your first time watching the PMPL Americas. Execute is the team that ended up in first place out of PMCO North America. That's why we talked about them so much, because they have so much potential. Something I do want to be looking at, especially this week, is their roster. I want to see if they're going to continue to change rosters or if they're going to try to keep the same roster with Sute. Remember, when they started putting in Sute, especially for week 2, they were performing just so much better. But something that we were also kind of able to mention was that Echo, when Echo played in Sanhok, that team just did so much better. So could we see maybe an adjustment there from that team where they only play Echo in Sanhok? It'll be interesting to see what they do this week 3.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's super interesting because if you have those players who excel on certain maps, why not put them in, especially if Echo can help you get a chicken dinner. But you know what? It's time for our first match to kick off here. So I want you to get out of here. We're going to bring in our commentators to get things underway. Hearts to you as well, Seven. Or as Cameron says, this. You guys can be tweeting to us still, like always, at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMPL. Let us know your thoughts about the show. Let us know your thoughts about our new sweet graphics coming in with our big movers. Or let us know about how much you love my outfit. I'm pretty sure Blank back there would love to hear every single compliment about it. And Viram and Cameron Davis, I can't give you two enough compliments as we're about to get underway. But week 3 kicking off. I'm going to go to you, Cameron, because Viram's scaring me right now. How excited are you for week 3?
I'm really excited, actually. Just seeing the first 2 weeks compared against each other in terms of what teams are really popping off. Yes, we're going to have the same teams that are at the top of the leaderboard, but they're not exactly moving up at the exact same speeds. The old guards are starting to get into the swing of things. G25, sort of no, I don't want to say a bad. Okay, I'm going to say it was actually a bad ending to the previous week. So I'm excited to see if they can't pull it back up or if they're going to get finally overtaken by Queso or someone new.
And I'm looking at our big movers graphic we had. I'm really enjoying the fact that we had Execute and BDM up there because those are 2 teams that came from PMCO. And 2 teams that I'm looking at as the weeks go by, are they going to continue to improve? Execute's been able to do it in week 1, week 2. And I think we're going to find out here in this week if BDM are going to be able to maintain that pace as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really fun storyline.
Yeah, super fun.
Idea. It's like, I don't know, they're coming on in. Are they going to be able to do it? Are they going to be able to hang with these big teams? And Execute was one of these squads that was so hyped up. I know Seven was so hyped on this roster. They've got a lot of veterans on this team. So for them to be able to show up now, it's taken a little bit to sort of get all the wheels turning. But now that we're on track, we're on the course, I am stoked to see how these teams can continue to improve. Because if you're at the top right now, if you're feeling comfortable, you shouldn't be.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and if you're also likewise, if you're one of those teams at the bottom, like it's kind of like a kick, you know, in the backside of like you need to start picking up points. BDM, even with the 60 points they got, they only moved 4 placings and they didn't even make it in top 16. So there was still, at least in the bottom echelons of our leaderboards, there's still these big gap differences like we even see towards the start. But I'm really curious for me in this sense of Cameron, looking forward into this week is it's a real true test, I think, for a lot of those PMCO teams, because not only are you playing against these higher caliber teams, it's a very long event, right? You have to keep improving, you have to keep grinding, keep preparing, and we're going to find out if maybe teams can even maintain that pace in the sense of staying focused for a 4-week-long event.
Yeah, it's really a marathon, and that's one of the hardest things about coming into any sort of competitive PUBG arena environment, just because you're playing so many games and you're trying to keep up your form for however long you can.
Yeah. All right, well, you know what? It is time to get underway with our first match here of Week 3 for the PUBG Mobile Pro League America Season 2. And Viram and Cameron Davis, please take us away.
Thank you so much, Jason. Oh my goodness, getting on into it. We're back week number 3. I don't know what day of the week it is. I'm going to be honest. I keep talking about yesterday like it's Sunday, but it's not Sunday, and I was talking about Wednesday. Let's just say the days don't matter anymore. All that matters is that we have amazing games to watch, and we do, starting off with game number 1 here on Erangel.
Cameron, we didn't get to cast together last week. I mean, I had a blast casting together. I know you cast with Jukes a lot of time, but it's nice to be back. It's still nice to be back.
It is. It is, of course. I missed you, buddy. But yeah, let's get into these things. Let's get into the game on Erangel, and it's a very nice playing path to start things off. Just cut right down the center. This one's a nice one. I could put this up on the wall, frame it, put it up right above the fireplace. Just have it as
in 30 years, when the grandkids are like, Grandpappy, what was the ideal playing path in PUBG Mobile? This is the one. This is the one right here. You can point to that frame picture on the wall, Cameron. You can be like, that one right there. That's the one.
I just wonder why the grandkids sound like grandparents.
No, the grandparents sound more like this. This is the grandparents.
Oh, okay.
No, kids. Grandkids are very different. Basically, it's Morty. Anyway, let's get back into this. Let's talk about these teams from Groups B and C, because we do have XSET in here. Zute is starting off on the roster, and that's definitely somebody I want to touch on here, because he's just been such a mainstay, a staple in the NA scene, but he hasn't had a ton of games in with this squad as much. They've sort of been swapping out back and forth between a couple of players there. Him and Echo have sort of been going back in, but now with Fameboys and Killswitch here, not having Fate on the starting roster, I think that might be interesting, because that was actually something that Seven was talking about, maybe a potential switch up here. So I'm kind of curious to see how that's going to affect them here today. Another NA squad that I'm looking forward to seeing, as well as Tempo Storm. They have had some traditionally pretty good games here on Erangel, so looking forward to that. But then, of course, the question mark, the elephant in the room, is G25 going to have a Week 1 performance, or are they going to have a Sunday performance?
Yeah, we do want to be clear. It wasn't that the entirety of Week 2 for G25 was bad. It wasn't up to the standards that Week 1 had set, but that was such an enormous pace that they had set then. That's sort of unrealistic to expect anyone to do that a second time in a row. It really was just specifically Sunday that things slowed down on against them, I suppose. It's one day. Everyone's allowed to have one day. We're all allowed that, right?
We're all allowed, yeah.
I'm allowed
to come back on a broadcast and we're muted. You know, we all get one.
Exactly. You always get one. You get one.
I'm glad we're jumping on board with Tempo Storm, though. And J7 starting as well. This is so interesting. So we've seen HH24 coming in a little bit less, and J7, again, another one of those mainstay players here in the NA scene for a while, played with PK. Now on this roster with the new PK squad getting picked up. So we'll see how that continues to go for them. I'm excited. And Ace is such an interesting squad, because they've rounded out their last playday with a 9-kill win on Erangel. So I know momentum doesn't work like this at all, but the last time they played on this map, they walked away with the chicken. So maybe that might be a little bit of a bonus here for this squad. And Dudu, oh man, watching, funny name to say, great play to watch.
Yeah, actually, in Ace 1, they're a very big wildcard team in this lobby, because if you remember, they actually were the ones to turn most heads on the very opening day. They had such a great starting day.
Oh, yeah.
Then sort of fell down, and I believe they actually bottomed out at close to 10th place or so. But then you're right, they picked it back up, had a really good final game at least, and I think day overall on Sunday. So for them, the question is more about, are they finding the answers to these consistent problems, or will they continue to be a very hot and cold squad?
And I think that really addresses sort of a holistic problem that we've seen with some of these teams, because we can look at this on paper and go, man, they had an amazing day. Day 1, struggle a little bit day 2, and then amazing day 3, struggle to, and it's just, they're consistently inconsistent. And it's hard to look at this on paper. And some teams generally are having trends in one direction or the other. But part of the problem is that there are so many changing variables with the way the groups are working that it's very hard for us to draw strong statistical significance from a lot of these games. It's really tough because, again, where certain teams drops, if, say, Group A and C are playing versus even Groups B and C, that can make a huge difference. And then you just factor in the fact that this is a battle royale and circles are shifting and changing and loot is a factor. So part of the thing here is we can talk about statistics, till the cows come home. But at the end of the day, trusting the person who's standing beside you, having a cold, crisp Mountain Dew in hand, and being able to hit your shots, these are the things that are going to matter to these players if they want to make it to the finals.
That was nice. That was good.
We take those.
Yeah, nice little nice shout out there. Very clean, very nice. So let's take a moment. as we're about halfway through the sort of opening looting phase to talk about where the circle was. If you remember seeing it on the map that we showed, it's a west side circle, not too much water in play. You could consider north of the river on Georgia Pole also a little bit unplayable, but it still leaves about 70% of the phase 1 playable, and that's more than enough to fit all 16 teams. The big question is everyone's going to be pushing in from the west side, and we've seen a number of teams already in the past couple of moments pass by each other. Tempo right now driving past HQA, Tribe not too far ahead of them, all trying to get into a central position. I wonder if anyone's going to go for Georgia Pole Mountain. It's a really nice position to get a lot of information in the early game, or rather we're going to see a lot of teams just vying over those scattered compounds north of Gatka.
Yeah, and Gatka is pretty much dead center right now. If you were to take a compass, I think that's the correct tool. I remember using it in grade school, and you drew a circle around the middle. Gatka's in the center right there. Radius, that's the right word. Circumference? No, radius, that's the right one. And look, Tempo, that's exactly where they're going to start this off. Tempo likes being central, but they like being central from the outset. In that regard, I think that's something that NA holds true to a lot of ways. We saw it true with Cloud9 in a lot of regards. They're always the ones first into the circle here. I think that's something that just sort of got ingrained into the NA ethos, as we can see HQA here as well in a very similar position. And Cameron, this has been so interesting to see, even over the past few weeks, to see how we saw a lot of success coming from teams like Ace1 playing on the edge. Teams like Meta playing from the edge, and then also some success from teams that are going more into the middle, and to the point where I can't conclusively say which one I'm even favoring right now. I think it is entirely circle dependent.
Not just circle dependent, it's also team style dependent on how exactly you want to approach the game, what tools you have at your disposal. Sure, there's probably a way that you can map it out. What is the preferred method? You look at the way that circles move just on paper. Just what are the mechanics of the circle? What does the terrain look like? What is the point system? The damage done and all that. Average it all out, make some giant complicated algorithm, and you could find the correct answer, quote unquote. But that doesn't necessarily mean that your team is the one that will be able to execute it well. That doesn't mean that that's the way that your squad is going to get the most points for yourself. And so there is always a meta, but the meta is never one size fits all. Over here, the one size fits all apparently with northern rotations. There's a lot of teams actually trying to come in from the north side, which means we get a little bit of a fight here. 3 squads all trying to manage around the cube compound, and none of these teams were properly set up for this engagement.
Yeah, and INTZ is the one that came out very much on the short end of this stick as a couple player. One's already dead, unfortunately, and Fede Erangel, oh my goodness, looking to try and clean that one up. Influence Raids is taking shots from a distance as well. Pauly looking to be the last one standing. But that was Loops getting the best of that one. And those short-range fights, again, I do tend to favor Loops in those. They're not, necessarily the team that the absolute terror of the beginning of PMWL, but they are still a squad to be reckoned with. NTX, he doesn't care who he's fighting. He just wants to keep those shots raining on in, and this might actually be an opportunity for some either continued aggression or a hard reset, which is kind of what I'm hoping we see here, because we've already seen enough damage done.
Yeah, being unable to get that knock against Korea, I think, is what sort of turned it into the reset decision. Because right now you can see Influence Rage trying to pull away. It was a good opportunity that they stopped on that hill, dealt some damage to INTZ and Loops, picked up what they could, but they're, as you're mentioning, not over committing. That fight started, the fight ended. Very good flank by Federal for there to secure those 2 kills for, against INTZ, who are actually now down to 1 solo player hiding out in crates, but the circle is closing. That's also why Influence Rage separated from that fight, because they wanted to focus on where the next zone was going to go, and it's up towards them, which gives them a number of options. But this river, I said that it wasn't going to be too impactful in the first phase. It is now a lot more impactful because there's that separation, not through dead center, but it is still cutting off a big, large chunk, and we're seeing a lot more water percentage-wise in this phase.
And what's important about this, too, is that, Everest is still in play here. I mean, this mountain range in South George is going to be the splitting factor. Teams can either try and go on top of it, take over it, but we're going to see them breaking around it like water. And now on the other side, you've got to go through C9 where they traditionally are, or you've got to try and deal with G25 on the other side. Neither of those are particularly appealing options, as we can see everybody scrambling to try and find a compound at this stage in the game. HQA is going in. We can see it here. Everybody rotating in from around Gatka, as Tribe Gaming is here as well. Tempo Storm, a lot of these NA squads vying for this same position. You can see it here on the screen. Cameron, we might see ourselves a bit of a bloodbath as Rain trying to take some shots on the keyway, and can he find them back? That's the question.
Ooh, good initial damage there. Tempo Storm were able to get to this position just moments before, but Lan finding a nice angle, gets one sprayed. It's a 1-for-1 trade between the two squads. Rain trying to crawl back to J7 to get revived. Lan does not have an angle to finish things off. Spec pushing up the high ground, trying to spot out more members of HQA. And as you mentioned, the fact that Everest is still in play here, it is sort of making these fights very, very chaotic, very sloppy, sort of breaking around that terrain. You can see Tribe also want to get involved. There's that big old hill that's blocking their line of sight, but they could still be a little bit of a presence depending on the way that Tempo and HQA might rotate to try and break from this really, really messy situation.
In our old point system, I would be totally happy with Tribe Gaming just sitting back, not really getting involved, not really going in when they first heard those shots ring out, when they first heard those, downs pop up in the kill feed. But currently, with how valuable, how essential, how necessary these kill points are, part of me kind of wanted Tribe to get a little bit more aggressive there, because there could have been an opportunity to get a really impactful third party. And dealing with the two squads that not only are sort of, contending with you in terms of placement on the scoreboard, but also in terms of immediate locale, being able to take down or significantly impact one of these two teams could have been really impactful for what their next rotation looked like, because now they have not one, but two very unfriendly neighbors.
Yes, but you don't want to go so aggressive that you basically put yourself as the new target between both those squads. And I think that might have been a possibility for Tribe there, which is why they waited a little bit too long. I see what you're going for. But you obviously don't want to throw yourself into the fire just for potential points to end up dying. But over here, there's a lot of engagement around the crates area, around South Georgia Pole. Brazilian Rampage doing a little bit of damage. Loops again. The members, very low HP, have yet to get knocked.
I mean, I gotta give them props. It's just that instinct to know exactly how far you can
How much damage you can take, yeah.
Like, oh, I'm getting shot and they're from here, and judging by that, that's a silenced mini. Okay, I can take 2 bullets, no more, and then I gotta leave. It's just that instinct, but oh, Polly, just holding on. Talk about unfriendly neighbors. Well, Loops is definitely counting as one of those, but just trying to hold on. Snake in a crate. See how long they can last as we're seeing this next circle going to be rotating in. The calm before the storm. I always love to see it. There's like no bullets being shot on this feed right now, but it is dead center. And this is probably the best circle a lot of these teams could have asked for.
From phase 2, yes, this was actually a really friendly change. If it went north, it would have been chaotic for teams in the south and vice versa, more so than a hard shift would generally employ. And this phase 3, I think Georgia Pole Mountain, Everest, as a lot of people call it, is useful at this point. Climb on top of it and try and just deal a lot of damage to the teams down below in the valley, essentially. But there's, outside of any team that does that, trying to make your way into South Georgia, trying to make your way into crates, trying to make your way into maybe the 3 or 4 playable areas south of that to the next of the mountain. I want to see teams start to go big now. Like you mentioned, Tribe, this is the time that they can go aggressive to start clearing out the area around them, or else it's just going to get way too packed in.
I mean, it already is looking pretty packed. Cameron, we still have all 16 teams. We still have all 16 teams in this lobby. And we are at the 13.5 minute mark. Ace did take over the mountain. So they were current kings of the mountain as they are up there on top. Current kings. Again, so you got Tempo, Tribe, and HQA still right there on the outside looking in. So we'll see if any one of them wants to try and contest this. And speaking of contention, Influence Rage going toe-to-toe with Execute and not coming out on top in this exchange so far. Durso is pinned, and I mean pinned in the full surround coming in from Execute. Nowhere really to go here, and everybody's looking at him.
Yeah, it's also, Durso's by himself. The rest of Influence Rage are stuck on the Georgia Pole bridge trying to hold off Klaze, you can see on the map on the right. And this is why city endings can be so chaotic, and there's still, I don't want to call it an ending just yet, but there's still a huge presence of the city in this circle, even close enough to center. The fact that you can fit so many different teams and there's so many potential areas you're going to get peeked from all the windows makes it very, very complicated. NTX here trying to deal some initial damage to Klaze because the push, it's not going to cross the bridge. That's a good call. It's a safe call from Klaze, trying to rotate around, wrapping around. This is about as late in the game as you can expect to do that because the blue isn't dealing that much damage to you. Still, they can take a couple of moments outside the play zone. They're not going to have much information of where they're driving into, though. That's the trade-off.
Yeah, but luckily Loops is more focused in towards Kraze, so this rotation is actually a pretty heads-up one from them. They are going to be able to get in fairly well here, so I don't mind this decision. Actually, they're going to go even further around. They're not going to take that bridge. That's a very interesting decision from them. They are going to eat a little bit more of the blue, but like you mentioned, at this stage, not hugely impactful, but they're going to secure themselves an even safer rotation in. I actually think that's a super heads-up play from them. I love that decision here for them. There's a time to be aggressive, and I'm always one to call for it, but there's also a time to play it a little bit slower, and that was certainly one of them.
Checking back in on the teams in the bottom right, not a lot of movement here. I think Tempo tried to be a little squirrely, and there was a knock against them by HQA. Here's a circle shift, though, and now Tempo, as you can tell, are going to have to move, and Tribe are in a good position to gatekeep Tempo, HQA, and perhaps even B4, but if they wait too long, they're going to lose access themselves into the zone. The question is, where really can they go? There are still 16 teams up. These teams have taken longer than usual to get into these engagements, I think because of the insecurity of the terrain of the previous couple of phases of where the circle has been taking us. But that means that now they have to fight. They have no option to wait, to delay it any longer. Could make the fights a lot more chaotic, a lot more tricky to play around, but that's what happens when you take this long.
And part of the problem is this is one of the most punishing areas on Erangel, because if you commit, well, I'm going to go south of the mountain, or I'm going to go north of the mountain. If it shifts in one, I'm going to go in North George versus South George. I mean, these last few circles could have been, I mean, if we got north and north, this could have been an absolute clown fiesta. This could have been a disaster for so many teams. But this is still one of the trickier bits of terrain area to navigate here, because there's a lot of wide open field. There are some compounds to try and take over, but when you're rotating into them, you're going to be so exposed. You're not going to be just shot from one team, and Tempo Storm might be experiencing that soon because they are trying to send it in, but they've got a couple teams to go through here. B4 just being the first one, but very smartly stopping here. They want to take over this hill, but B4 needs to hold on, needs to try and defend it. Let's see how they do, because HQA is rotating in as well. It's a party, Cameron!
It is. I thought that Innovator was going to have a better spray down. Has to pull away from that, but luckily enough, HQA, I think, are potentially saving B4 here because it's distracting Tempo Storm, which means that B4 can now peek over and spray down all of these enemies approaching them. An initial knock onto Cross from Tempo Storm is going to be a push, but damage back and forth, and Sky's holding it down for his team.
Land in the back is playing anchor, allowing Skies to survive a little bit longer. Nice nade to set up that initial damage as well. Tensa is trying to lob the nade in to deal with that anchor player, but it's not happening. And Skies is just doing work. What looked like a great initial series of plays from Tempo Storm, and a great position, a reposition from Land, finally getting shut down by B4. And that will spell the end to Tensa and Tempo Storm with a great nade. B4 playing that a little bit more passive, letting those two teams fight it out before deciding to go in and clean up the scraps. Interesting play there from B4, the decision to just let them fight it out. They realized, look, we don't have a dog in this fight. We don't need to stop. We can just, push in now when we know we have a clear advantage. And Cameron, that's what we're seeing. But I do want them to finish HQA here.
Yeah, that's... I was with you for a second there, but they didn't have the information to know that anything that was going on in that fight. You could tell because they were not rushing in, even as a duo, to finish off HQA, to let the revive happen. And they're putting a lot of emphasis on trying to clear the area in front of them into the circle for their continual movement, and that gives HQA the opportunity to... Well, I thought that they were going to run up and try and backstab them, but instead they're just going to bomb in, trying to find a position in one of these spots in the center of the circle, but you can't go there. When you see vehicles and bodies, that should clue you in on... someone's going to be seeing you, someone's going to have an angle onto you, and so HQA are now out in 15th place. They just took out Tempo Storm, but they didn't last much longer.
I mean, I see a vehicle here and a bunch of crates.
Surely it's safe,
bodies.
right?
Surely this is the place to be. Yeah, again, great little individual scrappy fight there against Tempo Storm, but when the next decision came, not the best response there from them. A little bit of learning, I think, here from this squad. Could have maybe played that, focused their energy in a little bit better direction. But in any case, still, nice job to take down Tempo there. Carrillo also, Molotovs are fun. But they're dealing with G25. I mean, these are two of the squads we were so excited to see coming into this. And G25, we answer you, were they going to get hot today? Were they going to come back? Were they going to show us week one G25? And, well, if game number one's any indicator, they still have a little bit of work to put in.
Ooh, Pepito's got a few meds left, 3 first aid kits, and he has a vehicle. But Loops, they haven't moved yet, and so Pepito knows that it's going to be difficult for him to make it out alive. Smoke's coming out. I think Loops are now going to focus on getting themselves into the circle, which I'm going to reiterate, not a lot of area to play around with, which is I think one reason why B4, we saw them sort of focus on the circle instead of the attackers from the outside, because now they're having to push through smokes out in the open field, and it is still only phase 5. This is looking like an end game scenario, but we're only just about to reach that part of the game.
Crazy to think, just looking at this circle and the amount of teams that are left at the 20-minute mark. Yeah, it feels like we're in the hyper late game, but this is only the 5th circle. And B4 going into, once again, that same spot. It's what you got to do. At some point, if you bring enough vehicles, Cameron, if we bring enough vehicles, we can make this field work.
To be fair, they were the ones that had the angle on that position, and so
that's
they're
true.
not going to shoot themselves. And also, Mixera here, good spray down. It's a good split here, 2-2 for B4, but unfortunately, the Southern pair do both get taken out. No chance for a revive, and now that Levy is down as well, it is just Pedro to try and survive as long as he can in this position. Grenades coming out from the Knights. No kills for them so far, but still 2 standing. Potential 3rd if they can get Gold Blade up. But look how wide open this is. This is such a tricky part. It's essentially a field ending. Welcome to a field ending.
I mean, we're here. And B4 was somewhat able to stabilize. But yeah, this is just who sees whom first, who can hit the shots. Again, this is a shooting gallery. This is just a shooting gallery. It is wide open. You've got a couple of trees. You've got whatever cover you can bring with you. We've got a couple of buildings, a little bit of cover. But this is one of the more open endings we have seen yet. And what a chaotic way to start off game number 1 for these team. Cameron throwing them to the wolves in this first game. A lot of tricky decisions posed to these players that they had to answer.
Knights trying to keep their run alive, taking out the vehicle to use as guaranteed confirmed cover. But now that I don't think they have any more mode of transportation to push any further, and just a lovely stroll across a field with the calm spring breeze. That's not what this game's about. Ace, 9 kills for them so far.
Wow.
G25, not the team to step up today, but Ace is the one. Loops are now also eliminated. We're looking at 8 teams. This is when placement points are starting to really rack and stack up.
I'm really impressed with that from Ace. I wish we'd seen a little bit more of them. There is G25 finally going down. Actually ended up out-surviving Loops Esports. You talked about the meds that Pito had going for him, clearly paying off in this situation. And I'm really looking towards Ace. They've got all 3 members up. There's only like a handful of teams that even have 2 or 3 players alive. I think there's only a single team here that has all 4 players up, and that's Alpha 7. So that's a crazy position to be in. Maybe Defeaters does as well. But oh my, we are getting down to the wire here. And I mean, with Pedro now dropping, I think B4 is soon to go out of this. Pyra is a lone entity in the middle of the field. Because Cameron, this is where C9 drops. They haven't had to move this entire game.
I don't think they drop out in open field where Pyra is currently prone down in.
Roughly.
They've had to move, a little bit. He's going to have to move a little bit more because the Defeaters, it looks like they're wrapping in on them. But Alpha 7, they can stay in this compound for just a little bit longer, and they are using the high ground to try and thin the herd as much as they can. But Pyra, here is the push from Defeater. Smokes come out, nades come out, and he's just going to retreat away. He actually has a vehicle to use still, pulling up against the UAZ, dropping down a quick impromptu vehicle fort that Alpha 7 I think might have an angle on, and that's why he's going to smoke it off. But Defeaters continue to leapfrog in behind that, and they're going to keep the pressure on, and there it is. Angle found, Cloud9 out, but so are the Knights in quick succession. We are now looking at the 4 remaining teams.
I have to give so many props to Pyra. He lived for so long for his squad. But look at, you talked about the term leapfrogging. Cameron, I mean, this is textbook from the Defeaters, the team way down at the bottom of the leaderboards, but they are looking really solid. They found themselves this little death blade, this divot. They're moving their vehicles in. They're covering them with smokes one after the other, but they're not keeping themselves so stacked up that a vehicle explosion will be super disastrous for them. This is actually really impressive play from this team. If they can hit their shots, that's really the biggest factor in addition here. Because, I mean, when you have teams like Alpha 7, again, and Ace putting up 8, 9, 10+ kills respectively, these are going to be squads you've got to contend with. You have to be at the top of your game when it comes to hitting those shots.
This is the most even and clean. I'm saying this while Alpha 7 are peppering teams in car forts from the building, but that aside, just looking at the map, it seems a pretty clean ending. It's just all the 4 teams remaining have their own little corners that they're then going to rush center at the next phase. I'm kind of including Brazilian Rampage in that, even though they do only have one player trying to snake it out and get past 4th place, potentially 3rd, or maybe even 2nd if they're lucky. That's a nice shot to remove the helmet. That could be a deciding factor later on. And I love the shift, pulls away from the compound, says Alpha 7, you've had the advantage for way too long. Now you have to move. Defeaters as well. And Ace, let's see how many more kills that they can pick up, just trying to hold down their position.
At least one more there, and the Feeders don't know that Pyro was taken out there at that next, so they're stopping here. They're not continuing to push on in because they're still unsure if there's a player alive. They saw them pulling out earlier. Pyro was cleaned up, picked up there before, but we can see now Ace, the team that has the biggest advantage in the circle, but looking at their meds or lack thereof, I would say this advantage is pretty slim because peppered, that's the term you use, Cameron? Very apt. Very apt. That's thoroughly peppered.
This is looking a little bit more than that. A lot of damage on the Ace right now.
I would say we've upgraded from peppered to plonked. I think that's where we are right now. They're getting well and truly plonked. But Defeaters, the time just hit 0. They're going to have to go. They're going to have to make the call. Let's see if they can continue the solid work they put in earlier. Looks like Fishy's going to be playing anchor. Ghosty goes down, though, to the play zone. What? That's not how that's supposed to happen there. A bit of a misplay from the Feeders, and again, maybe some of the nerves coming to them here at this final circle situation, as Fishy is going to move on in. Fishy, one of these teams is often alive in situations, but Alpha's crashing as well. Ace is in the middle. This is the sandwich coming on in, and the sandwich tastes like bullets. Not so appetizing if you are Ace 1 as they are getting eliminated. Alpha 7, beautiful crash there from them. 2 players down, but they are going to have the ability to get them back up. 1 player down here from Ghosty, as Fishy does end up dropping. So right now, functionally, this is a 2v2 situation, but Alpha is in a slightly better position to be able to get those teammates back up and in. The nades are flying on through, but no helmets. Battered vests for both of these teams. Cameron, it has been a war to get here.
Bishop found Law, and Law just grabbed that crate. He just got a re-up in equipment and utility. And the fact that he gets dropped, I think, I was going to say this was Alpha 7's game, but the Feeders might be taken away from them. It's another trade in terms of knocks. It is now just Bishop remaining with the AK. No backpack to keep the low profile. And while Law was trying to crawl forward to give some information, and they know exactly where he is, they're going to be able to spray him down. So an opportunity didn't come his way, unfortunately, and Alpha 7 are going to be able to secure that. They left their ivory tower, but down in the dirt, battered and bloody, they still come out with the win.
Really solid finish there from them. They had the compound. The circle shifted in their way for quite a while, but at the end of the day, Cameron, it was their decision-making. Knowing when to crash, knowing when to send. They'd done the damage to Ace. They did it. They kept getting those knocks. They kept getting those plonks from range. And then the killer instinct kicked in at the exact time. They could have played that out slower. They could have tried to creep in, but them and Defeaters both, at the same instance, they're keeping track of the kill feeds. They both went at the same time, but they took advantage of the chaos the best. Again, Ace 1 just on the unfortunate victim there of both of those teams deciding they wanted to capitalize at the exact same time. But Defeaters, Ghosty going down to the plate, into the blue, and then not quite sending it together, and the anchor player not really communicating. Again, I think it showed maybe a little bit there. The Feeders still have some things to work on, but still, to make it into that situation, showed some good fundamentals, but when they were really, really pressured, crumbled a little bit. But still, Jason, solid performance from them.
I mean, I think it's fair to also look at Execute then in that kind of sense, right? We had the 2-on-1 with Zute and Killswitch up against Lukatos for meta, and they kind of messed that up quite heavy-handed. But at least Defeaters, considering they're almost 100 points behind the team in 17th place, it's nice to see them be able to get into a top 2 position, get some points going, and more so help the morale of the team, right? Help them kind of realize we can get top 2, we can do well here, but they still have such a long grind ahead of them that they want to somehow break through into top 16. But speaking about teams who are in top 16, what even happened? We had so many teams drop out so early. I'm hoping that Glitter and Seven can help, catch me up on this while you two take a quick break here, but that was a really awkward start, I'd say, to our first day of week 3. So let's get you guys out, go take your break. Let's bring our analysts in and start to talk about that, because that was insane. You had Cloud9 with 1. You had Tempo with 1. You had G25 with 1. You had B4 with 2. You had so many teams dropping out or getting close to dropping out so early. I don't even know what happened.
I'm loving it. Are you kidding me? This is exactly what we're talking about. This is how crazy the tournament has been, where the team in last place, the one that we're kind of counting out today, saying we're not really going to see any of it. Guess what? They showed up. They ended up getting 4 kills, 2nd place there. Alpha 7 Esports, one team that I've been mentioning how they've been improving every single week. This team week in, week out, they just keep on improving, and they're starting to get more chicken dinners and with kills too. As you can see right there, 27 points, Ace 1, 12 kills. Glitter, this is the Ace 1 we've been talking about.
Right?
This is the Ace 1 that we were comparing to the likes of Loops Esports, as they're now starting to put up the kills. You see Brazilian Rampage there with 9 points, Loops Esports with 8 points. Love to see the amount of kills they're putting up there. Cloud9 with 6 points, all come from placement. B4 at least being able to get some points right there with 5. Pittsburgh Knights with 5 as well, and I cannot wait to see this second page because it's going to be shocking.
Listen, we said at the top of the show that these rankings are going to be all over the place, and this game illustrated exactly that. As we see Helping Quit Addiction able to actually get 4 kill points and 0 placement points. So that means maybe they're starting to lean into some aggression for these upcoming weeks. Could be good for them. Influence Rage also with 4 points. G25 with 4 points, and we were talking about that while we were watching 7, and then right under them, Tempo Storm. We were also talking about that, like, how did Tempo go out so early? How did G25 end up with only Pepito alive in the blue trying to heal? Like, there were so many scenarios where we feel like it shouldn't have happened, and then rounding out the bottom, we have Execute, Klaze, Tribe Gaming, and INTZ, 2, 2, 2, and 0 points apiece.
But you notice the last 3 teams, right? Those are the exact same 3 teams we talked about when we started off the day as going -6 in rankings and obviously doing worse in the second week than the first. So hopefully they can kind of fix some things out, because it's definitely not the start they want to see happen if they want to have a chance. But you're seeing here, and I'm hoping that number's right. I know we've been teased before in the past.
Is that right?
Yeah, seeing Loops do 2K damage in like 5 minutes. That was a glitch on our side, but 3,100 damage for Alpha 7? 7, yeah. What? Considering what's funny is, the worst part was is that like they were under they were the ones who were under so much fire towards the end, right? Being attacked by Ace, being attacked by defeaters. They had no opportunity to move, and then they still came out on top. Let's take a look at our Mountain Dew Game Field moments and start to talk about that, because that's a lot of damage to put out under so much pressure.
I kind of love what I'm seeing with Alpha 7 Esports, and this is not the first time that we kind of see it out of them, Glitter, where we see them hold a compound and then just put out a ton of damage. It doesn't matter if they end up killing that person or not. Guess what? The more damage you're putting out on some of those squads, I can't remember which one it was. I think it was Ace 1. Ace 1 at one point was just hiding towards the end. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to see it here on the Mountain Dew Game Field moments. But they were just hiding, laying down, trying to find some cover because they ran out of heals. And at the end, that's what ended up helping Alpha 7 out, because they ended up pushing along the lines of defeaters as well. And ultimately, Alpha 7 was able to kind of outclutch them there. But Alpha 7 has been impressive. Sinab as well. Remember, that's one player that I've been talking about over and over again, how a veteran player like that can help out his other teams. Guess what? He was able to get 3 kills in the last match, 740 damage. And then you got Swaggin, which ended up with 1 kill and 1,300 damage. The amount of help that he was able to put out to his teammates is just insane, man. Now, something I do want to touch a little bit on with Tempo Storm, I think with them, they just ended up getting very unlucky. Tensa was throwing some amazing grenades. The players were getting some great angles too, but I think with B4 being on that little high ground, maybe being able to shoot at them, I think that's kind of what stopped them for making that full push, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think, you know, B4 is definitely another squad that we should talk about. I feel like their aggression was there in this first game. I feel like they were trying to make some of those pushes when we watched them struggle in our last play day, right? So I feel like hopefully they can maybe work on that a little bit. We did watch B4 put a lot of damage into Tribe as well and kind of keep Tribe shut down a little bit. And like you had said, Jason, that's one of the squads that we had talked about early on is kind of falling off and struggling a bit. So, I mean, but you know who else we didn't give a little bit of credit to though? Loops got another 7 kills.
Hey.
So that's good for Loops as well.
Kind of like the silent killer for them. I mean, they haven't really done anything amazing. I think they stood out like maybe 2 matches, but they've been slowly getting there, just grinding away, just like all of our other teams here. As we take a look now at our total damage from the last match, and I'm not even have to look. I'm not even going to look right now. I'm going to tell you right now that Alpha 7 is going to be #1. I'm going to continue to look over this way, and you guys can tell me if I'm right or wrong.
Oh, what is that? Oh my gosh, I can't. Alpha 7, my goodness, what were they doing? They were just on absolute insaneness there. They were being laser beams with the amount of damage they were able to put up. But also, hey, look at some credit. Ace 1 same amount of kills, not as much damage because they obviously weren't in the ultimate position to kind of lay out that kind of damage, but still 12 kills is huge for Ace, a team that's currently fighting in that top 5 situation. And remember, at the end of the day, these teams, even though they are currently trying to qualify to the finals, they're still trying to win some money too here during the league play. So that's going to be interesting. Pittsburgh Knights, interesting stuff there. 1 kill, 354 damage, and then you see Klaze Esports, 1500 damage, 7 kills. This is glitter, Jason. This is the loops that I like seeing. Even though they don't end up getting a lot of placement points, they always make up for it on the kills. And this goes along the lines of what we were talking about earlier at the beginning of the show with Team Queso. Team Queso wasn't really getting an insane amount of placement points last time, but they were getting it in regards to kills.
And yeah, I think that's important for them too, because I think they also realize themselves that they have been struggling this season. Like, we were expecting to be at the top. We're expecting no team to be able to combat them. And then we have them being outshined by Ace 1 the first week, G25, Team Queso, B4, Tempo, Storm. But still, it's not about getting first in league play, like you're saying, Seven. It's just about getting top 16. There's a little bit of extra money on the side. It's all about the finals. But let's take a look. You mentioned Sanhok before. Let's take a look if he for sure is our top player from that last match. As we take a look at all top 4. And Swagwin, actually, it was Swagwin that got the 1300 damage and the assist, or the I guess the participation in 10 of those kills. Yeah,
Swagwin, 1300 damage.
So
That's
much
insane.
damage.
9 assists, bro. Are you kidding me? I want to know who's the assist leader, because Swagwin might be up there right now, especially with that performance. You see Law as well there, 822 damage. Sanhok, as we were mentioning. And we got to give props to this one, as you were saying, Glitter. Guess what? Federal, 750 damage, 6 kills to himself. This is a player, I mean, we really didn't hear much of him in previous tournaments. We were always talking about Dadden. We were always talking about Kayovsky. We were always talking about Carrillo. Guess what? Federal is starting to show up as well with those 6 kills.
You know, Swagwin and Sanhok have really punished me, or really not punished me. That's weird. I've really kind of taken my expectations to another level, because you got this, and then you got this, and I'm like, come on, man, where's your unique pose? Where's your Ginyu Force or something going on there? But yeah, as you're saying, obviously Alpha 7, big step up for them. Federal as well. Maybe Glitter, we could talk about him really quickly, because that's not typically the player we would see with loops in World League that would be like their top fragger.
No, and I think that's important, because if there are days where the people that we've been consistently talking about when we were talking about loops aren't able to step up to the plate, then it's really, really important for them to know they can rely on some of the other members of their team. I mean, you can see here as we look at Federal's chart just how much damage, how many kills and knockouts he's able to contribute to the squad. And in this game alone, like I had said, Loops had 7 kills, and then we saw in the top players that Federal had 6 of those 7 kills. Literally, essentially saying that he did, you know, the majority of the heavy lifting in this match, particularly for Loops. And I think that's potentially massive for any day where some of the other MVPs might be having an off day.
And also, we have to point out the 24 matches he has played. We know there's been more matches than 24, but that's also due to the fact that they've been rotating Golden in different positions, similar to what we saw Tempo doing now, however, not with the same kind of success, which is something I think we're going to be getting back to a little bit later on today. In the meantime, though, we need to talk yet again about the Esports Awards still going on. You guys have to be voting for the Esports Mobile Game of the Year Award, and you have to, of course, be voting for PUBG Mobile. You can see here over at esportsawards.com/community vote on exactly how to get your vote in. And like we said, I already saw Seven do one of them over on his Instagram at the 7WG, giving away UC to all the people who were voting for PUBG Mobile. I saw that giveaway. I didn't win, and I'm a little disappointed. But you know what? Maybe next time I'll enter in and get a chance as well. Is that right, Seven? Is there any more coming up?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I do a giveaway once a week, man. Why not? Give back to the people. Not everybody's fortunate enough out there to be able to spend on money. So got a little bit extra, I might as well give it to somebody else.
Yeah, well, look at that. Good guy 7. Go follow me on Instagram at the 7WG. In the meantime, we're going to head to a break, so do that during the break. And when we come back, we'll be ready for our second match of the day.
Mountain Dew? Squads. There's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs. For those who strike from above or from below. For the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call. Fuel your path to Winner Chicken Dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
All right, well, now it's time to take a look at our schedule so you can see what map will be coming up next, and of course, what group will be sitting out and which ones will be playing. And like always, we're heading over to the snowy hills of Vikendi with Group B sitting out. So no G25, no Cloud9, no Ace, but we will get to see Team Queso. That's a team, them and Wildcard, that I'm kind of looking forward to, but we do have to kind of, again, add a little asterisk to the day. Since it is the weekday, Wildcard are not able to field all 4 of their starting players. We know that. School commitments. School always comes first. Totally understand that. And they're in top 16 anyway, so you can't really knock them too much. But one player we talked about on the last show was Azor, and the fact that he is performing so well for the team in spite of all these troubles that they're having to go through.
Yeah, we've seen him clutch. What was it? A 1v2 this tournament? We've seen him clutch a 1v4 previously. Yeah, his grenades are so well. His awareness, that's pretty much what it is. His awareness of being able to tell when those teams are going to end up rushing him is what ends up pretty much being able to allow him to showcase those kind of skills, being able to allow him to showcase the skills that he's able to put out with the grenades too. And I'm hoping that, listen, I'm hoping they're all 4 going to be playing, because the more time they get in, yes, they play practice, they play scrims, they do all that other stuff, but it's different. Here's for a tournament. It's a completely different aspect. The competitiveness is at an all-time high. I hope they get their 4 players before, like a full week before finals.
Well, one team that does have their 4 players that we're going to mention here, Glitter, Team Queso. Now, we're going to mention one player, or 2 players in particular. Something we talked about with them, Nitsume coming into the team. Biggest change for Queso in over a year. And he did come out the gate swinging. He was one of their top performers. But now, it seems like he's been able to give the motivation, or I guess more importantly, the confidence to the rest of his team, especially Axel, who was our MVP of Week 2 and is currently our kill leader overall in the event.
Yeah, and that's something. I was looking at those stats when we were trying to talk about Queso at the top of the show as well. I mean, in Week 1, like you said, it was all about Nitsume, but because we almost felt like not only was he doing an individual job on his own in a crazy amount of kills, in aggression, but it almost like felt like he was lending that confidence to the other players and allowing them to be equally as aggressive and meet him at that level. And then moving into Week 2, it was Ayala and Axel who kind of stepped up to the plate this time around. Ayala had 30 kills and 14 assists. Axel had 29 kills, 13 assists. And Nitsume was not one that we had to focus on, but not in a bad way, in a good way, because we were hoping to have all of these Queso members step up to the plate and kind of hold their own after they, I don't know what he's done for the squad mentally, but it's almost like he kind of just like opened the floodgates, because we saw such a market change in the squad after he came on, and now all of them individually are kind of unstoppable.
Well, with Gabo, here, I'll tell you something about Nitsume. Gabo told me he was planning on retiring, and then they told him, don't retire. Give it a chance with us, test it out, see what happens, and then you can decide. And so far, it has worked perfectly. And one thing to mention is that the core players from Team Queso, they weren't actually fraggers. That wasn't their role. They brought in Nitsume because they needed that fragging power, and so far he's able to just kind of step up the level of everybody else. So I can't wait to see how they're going to be playing today.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, they needed that fragging power, and right now, 7 and Glitter, we need that casting power. The game is ready, so you two get to go take a quick little break and get ready to break down the match when it is done. And you guys at home, in the meantime, also need to be tweeting to us at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMPL. Let us know anything and everything about PUBG Mobile, especially about this event. Let's bring our commentators, though, in Viram and Cameron Davis, so I can shut up and stop talking and getting over my words. Cameron, you're looking great today, man. Your skin is looking flawless. Can you give me some tips?
Thank you. Just moisturize. You don't even need a 7-step process. Literally anything.
I have 1 step. Just a little bit of water, and then you're done. So maybe that's where I'm going wrong.
God. Blank.
Oh, he can't hear you, luckily.
Help this man. Please help this man, all right?
Well, also, one team that won't be able to help me here, I want to say Queso. I want to see this team that just doesn't need help from anyone out there right now, because again, the biggest change I think we all saw from week 1 to 2 was just how much more aggressive they were. We only saw them maybe not be as aggressive is when G25 was in the match, in the lobby with them. And that seems to really be the only team that can combat them. But even then, with them not playing for placings, just playing for kills alone in Virum, like they were still wrecking house.
And it's so interesting, too, that 2 of these teams we're so hyped for. Both of these teams from Latin America, a lot of Argentinian players. I wonder if they've played together before, if they've, met in maybe local tournaments, local scene, when they were coming up together as players. They know each other's play style. Maybe that's why when they're both in the lobby, they tend to play a little bit differently because they're kind of going at sort of the same areas back and forth. So, if they can continue to show that, now that Team Queso's hot on their heels, hopefully that's a fire lit underneath G25 to keep them moving. I'm excited.
Yeah, and Cameron, we talked just before about Natsume obviously coming to the roster, being a fragger for the team. But one thing we can't forget about is that Pepito actually is a new addition to G25 as well. He did not play on this roster in PMPL Americas Season 1, and he seems to have had the same effect. However, I feel like he's more of a Nenebete for B4 for G25, where he is like a main focus. He is not only making everyone else play better, but he is a standout by himself.
Yeah, he's absolutely the star of G25 right now, and you can, as you're saying, contrasting that with Queso, who, while they do have some members that have like better stat lines overall, it seems to be a full team effort. And so comparing and contrasting those 2, I guess, combinations, I don't really want to say styles, but theories, is interesting that those are the top 2 teams.
Yeah, top 2 teams indeed, and we're going to see if they can maintain their top 2 position as the day continues on. Vikendi's coming up right now, brought to you by Envirum, Cameron Davis, and of course, Mountain Dew. They're going to be casting with you.
Yeah, gotta get... send Mountain Dew to my apartment. I will chug it on broadcast. It will be amazing. Anyway, let's get into our second game here because, like you mentioned before, Cameron, a couple of different contrasting styles, and I actually think that's interesting and almost, I don't want to say impacted by the meta, but actually helping maybe to shape the meta, because we're seeing less of this like 2-2-3-1 style we've seen in past seasons and past years, but we're seeing a lot more of this running and gunning together as a squad, as 4, because kill points are so much more important. If you can get your teammates up, if you can help secure them, not having people getting caught out on their own, you're saving those points and you're more likely to be able to get those squad wipes as your squad, or team wipes as your squad. So I think maybe that's contrasting to why Team Queso's doing so well. Yeah, we'll see as we get into our second map of the day here, looking towards that first circle. How much ocean? Let's percentage bet. How much we bet? How much ocean?
5.
5% ocean?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go like 40% ocean.
All right.
All right.
Wait. This isn't Price is Right rules, is it?
I would certainly lose if it was. So.
Yes.
You better go under. Oh, you were right. Okay.
Well,
I would say it's like 7% probably. We're not including the river. Okay. Definitely closer. You were definitely.
I was definitely closer. Yeah, of course.
Definitely closer.
River.
This is definitely a very chill, haha, pun intended, circle here. On Vikendi here for game number 2. Yeah. We've seen some absolutely bonkers.
Oh.
This doesn't stop the action from happening though. But that doesn't stop the action from happening. I say it's a chill circle. Who has no chill? PK, apparently. What is happening? Who hot dropped whom? Why are you here? Loops, what is happening?
I don't know. And you could tell that Knights, just the fact that Jat didn't want to push that rock as freely as you could means that they're still a little confused. They're still a little lost. But the Dean, he's running around. He has now been found out. Oh, the fight does not go Flash's way. And this means that the Dean's able to pick up 1 secured point. And is now holding the stairs. Going to do a quick reload. Has a couple of bandages, but doesn't want to be in the middle of that animation. He hears the footsteps. He hears the push.
There's one. And he still gets the first down, though? What? Why? No! Don't do it to that like that. Like, oh man, he wins 2 consecutive 1v1s there. I mean, look, I think the PK probably shouldn't have lost a player there to begin with, but just loops in these close range fights, and they keep Federal alive. They never even confirm that first down.
Wow.
What is that tunnel vision from PK? That, I mean, yeah.
So the Dean is still bleeding out. This actually could have been really, really bad if it weren't for that revive, because we jumped into this fight about halfway through because it started immediately. But Loop's now as 2 and able to leave. That's the important thing. Because the Knights, they wanted to secure the kill onto those final Loops members. They didn't want to put themselves into 1v1s. They didn't want to lose more than they already did with Flash. So they put all the resources into securing that one kill, giving Loops the opportunity to fully back away and leave with whomever that they have left. It's still only 2 players. They're going to have to really scavenge around for loot and for positioning, but it's still better than what it could have been a couple of moments ago. They're nowhere near the circle. They're on the absolute opposite side. It sort of makes matters worse. But they live for now.
They do end up surviving just a little bit longer. Still, an awkward start there. I guess you could kind of count that a hot drop. That just seemed more like it was 2 teams that dropped very, very near each other, which is kind of weird here considering, again, we've seen a lot of iterations of this lobby now. We're on week number 3. Then that was not really, I mean, sure, on day number 1, teams are still feeling stuff out. And yeah, we've heard teams say, oh, I'm going to hot drop. I'm going to go on my spot no matter what. But PK was not on that list. And though Loops was the team, the teams were looking to, contest here. I don't know. That's just kind of interesting to me. Maybe a little bit of a sloppy start there from both of those squads. But now, with XSET rotating in here, I'm looking towards the minimap. There are a lot of squads around. Yeah. If Queso decides to take this, or if XSET decides to take this, potential for third party is very high.
This is a very, very fast push into the circle from both XSET and Queso. I believe XSET were closer to this position, but Queso, you know where they loot up, just north of Dino Park. They looted up in like 2 minutes and then are trying to make their way into the circle, trying to increase the tempo of their gameplay and perhaps in turn the lobby overall. Ayala with the VSS is scouting out, trying to find some information. Do XSET know that they are here? They did use vehicles to approach this location, but XSET were arriving at the same time. And so the sounds of the vehicle, that information could get caught up in the mix. Exil just grouped up with that car. I don't know if that's in range for XSET to really be able to pinpoint where it is. And I like how Queso are now pushing up this hill to try and see if they can't find any more angles surrounding XSET. But they need to be careful because we're looking at multiple teams on the map that are in close to this area and could easily third party this.
Whether it be Brazilian Rampage, whether it be Defeaters, 19 Esports, a lot of squads on the outside looking in here could look to get involved should a scrap break out. And we see downs coming across multiple sides. I don't dislike, like you mentioned before, the positioning of Team Queso opting to send out a little bit more of a scout, try and find a position up on a high ground to get an additional angle. But we're seeing those 2 teams I'm talking about. I don't think they'd be third party in Cameron because they're in a fight of their own. Hang on a second. They saw them next to the map. I did not realize they were already fighting.
They weren't until just now. Ghosty making his run across, able to get a knock against Jacup. And now, Mad Max is here to try and stall out the push. It's more utility coming out bit by bit. Asta spots the run across the road. The revive is going to come through from 19. But Defeaters, they can use this opportunity to get closer, mauling out that window to stop any high ground push. High ground peak, rather. But Asta, he's on the roof now. This could be a nice angle.
This is going to be big. Asta with this third-person perspective, able to relay so much information. Ghosty is pinned down, looking to find some redemption for that untimely down in the last final circle situation of game number 1. But I'm looking towards Jacup as well, because an outside flank here from a duo of 19 could be huge to start this one off. Richie, he wants to try and unseat Asta, but it's actually Bishop that finds the shots to get it done. And that's massive. They confirmed the kill as well. That was absolutely huge. Now 19 Esports is in a much worse position here. Jacup on the outside, though. That was the player I was looking towards. He's looking at the first return down. They're going back and forth. Oh, Cameron, what an absolute bloodbath as Ghosty is pushing in, trying to keep his team up in this. Not a single member of Defeaters has actually been taken out yet. All 3 members of 19 that were down have been confirmed. It's all up to Jacup, the player on the outside now, the last man standing.
Ooh. This was a very, very sloppy fight from 19. I'm not going to mince words here. They had opportunities to defend against the push from Defeaters, but time and time again, Defeaters found the opportunity, whether it was a nice flank to get the player on the roof, or really just catching out a 19 player vaulting out of a window. I'm sorry, I'm still just so confused about that, but Jacup left alone, being pushed, being surrounded. Look at the flank by Fishy. They know where he is, more or less. Molly doesn't land onto him specifically, but it does give them the freedom to push into this building, and it's going to be a multi-man push up these stairs into the basement. Attic. Attic's the one on top.
Yep, that is the correct position there. Jacob not in a good position at all. Going to be trying his absolute darndest. He's got the SMG, but with Richie pushing in now through the smoke. I mean, I gotta give props. The Veters is giving the respect to Jacob here, who did do a decent amount of work, as Richie is gonna be able to go down. Can he confirm the kill? No. Jacob is going to fall, but I mean, it took 3 people to kill him. Somebody stop this man.
Yeah, that smoke there delayed him a little bit, but it really was sort of just delaying the inevitable. Did some good damage. If he was able, it was all, I think, relying on luck of him spraying through the through the smoke. And I don't mean luck in the taboo way of talking about Battle Royales. Really was just, I'm going to plop this down, see if I can get a knock, and if so, try my best to secure that kill, get that 1 point before I go out. There was a low chance of that happening, but it's the most that you could do in that situation because he was dead either way.
Yeah, again, I have to give props there. You know, defeaters put themselves in a position where they couldn't give up 1 kill. And that's, you know, and they really did play it well. It all started with taking off Aster from the high ground. Him getting caught out there and insta-confirmed. I mean, that was the linchpin to the entire operation. So being able to remove that key player right at the start was absolutely massive. As now, HQA, Alpha 7. Alpha looking for a little bit of redemption from that last game. Let's hope they have enough meds to get themselves going there. They just survived through so much, but the dual crash at the end of game number 1 really did end up shutting them down. But HQA with an interesting position. 2 players on the low ground, as well as 2 players a little bit further back. Alpha, not feeling this is the best place they want to hold, are going to reset, so no fight there to start, but still, interesting little position from HQA as we jump back on board now with 2 teams from Brazil going toe-to-toe. This time it's B4 and BDM.
Good angle by Neto, but wasn't able to get the knock, unfortunately. And Bete still pushing down. Whoa, Doc, he wants this. He knows that there was damage dealt. He has the health advantage here. He's going to push it. He's going to confirm it. This is potentially 2 kills. Make that 3 against B4 because Big Zara is also knocked. This is a huge fight for BDM, and now Pedro is forced to retreat. Nothing else he can do right now. And if BDM look for him, they could find him running out in the open.
I think they maybe heard some footsteps moving away. Yeah, you can see Duck and crew moving on the outside. They realize this is exactly what's happened. They want to confirm the entire squad because we've seen one lone player, saw it in that last game, looking to you, Pyra, being able to snake their way into some crazy final circle situations. They want to get the full team wipe here, but they're not going to be able to do it. Good positioning there from Pedro to get himself out. So jump back on board now with the team we were talking about to start this off. Of course, it is Team Queso looking in towards Wildcard. Wildcard, of course, only playing with 3 here, not being able to get the full squad together for some of these week play days, you know, conflicts with school and stuff like that. Totally understand, but it does mean that they're definitely going to be at a little bit of a disadvantage here, playing into the powerhouse that is TQ.
TQ have an inkling of what's up. You can tell that they're focused a little bit on that west side of the ridge where Wildcard are approaching. Perhaps it's because they heard vehicles. Whether they know Sam is on that high ground or not, I can't tell you. He's just lying prone, staying safe, and waiting for Enigma and Leon, I suppose, to make the decision and him be the flank on whatever fight that they take.
But, you know, Axel is Axel's moving around as well with Sam. Could be Sam is on the outside. Look, wait, he hears the footsteps. Ooh. There's the turn. Okay, this is going to come down to a one-on-one on the outside. If Sam can win this could actually be huge because this makes it a 3v3. XSET's looking like they're not going to want to engage in this fight. But Axel, they absolutely know Sam is there. Pan out, quiet down those footsteps. Try and find an angle here. How did Sam get up there? That's the question now that Axel has to ask. He's got to go all the way around.
The rest of Wildcard, I don't know they know that Axial's here because Sam would have called that out. The rest of Wildcard should easily have surrounded Axial here. And it took an easy 3 versus 1. Okay, now he's heard. Footsteps drop. Sam should have heard that.
I mean,
Snow is so hard to recognize, though. That's the problem. And if Sam was crawling around as well, he might have thought that it was just his own movement giving that sound away. But either way, Axel is going to pull back. He doesn't want to overextend. He's scouting around, trying to find some information. But he, of course, doesn't want to walk into an entire opposing team. So he's going to loop back.
And Sam's
he's actually pushing up.
Because Marco moved up, so Marco was the distraction. Sam's focusing on that. He is turning his head, though. He may have heard something as Axel is down there. But I love little things here. Marco is literally, he's jumping. He's literally distracting Sam with his footsteps so that Axel can move around. That is just a little stuff like that goes a long way. But I think Axel is not really going to be in a position to help out here. Sam putting himself in a hilarious position. Is Sam a goat? Is he part goat? How did he get up there?
I saw a little bit of a ridge. If Axel goes more north on this big rock, I think
around the other side.
Ramp up. Yep, but he didn't want to go that far because the other members of Wildcard holding that angle. Yeah, Queso, even if they don't know specifically the details of Wildcard setup, they came from that position. They know what is there. That was their original hold against XSET, more or less.
But I mean, they've got time to work with here. I mean, they are pretty much smack dead center in this next circle, or in this circle.
Speaking of XSET.
And they're in the next one. There we go. But now we're seeing the fight breaking down to XSET here. Take a look at the map. For the teams that don't stop, it's going to be BDM pushing into XSET, and that's the Vikendi factor right there. Pushing into a compound you think is free, rolling on up, and have a welcome party there for you. XSET just played that beautifully, and that is multiple members of BDM down. Seeing another fight breaking out as well between Execute and looks like Alpha 7 Swagwin, who put up such a stellar performance in game number 1. See if he can replicate that here in game number 2. Got to get the full squad back up and fighting. The Fame Boys and crew got the work cut out for them.
This is an important fight to win for either of these squads because this river is cutting halfway through, that they're right next to, this compound is halfway through the map, and they're going to potentially need to use it to cross, and they don't want to have to worry about any team stabbing them in the back when they run across, and so that's why you can tell that they're going aggressive onto this engagement. Plus, there's a low risk of third-partying from this time, at this position, at this time in the game. So it's really the perfect opportunity just to take a clean 4v4. Alpha 7 back as 4. The revive was confirmed. Right down the door, just opening that up for the sightline. And now Execute continuing to wrap around.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7 playing this really slow. Look at the way they position themselves here in this building. They're creating dual lines of sight. So that if you go in there, it's a blender. It is a meat grinder. If you are Kill Switch or one of the members that Execute, you move in that way, they are holding these angles. They've identified where Execute can push them from, and they're just making sure to hold it down. This is a trap ready to be sprung. The question is Execute going to be, and I'll use the term foolish enough because it would be foolish to spring this one.
You can tell Kill Switch is running around trying to bait something out. He's priming a grenade, perhaps trying to use a sound cue to get Alpha 7 to react in some way, but I love that they sent its fate around onto the side to give Overwatch, to give a flank sight line. Those are big windows in that building. Alpha 7 are aware of it where they're currently standing, but who knows what happens once the fight breaks out. Kill Switch still has those grenades. He might still be looking for that initial knock once he starts throwing them in. But like I said, they don't have to worry too much about timing. They have a little bit of time to play around with, which is why they're not just rushing in full bedlam.
Yeah, they're not going too aggressive here. And again, we have perfect vision. We can see the minimap. We know that there is nobody really close to them. They're in a solid position here at this point. Like you said, nobody's going to third party. They can let this fully play out. But again, I love the trigger discipline from Alpha 7. They are statues. Medusa wandered on in, turned them all to stone. They have not moved a muscle. They are waiting. The patience from this squad, I respect the crap out of it. This is fantastic. And Execute, they don't quite know how to deal with this. Zute is trying to find another crazy angle to maybe try and set this up, and he's not been punished for it. This is actually big. This is where the grenades really could come into play here. Execute are realizing they need to surround this. That's the only way to break this down, is to try and find some additional angle. And here, Zute's looking to prime it. What can he do?
Ooh, tried to bait something out. I don't know if he can get spotted by V2 behind that wall with the third-person camera, but doesn't make it. That's such a slim little area that he has to make it through. Second one finds it, forces V2 to move.
There we go. Those are the shots. Zute was the linchpin. There we go. And how do you disarm the trap? One wire at a time. Cut the red one, Zute. Cut the red one. And this is the opportunity for the rest of the team to try and move in, but Execute cannot go too aggressively here. They do have the first down. Fate is trying to find the opening, and they are going to be able to secure this first kill. It's Fate will be able to do it, but that's their outside flanker moving on in. And this is Alpha 7 slowly but surely getting torn apart. They're going to try and reposition, try to find those additional angles that they had set up before. Fame Boys on the outside, so Swagwin is going to look for that. The Fate priming a nade of their own. They can hear the footsteps. This is Execute now, just trying to identify where everybody is so the nades can push on in. But nice bank on the outside, but there it is. Law goes down as well, and that's the opening camera, and here comes Execute.
So much utility thrown in. It took a while, but once Execute, they ran all the calculations, ran all the numbers, and they had a perfect blueprint in their head, in their mind, of what it looked like on the inside, and they knew exactly where to throw those grenades. Alpha 7 You said it was a trap that they had set, but at some point they needed to make a play on their own because the Wolves were circling. The Sharks were circling on in. And once that first grenade opened up, once Zute got that first tag, first knock, it all just fell apart from there.
I think actually that was the moment. When V2 saw that nade not go through the window and explode on the outside, he needed to make the initiative to reposition.
Yes.
He just waited for that second one.
Throw a grenade back.
You should never have gotten a second chance to throw that grenade. Zute, I don't know what he had for breakfast, what circle gods he prayed to, but that was a situation that probably shouldn't have happened there. I understand the discipline and I praise the discipline, but when you see everything start to unravel before your eyes and you don't take the initiative, that's what happens. A clean 4-0 wipe. Speaking of wipes, B4, Pedro finally going down for that team as we're starting to see squads get chipped away here. Team Queso were able to take out or help take out Wildcard during all of that excitement. But now, because of the work that Execute put in early, look at this next circle, Cameron. They are in a fantastic position. They won the war for the compound, and now they get to plant their flag.
Yeah. There's a lot of action that was happening on the west side that we were paying attention to while watching that Execute Alpha 7 engagement. And Queso, I think they're the best team to come out on top just looking at their positioning, but they are going to have to continue to push in. There are a number of teams here. Knights getting more and more wounded by the second. It's just Jet standing, if I'm not mistaken, to try and push through the entirety of metagaming by himself. Still only the 2 kills from Loops. Can he pick up at least one more? Gazmi is pushing a little isolated, I say that. Abdu was wrapping from the other side, so it was all safely done using the numbers advantage that they had in that engagement.
That was a really solid bounce. The bank off the windowsill with that first grenade, really. I mean, that was, you talk about the sliver, that was really another one of those prime examples. And being able to throw grenades, I mean, a lot of these pros, they go into first person to do it, which is really interesting. Like, they leverage all the tools they have at their disposal. To move that, he just jump off. Snowmobile, let it roll.
I think that
shots. That
was a spectator, I think.
Okay, that's fine. I was gonna say that was like this. That's like something out of the Mission Impossible movie, and I'm all for it.
At that speed, he would have taken some damage as well, I think.
Oh, he absolutely would have, for sure. I was very confused. In any case, what I'm not
meta?
about, or I'm a little confused about, is this positioning for meta here. Once again, pushing into another squad. This time it's Brazilian Rampage. The aggressors in, with they're being pressured from both sides? How did meta put themselves in that position? Because now Team Queso is here, and the fight is not going to stop. They just witnessed meta get absolutely demolished doing it, but part of the reason they got demolished is because they were the one third-partying it. So now they're bringing the party to you. Move over, Hulk. Team Queso is here.
Ooh, Marco coming from the side. Him securing Sentry is crucial in continuing this fight because Nitsumed got knocked. And now it is just 2 members remaining of Brazilian Rampage on the roof. Queso are flooding over like a wave of melted cheese.
That's a visual right there. But they got to keep going. They got to secure these kills because the blue is ticking away. The boy's going, oh yes, he is going to go down. Marco, the last one standing. He sees teammates in front of him, not going to be able to get either of them back up. He's got to keep himself alive at this point. A little bit of a heal opportunity, Garcia, but no, he goes down. Where's the last member from Team Queso? What is going on? Garcia's just got to run. But on the outside, it is Axel. The last player standing who didn't commit to the fight actually got in and walked away the victor. It was a bloody brawl between these 2 teams, but Team Queso, leaving 1 man on the outside, is able to survive just a little bit longer. But now, making it into this final circle situation with only 1 is going to be so much harder, especially when you have the full squads of defeaters and XSET right in front of you. And XSET looking to be in a pretty good position here. Everybody on the outside, only a couple teams in the middle, and these are those teams right here, Cameron.
Ooh, Cat trying to save Nova's chances. They had such a good position in the circle, but here comes the rest of Execute Fame Boys once again playing. Another member on the outside. Oh, that could have been close, but Cat is holding the line. He's calling the rotation, and he is saving his team, but can he pick up? Can he revive Starlight and AZ to pick them, the entire squad, back up to a group of 3 defeaters? Are smelling blood, and they're pushing over here. Cat might not have the opportunity, but defeaters are going a little slow onto this because they're worried about the angle that XSET on top of the hill are currently holding.
Yeah, with AZ going down, they're right to fear. It looks like Starlight will be able to get picked up there. And for the record, Fame Boys, I don't hate you for going for it. If you had gotten that vehicle kill, if you would wipe the squad, like I'm posting that clip forever. Like you never want to be famous. That's how you get it done right there. I appreciate the gusto. Didn't quite work out that time, but oh my goodness, gotta love watching these NA teams go toe to toe. as Loops are pushing in now on the outside, and the last remaining member of Team Queso, Axial's going for it. But wait, the vehicle shots going in there. Hang on a second. That's multiple members down. Axial was actually able to win that. He's going to blow up the vehicle, give us a little bit of cover. Kayowski is going in, going to try and secure this, get some redemption for his squad. Axial not having time to heal, not having time to even reload. Maybe jumps over him, but doesn't quite get the shot. Loops stay alive just a little bit longer, but my goodness, Team Queso not wanting to say die so easily, and now Loops is in a terrible position.
Ooh, Creo. No, okay, does get knocked. Federal does bleed out, giving at least one more point for Queso, and now I think it's just one remaining for Loops. It's going to be Kayowski there. It's also going to be Rand from the Unnamed trying to walk across the water. The blue is dealing a lot of damage, but he doesn't want to move too aggressively or else HQA will hear him. But he's going to die if he doesn't. He has one first aid kit. He spots one. Take the shot, take the kill, get the point, but no, it took way too long.
And he waited just a second too long, and now his potential, he's just gonna die. And Kiwang's actually they're gonna get the kill on him as well, but this is opening opportunity for Raven to push on. He's trying to thirst the kill, and he's actually gonna be able to take the team down. Oh my goodness, the team play from the Unnamed actually comes out on top. I would say a huge misplay from HQA there in that situation. That was a 2v3, one player on the outside. I know how that started too. Man, I want to say a little bit of a comedy of errors, but got to give props to Raven, the veteran, for holding strong through that. But looking at this next circle, Cameron, he still has a ways to go.
He does. The Unnamed were in a tricky situation there. I think HQA tried to take control of that bridge, but control got away from them, and it really was that small window of time with the combination of the damage and the blue. To allow Raven to clutch that out. Play that again, I don't think it works out exactly in that same way. But nonetheless, can Raven get higher than 5th place? I'm going to call a solid no for that one because he has to run a far distance as he called out into this circle. But XSET, Defeaters, and Nova are likely all going to be fighting each other, especially XSET here. They don't want to give any opportunities for these squads to push in, and pushing over a road is bad enough as it is without Angry throwing grenades right on top of you.
I have to give some props out. You know, I have to give some props to Defeaters. They made it into another one of these near final circle situations. The 7th circle, all 4 members alive. I think they have like 7 kills as well. I gotta give them some props. Ghosty goes down to the play zone again, though. Again, right on the edge, taking damage from shots, then wandering back into the blue. That shouldn't be happening. And now he's just gonna die on the outside still. So what? Now they had an advantage. They had 4 players. That advantage is gone. Now they're trying to send it in. But XSET with the circle are going to be able to lay down the fire. And Angry is going to have an angle here as well. But this is creating an opportunity for Nova to push it on the outside. Defeater's not looking for the backfill, Cameron. This is a potential disaster for them as Starlight is going off. Nice shots. He is probably going to go down here to the shots coming in from XSET, but still throwing a spanner in the works for Defeaters. Nice job there from Nova, as we do see Cat with the heel strat on the back.
Bishop trying to keep his team's hopes alive, but it really is just XSET versus a bunch of solos at this point. That push was so difficult, Nova called it. They didn't want to run across the road, which is why they had Cat in the back. And they're able to climb a placement because of it. And if Rand goes out soon, if XSET look towards not even Rand, but Kayovski's position, he could climb up 1 or 2 more, but I think time is running low for him. But at this point, it's all going to be, oh, I lied. He has 13 first aid kits. Cat is doing perfectly fine.
I mean, they really stacked up. I mean, we weren't sure Raven was going to get top 5. But Raven actually did a fantastic job of snaking his way. He hit the short end of the circle, and he was taking full advantage of the chaos that was being created by that Defeater's rotation. XSET were not really looking over in that position, which allowed Raven to slowly but surely move his way in, but XSET are pushing in, and who is there? It's Kayowski with the shots, able to get the first down, but here's the loop around onto the loop's member, and that is going to be the pickup. The sheer weight of numbers that XSET still had at their disposal, but my goodness, loops did not go out quietly.
Yeah, a lot of damage. That's why they stacked 3 people in, which at any other point in the game, against a full lobby would be very, very risky, but that's the only way to take that 3v1 evenly. Joey could get picked up if Angry's able to push in here, and because of the shots of Raven, they know exactly where he is. XSET, they're not in the circle, but they do have the man advantage. They do have the resources to use to surround him, and Cat, he's just healing away. He's fine. Can we look how many he has left? I think he's down to like 9, maybe 7?
Probably. I doubt he still has that many. Maybe down to 5 or 6. Now Raven's going to try and power through as well. Oh, this is just XSET sitting, staring in. Cat slowly but surely making his way in. But this is just going to be a waiting game now. Who has more meds stacked up as the blue continues to push between the Unnamed and Nova Esports. XSET is going to secure themselves the chicken dinner. Angry finding the angle and the headshot. Well, nothing Ahmed can do about that at this point. And congrats to Nova for an incredible second place finish, surviving against all odds, allocating their resources correctly. And props to XSET. Oh my goodness, wasn't the highest kill game we've ever seen, only racking up 5, but their positioning, staying together as a squad, really allowed them to secure that chicken dinner.
Yeah, it wasn't the hardest game for them to do so, and it does show in the points overall in terms of kills, because so much of the action was happening on that west side of all the teams on top of that mountain that were then, wait, let's see if I can't mirror to you guys, on the left side, that on top of that hill that were then pushing down into them. XSET just had to pick off 1 or 2 surviving players, and because of that, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of the kill points sort of spread more evenly amongst the entire leaderboard.
Yeah, I think what was really cool about that game is that we saw a ton of little pockets of fighting and fights that were actually able to be, executed all the way. I'm looking towards execute as well in that one. They were actually able to have a full team fight. We saw some third partying coming in, but in a lot of situations, it was more of a mono-a-mono kind of battle there as we saw teams just really test each other, which was a lot of fun to watch. Jason, that was a really exciting game, just seeing those pockets of action.
I got clenched butt cheeks at one point when we saw XSET send it into Kayovsky there, and then you saw 1 player was already down and the 2 players left in the car were like super low HP. I was saying, there's no way Kayovsky, he can't take 4 players down in like 1 magazine. And then sure enough, he almost takes 3 players down in 1 magazine, and I got really scared for XSET there. But then at the end, they have to have been wondering, like, guys, where's everyone else? Where's the last opponents? Why? Hello, game? Why is it taking so long? But still, credit to Cat to just heal strat out forever. I'm sure the announcers are going to go straight into that one as we send you 2 off for a quick break. Cameron, don't miss me too much, because I'll be missing you. You too, and Barum as well. Don't worry, I don't want you to feel left out. But I do have our experts coming back in as we do talk about things here. And first of all, we're going to have to talk about XSET off. What song? I missed you guys. It's funny.
I miss you too, man.
You and Cameron.
He's, I'm warming up to him, I think. It's taken, World League. It's taken halfway of Americas, but finally, I think him and Aaron are getting on a good point. Just like XSET are on a good point as well. They give themselves a chicken dinner here and a much-needed victory. I know they've been slowly, steadily grinding away. They've improved from the first week to the second, but for them to get a chicken dinner here, albeit with only 5 kills, 7, that has to feel good for Juicy and the boys.
Oh yeah, this is something that team needs, honestly. Keep in mind, they have a new player in Joey, and they're having to teach him a lot of stuff. So it's good to see that throughout time, they're becoming better and better. And with Juicy being just such a great IGL, as you're seeing the ranking right there on your screen, with Juicy being such a great IGL, the more time you give him, the more gameplay that he gets to watch from other players and other teams. Guess what? They're going to just continue to improve. So love to see it there. 20 points total for them. Nova Esports, as you mentioned it, they heal off. Glitter, you know what? The heal off they went from possibly being in 5th place, if I'm not mistaken, to 2nd place, Glitter.
Yeah, honestly, Cat put in some work for his squad. I mean, not only that, but they had 7 kills leading up to that point where Cat had to heal strat, and he was able to get them so many more placement points because of it, which is going to be a huge overall boost to Nova in the rankings. The Unnamed, once again, doing well for themselves up here on this first page. A huge game for them. 6 kills, 10 placement points. That's definitely going to be a nice cushion for that top 16 position. But Defeaters, literally, guys, we called them out for being at the very bottom of the rankings, and we're now 2 games in where they have finished on the first page with a decent amount of points both times. I mean, these are huge performances for the Defeaters. I just, maybe we're psychic, I don't know, but Loops, Queso, Brazilian Rampage, and Execute rounding out the top 8. And I mean, not a lot of placement points from Queso, but once again, 7, they're going in with that aggression, pulling down 6 kills.
Yep, and that's what we've been used to seeing out of them. And the confidence that team had was amazing, as we do here. See the second page, helping Quit Addiction with 6 points, Metagaming with 4, BDM Esports there with 3, Pittsburgh Knights with 3, B4 Esports once again getting super close to that 0-point match, and I would have hated to see it again. 19 Esports, a team that definitely needs points, especially this week. If they want to see any more action there going towards the finals, they need to step it up a big way. 0 points, Wildcard Gaming, 0 points, Alpha 7 Esports, 0 points as well. But yeah, what a match. What a crazy match too.
We got Alpha 7, Chicken Dinner Game 1, second match, 0 points. I swear they were cosplaying B4 or something, because that's really unfortunate for them to have such a high and such a low, but we've seen B4 do this time and time again. BDM, special shout out to them. showing they're not afraid of anyone. They take on B4 early. They down 3 players. Pedro escapes with his tail between his legs, but they still at least show some dominance, as well as defeaters, as you're talking about, Glitter, you know, the psychicness of us, I guess it seems, because they took on, yeah, it wasn't like a G25, it wasn't a Queso, but they took on 19 Esports, took the fight early, placed really well as well. The only problem is they were about 100 points behind 17th place, so they still have a long grind ahead of them. But one team who maybe has turned this long grind into a shorter grind, of course, is going to be XSET. Now, you want to take a look at their first week stats compared to their second week stats, because they have been improving week in and week out, and I think maybe from so far what we've seen, 7, that pace might continue into week 3.
Yeah, and definitely, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is their first win. So this is something huge that they needed. As you are seeing there, on your left is going to be week 1, on your right is going to be week 2. The improvements on kills, the improvements on knocks, the improvement on damage done and damage received, obviously we mentioned it over and over again. Once the damage goes up, once they end up getting more kills, the damage received is going to go up as well. The assists too, the amount of assists, the whole awareness of the team is a lot better. And I think it just comes down to them playing more. As I was having a conversation there with Juicy last time, a couple days back, he was telling me that now with the more time they're able to put in, with him having to, in a way, train Joey, because he is the new player to that squad. Remember, Juicy, Nico, and Angry have been playing before for what you could say a long time in this scene. They don't really have to worry about that much stuff. So overall, I think everything's starting to fall in place here. And this is where you kind of want to start seeing that peak, right? About the halfway point is when you want to see improvements, and we've seen a lot of improvements from them. We saw, by the way, that right there, I think that was a 15-game kill for them. They didn't end up with the chicken dinner, but I think they ended up in 2nd place or 3rd place, if I'm not mistaken, on that Miramar match. So you can see that they have the fragging power, they have the skills, and I think with this team, it can be very scary, especially if they continue this route, Glitter.
Yeah, and weren't we kind of talking about it earlier, 7, or last week at least, saying that it almost felt like they were way too passive in week 1, and when they started to kind of commit to those aggressive engagements, that it worked out better for them, and it just felt better for their squad overall, and obviously the results are starting to speak for themselves.
Well, we looked at some of their highlights, but let's take a look at our Mountain Dew game feel moments from our last match now and kind of get an idea of what all did go down, because honestly, it seemed like this game just didn't slow pace. There was fighting non-stop from so many different teams here, 7, that I really didn't know who would really, in the end, come out on top.
The action that we saw, the strategy that we saw here with Dadin and PK, this was interesting. Something that Paul and Cameron were able to mention is how PK didn't really go for the thirst right away here on Dadin. In the future, I want to see them go for that thirst, because Dadin, this whole time, while he was there laying down, he was relaying messages back to his teammates. And if Loops would have decided to actually push there, I think Loops wouldn't actually been able to outgun them, outskill them up close and personal, and I think Loops would have ended up winning that engagement. Sadly, it didn't happen. We do see here 19 Esports getting into some fights, and later on we're going to be doing a telestration between Execute and Alpha 7, because that was just oh my gosh, the way it took so long. We always say don't take on long fights, but the way they were able to show their patience, I think that's the key word right there, their patience. Keep in mind, a lot of players from Execute are very, very new, very young, and usually they tend to lack that patience. They get a little bit impatient here and there, especially when you have one of the top fraggers from PMCO North America. The way that we're able to kind of just take over this compound, kill Alpha 7, was wonderful to see, Glitter.
Yeah, and then now we're actually going to be seeing Team Queso, and this is what I was talking about a little bit. Queso able to pull down another 6 kills. I feel like they're almost purposefully not really focusing on those placement points right now, because they don't necessarily need them. I think they're almost testing which levels of aggression work out for them, how they want to take engagements, whether it's splitting their players up, going off into solo situations, and just kind of seeing what everybody can handle and possibly testing out the waters for those finals that we're going to be moving into. But it is definitely, I don't know if haphazard is the right word for it for Queso, but it feels like a little bit more haphazard a team. And that engagement right there, and we were watching between the Unnamed pushing out. I mean, we watched that, 7, and I almost felt like Ran kind of struggled a little bit getting some easy kills on HQA when he was right under the bridge.
Yeah, and those are shots. Let's be honest. Let's call it about what it is. Those are shots he has to hit. especially when the player from the other team was out in the open. So unlucky stuff, but you see there, Kayovsky, oh, it was scary, man. That last push was scary. And you got to give him credit. He healed off for one of the longest times that I've seen any player heal off from. And something I wanted to mention about Brazilian Rampage when they got into the fight with Team Queso, and I think this is something a lot of teams need to be aware of, is their indecisiveness. With Brazilian Rampage, they had players knock from Team Queso, but instead of finishing those knocks, instead of getting those kills, getting those points for those kills, we saw them hesitate a little bit because the blue zone was on them. They wanted to go push towards the circle. Listen, at that point, focus on the kills. You need to focus on those kills because every kill equals 1 point.
That is true. That is mathematically true, and those points can come up to decipher, to decide if you're in 16th place or not, as we take now a look at our total damage and see the damage numbers across the board here for all these teams, though I almost wish we had a healing graphic here, because I'm pretty sure Cat Nova would probably be #1 on the board, but we can see that, of course, Execute taking 2nd place in damage, actually Defeaters, for one of the first times, taking #1 in damage here, Glitter.
Yeah, this is impressive for Defeaters, but this is also, I feel like, a relatively lower damage game that we've seen in a while, especially when we started off the day with the amount of damage that we saw coming out of some of the squads. But this is strong for Defeaters. They had, you know, the highest damage, almost the highest amount of kills in the entire match. And this is not the squad that we saw playing for the past 2 weeks. So I don't know what change they made. You even said at the top of the show, Jason, sometimes it's the one day. They can just fix everything they need to fix in one day. And we are definitely seeing a playstyle change that's working out way better for Defeaters this time around.
Yeah, the only unfortunate part is that's a long grind they have to pull off to be consistent, to be able to get back up into the leaderboard. But you know what, Seven, you already talked about it before. I got to see it live, but I want to see it again. You follow me over on Instagram. I would love to see it another time. No, actually, I want to see you break down the segment we were talking about here between Alpha 7 and Execute.
It is GOATS time. Now, before I even start the clip, I want you to look up here on the top left. Look at the angle my boy It's Fate is going to have. Remember right here where Sute is going to be, because Sute is going to start rotating behind the building. And something I actually wanted to knock off Sute on is that he was trying to be sneaky, but he wasn't actually as sneaky as we've seen other players be. And something that it reminded me of is Unnamed right there. Like, you can kind of see him running. He has the gun out. He has everything out. And then at one point, he decides to crouch and then take out the pen and start being sneaky. Listen, at that point, Sute, my boy, it's too late. They seen the footsteps. They know where you're at. So luckily, everything working out here for them. I enjoyed Kill Switch going back and forth for a second. I thought he was being maybe a little bit impatient and they were just going to go for it. But I loved the patience they were able to show here. Then you're going to have Sute throwing some grenades, starting to do some damage. That first one didn't go through. The second one, it kind of forced V2 to kind of push out, which allowed him to knock out Matis. And then at that point, something I really enjoyed is how quick Fate was able to just crash into this building and just go for it.
Definitely loves the word crashing.
Come up out of nowhere. And now, one thing I am going to have to go here is I'm just going to have to let it play because my tool, for some reason, decided to crash. So you're going to be able to see there just the collectiveness from Execute, how they were able to push together, the angles they were able to get to. You see Fame Boys there towards the end. They're able to get angles. They're able to just start parkouring in a way and get to that second floor and not just try to go from the stairs. Because remember, more than likely, Alpha was just gonna be waiting for them. The way everything was executed there, from the grenades, from the push, from just the overall teamwork here, Glitter, love to see it.
Yeah, honestly, some of the nades that were coming in through the windows there, that is what made that push up for them so much easier. And I mean, that was just a clean fight. And I think that that's a strong start that they need to the day, especially after kind of changing up the roster a little bit last week.
Last thing I'll ask here for you, Seven, because I'm playing devil's advocate. If they were not allowed to play as slow as they actually were able to there, expecting more teams to be third party in this fight, do you think it still would have gone their way? Or do you think they would have been rushed in a decision they weren't ready to make and then potentially have lost out on some players?
what you just said. They would have been rushed into a decision that it would have ended bad, because V2, honestly, V2 and the Alpha 7 squad was defending that very well. And something we're talking with Hot Jukes as we're watching this is that they were defending different angles as well. With Sute being able to kind of flank around, even though he wasn't the sneakiest that he could have been, he ended up working on their favor. But if they would have had to do it a little bit faster, yeah, I think it would have went completely opposite.
Well, you know what? Speaking of going a little bit faster, we're going to have to go a little bit faster ahead to the commercial break right now, because our next game is getting ready in just a few moments. So after we finish this, we're going to be kicking off our third match here, going over to Sanhok. We'll see you soon.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call, fuel your path to Winner Chicken Dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
Well, I told you we had to speed things up, and that's why you're seeing our lovely commentators already here on the screen. You can see our schedule there as well, as we're going over to Sanhok, and Group C will be sitting out. But that also means we get to see the likes of G25, Ace1, Cloud9 all back in the mix here, and Viram and Cameron, the man himself, Davis. I don't know where I was going with that. I feel like I'm now building you up way too much.
No, that's fine.
Viram's going to hate me. But this is interesting because, again, maybe just to focus on defeaters, this team has so far into their 2 matches placed into top 5 2 times. They got a second place in one game and a 5th place in another. Now, the question is, if we were to be completely honest about this, and Viram, would you say this is them on track to break into top 16? Or, I don't want to say necessarily a fluke, but okay, let's go this angle. Do you think this is a pace they can maintain from what we've seen in the first 2 weeks?
So even if they maintain this pace, it's not enough. So they're able to get themselves into these later situations, but they still need to be able to rack up more kills. They had more in that last game, which was great. I think they had 7 kills when they won that. Maybe it was 8. They picked up that one Nova member there at the end, but they still need to be able to do a little bit more than that. Top 5, 8 kills is stellar, but they need some like 16 kill chicken dinners if they want to be able to get themselves back up into that top 16. So while I really appreciate what they're doing now, get yourself there, yes, but then also get some more kills.
And Cameron, it's not like that 100 points separating them is a set 100 points, right? That goalpost will keep moving away from you or towards you depending on how you do.
Exactly. Even though we've removed the guaranteed 1 point at the very bottom, what are the chances that we're going to see a team that they're trying to chase get 0 points game after game after game after game again? So you really have to plan. The best way to plan is around points per game, and that's just an entirely difficult calculation that is all up in the air and very difficult to do. But point is, do what Paul said. Get those kills. Actually start getting kills. Even if you make it to the top 5, some kills would be nice to add on top.
I do wonder if they're slightly focused on the teams who are directly above them in the ranks to like hold them down as they kind of pull themselves up at the same time. The thing is, there's still so many teams they'd have to do that to if they ever want to break through into the top 16. But you know what? They have a game off anyway, so we don't need to talk about them too much. But we do have new teams coming in, and we have our 3rd match ready to go. So boys, take us away. We're going to Sanhok.
Thank you so much, Jason. And look, we can use defeaters here as a barometer. Just because you are a team that's not in the top 16 doesn't mean you can't claw your way back up. And you don't necessarily have to be quite that far down, or even any of these squads. I think it's still good to see that a squad that's outside the top 16 can still make it to top 5, can still get some kills, can still compete. That, to me, is my biggest takeaway from this. I am really happy for them as a squad to be able to show up and say, do this. And also from a morale standpoint, like, it would be really easy to come into week number 3 and go, oh man, we're not doing great. Like, whatever, we'll just like have some. No, they're going, they're giving her Cameron, and that's what I respect.
I haven't been convinced by defeaters.
Sure, I'm not here to
placements.
convince you.
I know. I guess that's my biggest point. I just want to make that clear. I don't think that those top finishes they weren't very confident top finishes. They got 4 kills, second place in the first game, and that was such a chaotic game. On paper, you don't want to fault them too much, but with coming out with such a deficit on the leaderboard in general, it doesn't point in a good direction. 6 kills in the second game was better, sure. But I don't know. I still have yet to see them really try and take control of the situation, and them not pushing over onto Nova or really trying to do anything against XSET in that final game sort of speaks to that.
Look, again, I still think it's good to just generate some hope. That's all I'm saying. Not necessarily for them, but also for some other squads as well, because they were coming into today with only 80 points, which was obviously that's quite a mountain to climb. But in any case, let's jump into our next game here. And already we're seeing some potential for early action. If there's a squad we know is going to take a fight, look for kills, what we asked for, Cameron, it's meta gaming. This is a squad that has been impressing me since day number 1. I think Team Queso probably going to just light loot, back up, reset here. But if Luquitas, he gets blood in the water, I would not be surprised to see meta play a little bit more aggressively here because they have that killer instinct. They know what their win condition is.
They're not the only ones with that win condition. Queso is also one of the most aggressive early game teams, and they might want to meet them part way with this fight. Problem is, holding those warehouses and even trying to push from those warehouses into Lobster or Boot Camp, the main building there, is incredibly difficult. And so, while it is a little shocking to see Queso retreat from an engagement, in this scenario it actually makes perfect sense, and especially because their other teammates are basically dead center. These, not other teammates, actually their entire squad are dead center of this circle. It's slightly northern, but just north of Boot Camp is where they can just hold it down and let everyone else fight for once.
And I mean, let's be real. Letting other folks start the fight and coming on in and being able to be the cleanup crew feels pretty good. So we'll see if that's going to be the call here or if there's going to play this pretty. I have to say, there are almost every single team is already in the circle. We literally have 3 teams that aren't fully in the circle already here at this stage in the game. And yeah, that's pretty common for Sanhok, especially if you get a more centralized circle like we're seeing now. But still, this could help slow down and stabilize the insanely chaotic times we often do see here on this map, just because everybody is crammed in here so close. It will depend on how much teams want to jostle for additional position now that they're already in. They don't want to start on the edge and continue to have to move. I'm looking particularly towards teams, well, Cloud9's not a bad example, but like G25, the Unnamed, and Klaze. Those are some of the ones, yes, as you see on your screen, that are getting pretty darn close to each other. And especially with a bridge as a junction, well, that could get spicy.
Unnamed, they're a team that's going to have to cross that bridge. And so you can see them just putting a lot of their informational efforts across the way, trying to see what the other side looks like. I don't know if they're scouting out because G25 are holding. This is such a powerful compound holding people out of that northwest island. But in turn, their attention is now on the Cloud9. Some shots ring out back and forth. And this distraction, if the Unnamed are able to recognize that, could take this as an opportunity to cross. But that is assuming that Cloud9 and G25 put significant effort towards each other beyond the occasional shot or two.
Yeah, and we'll see if they want to go this early. We're still not even 5 minutes into this first game, Cameron, and already hearing those shots ringing out. We'll see just how aggressive the Unnamed does want to get. As we're jumping now on board with Ace and BDM. A few shots back and forth here as well, and focusing. They're going to look down towards Rafa. We've seen Rafa go clutch time and again for BDM. This is one of these players that I've been really impressed seeing here, but he is not in a fantastic position. The rest of his team is going to have to put in some work to try and get him out, if they can at all.
Oh, that grenade was so close. If that rock wasn't
that
there,
one was closer.
He would have been dead.
Mortars? Did we sign up for mortars? We signed up for mortars. Apparently, this one we put in the order. It was delivered right on time. Thank you, Ace, for bringing that to the lobby. 6
Someone
grenades.
left the red zone
5
on
grenades.
settings.
I think committed to that kill.
It was a lot, but it was worth it.
Yeah, because now BDM can do nothing. They have to completely rethink their game plan now. They're in a fantastic position in terms of the circle overall, but they have to totally back up and reset now.
Yeah, such an unfortunate turnaround from their successful first few games. And well, last week we saw them at the top of show as the big movers, a big climb up. Still not in a safe position, but it was definitely looking like they were going in a good direction. Unfortunately, this time the direction is going to be away from Ace. They still have 3 up, and it's Sanhok, so there's a real possibility that they can stay alive and continue to get some sort of control. Control and Sanhok don't necessarily mix very well. They have a tentative relationship. It's like a friend of a friend of a friend that you've had maybe a conversation or two and you meet at a party.
It's kind of awkward, but you vaguely know what's going on.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of like how Starlight vaguely knows that he is in for a world of hurt if he continues to push in because Nova is not fully here. We'll see if Nico's going to be able to be here to back up Juicy. Oh, wow. Okay, well, that's one way to spring a trap. Juicy with the instant reset, instant reposition. Starlight pushes on out. Nico is there to back him up. And that was just XSET going off. And now AZ's on the outside, but the rest of the team is collapsing on in. You can see the minimap. Nova was just so spread out here. They had an inkling that XSET was in position. And now G-Fan, I'm getting memories all the way back to the PMWL, to Vikendi, and G-Fan running away. I said, don't kill this man. Let him live. Let him live, I said. But this time, he does. This time, G-Fan makes it out alive.
Nova's approach on that compound was actually pretty good, all things considered. That is the way that you sort of more or less want to approach a compound that you're trying to move through, trying to loot up, but you also need to at least be aware a little bit of a team potentially hiding in place. But XSET, they had the perfect trap and they were able to execute perfectly upon that. It really wasn't a mistake on Nova's part. I just want to make that clear. But unfortunately, Sanhok giveth, Sanhok taketh away.
Yeah, I mean, they had a good little thought process there, and I was a little worried there for XSET because Nico was in a position where he could help, but like once you step foot in that room with Juicy, you have to have so much confidence in him to win that 1v1 because that's the domino. If that falls in the rest of the buildings, you can just slowly just take over that compound at range. And the way Nico was positioned, he couldn't immediately go and help out there. So I got to give a lot of props to XSET for their execution and for their trust. I mean, again, these are players. These are old school veterans in the NA scene, and they're really starting to step up and come into their own. And I'm really happy to see it. But still, Nova, technically alive, but G-Fan has his work cut out for him.
He's not in a good position in this circle either. Sort of makes matters worse. But we can check in on him later. We'll see what happens in the kill feed. For his survival, for his final run in this game. But now Influence Rage. They're pushing up on another compound. Ace already took out one member of BDM, pushed themselves forward a little bit, but Influence are coming from the Bond area, actually south of this. Might not have heard that engagement, but looks like there's a spot. A little bit of a itchy trigger finger there. I think Kudozen could have waited just a moment before going loud, and now Influence Rage. They have the information. They know that there is at least a little bit of a threat and can reset off of that.
I mean, Durso wasn't being subtle. Cardozen was less so.
Yeah.
I mean, Durso was making a lot of noise, but though you weren't going to hit those shots. You had an opportunity to get it done. And now, INF have a total opportunity to try and reset around this. C9 could potentially play third party, though the way this hill is exposed. Loves is moving in as well. So there's a little bit of a timer on this engage here. This Mafioso, though, has eyes up and eyes immediately down. That's Durso, lands that headshot. That's the opening frag that they need, Cameron.
Ooh, prepping the grenade as well to follow it up. He was able to land that. That's a hard angle to hit. But nonetheless, it was still such an amazing knock to start things off. Smokes come out from Ace to try and pick their downed boy up. Try to remain as a full squad of 4 as they push in through the night. Some shots ringing out to make sure that Influence do not push up at that hill so they can get the revive, but NTX rolling closer and closer to this. We're gonna back off. Oh no, but wait, they can't back off. Who's shooting at them?
Cloud9. I said it, Cameron. I said they have a timer on this fight. They need to execute. Durso was able to pick up the kill, though. I think the nade got him down just far enough that he did bleed out. So they did pick up that point at least. But now they're potentially pinched. The tree cover is the only thing really keeping them in this. And I have to say, if you're Ace, I mean, you owe Cloud9 a tasty, refreshing Mountain Dew after that one because they just bought you a lot of time.
Where can Influence go now? They still have 4 up. Cloud9 weren't able to get a knock, neither were Ace, but now you can tell that they're in a weird, tricky situation. There's a compound just north of them that they might be pushing towards, but no, they're going to just grab a bike instead. Castile going to be out scouting ahead, and they know that Cloud9 are in Paradise Resort. and they can use the low ground just to the north here to try and break that engagement. It's a lot of trees, and Cloud9, they're taking over a lot of that area. So Influence know that they have a little bit of safety coming in this direction. And I think at this point, wait for the circle to close. We're only a couple of moments away.
Yep. And then make a decision. Because I actually don't hate the initiative that INF is showing here. I mean, if Influence Rage, like, depending on what this next circle looks like, Paradise could be one of the prime pieces of territory. So getting in now, getting in early, especially against C9, who you know is not going to make any unnecessary, risky moves here. I really like this decision to contest, to jostle for this prime piece of real estate. That just shows that they're confident enough in their play to go in and take it. And, I mean, for good measure, they're doing some damage onto C9.
A little bit. Nothing that they can really fully confirm, but Castillo wants to go for this. Yeah, this isn't stay safe under the shadow of Paradise Resort. This is let's push in, let us invade and take over Paradise Resort. That would be a very difficult fight if I'm being honest. It's likely they would just be able to split it, halvesies. But Pyra and Uneven, the entirety of Cloud9 rather, are quite spread. I don't know if they're going to be able to support each other in the way that they thought. They might not be expecting such an aggressive push from Influence, but I think Adder might have spotted them, might have spotted something. And Pyra, he's trying to take point.
Yeah, but this is huge here because they did spot the rotation coming in from Uneven as well. Durso, eyes like a hawk on that one. I really love this, but Pyra is going to look to line this up, and this is just unmitigated aggression from Influence Rage. And if they're able to take down Cloud9 here, they could be doing just that. We'll see as they are pushing on in slowly but surely, making sure they're moving as a duo so they have multiple targets to deal with. Cloud9 is not going to be able to take an easy 1v1, but Pyra not just playing the survivor at this point, but playing point, as the rest of his team is looking to back him up. Bayo looking to try and get himself in position. Adder as well, but the way the terrain is laid out here, Pyra, he's fully exposed. Cameron, he's got a rock, and he's in a hard place.
Spared back away, but what Beowulf? Where? A nice knock. I don't know. Oh, there. Found an angle. A good support there from Cloud9, and now Pyra is going on the aggressive once again. The smoke comes up. He knows that with the knock and the revive, that is potential up to 2 players. Now, not engaged in the fight from Influence Rage. He peeks over, doesn't find the connection. Influence have slowed this down to a screeching halt once that knock happened, and it's giving Cloud9 the opportunity to group up as a core 4 and try and push Influence out, because the circle, somewhat center, somewhat towards the north, Paradise is going to be a big mainstay in this fight, because there's a couple of teams coming up from the south that could have something to do with this engagement, and because of that, Influence and Cloud9 both fully dispersing.
I love this decision from both squads. Knowing the way the circle's rotating, they're going to get collapsed on no problem. They don't want to get third-partied in the midst of that, but I have to give props to Bayo. His shots, I mean, there's one thing to be an in-game leader, but there's another thing to be a leader with your play. He did it there. Pyra was in a terrible situation. There's a very good chance that could completely unravel for C9, but one down completely reset the situation. He pulled his team together in that moment. That's the kind of play I love to see from C9, but also the respect from Influence Rage. This is just top-tier pro gameplay. This is what I love to see. We are seeing right decision after right decision in Cameron. It is so fun to watch.
Right here, the Unnamed still have yet to cross over that bridge. They've gotten close to the bridge itself, and INTZ are now pushing up from the south. The Unnamed might have missed their opportunity because, naturally, by nature of how this game works, there are now more teams in close area to each other. And this could be a bad situation if they cross now. Bucky trying to swim. Takes a couple of shots, forced to go under the water. And Polly, she's pushing forward off of this. INTZ trying to take over ground. To be fair, they're not in a much better situation, but they can at least get damage and get some points onto Unnamed before they have to make the cross themselves.
Yeah, I mean, man, I thought Unnamed would have moved a lot sooner than that, but we'll see as we get into this next fight. Meta and XSET, two of our more aggressive teams, going toe-to-toe here. Abdul looking to try and open that up, and XSET with the double peek around the rock, able to take him down as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade to start off this fight. As guys may take a decent damage from the nades coming in. Nice job from Juicy. They're able to lay down the fire support for the squad. Joey able to try and heal and reset a little bit, but Abdul is still down right up the front, going around. The nades are still coming in. Angry's being left. Juicy not committing to the revive here. They're going aggressive. Cameron is Nico on the wide flank, but let's see if Meta, they've got more numbers here, are going to be able to take him down. Nico has to have his head on a swivel, but he didn't look far enough. That's the additional knock here from Meta. Multiple members of XSET are going down. It's all to Juicy, the player. He didn't get his teammate up. He played this faster and faster, but now it's all unraveling for XSET as Meta is collapsing on him.
That 2v1 push was supposed to work out for XSET. Juicy finally take it down in the end. Meta were able to just stabilize, able to secure this. At XSET, they thought that they had an advantage. If they just went fast and pushed over, they could rip Meta apart at the seams, but they hold down, they hold strong. And that double knock from Luquitas, I believe it was, really being the cornerstone of that fight, of that engagement, just in time for the circle to close on their edge, and they can just push wherever they need to without a worry about being backstabbed.
Fantastic play from Meta. XSET, they had a game plan, but just didn't quite look far enough. Wasn't expecting a player that much further out. So props to Rolex and the crew over at Meta. Luquitas, everyone being able to make that one work. As we come back now to Paradise Resort. And who better to scrap over it than two of the top dogs from NA-C9 and Tempo Storm. Tempo, we know they've been putting in the work with the VOD review. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to trust your shots, what better, Cameron, than just fighting it out over Paradise Resort to prove who's got the better gun skill?
Unnamed, they do get eliminated. We can see where the circle is, not on Paradise Resort. And so Cloud9, they're in a split situation. Do they expect, they might not know that Tempo are here, I can't speak to that, but do they expect a team coming up behind Paradise? It's not an easy place for them to watch at. But down over here towards the north, that Mock Wildcard, I think they've just been chilling out for the longest time.
They're in a great spot.
In the Lumberyard, yeah, they haven't had to have a care in the world. If they can continue to hold 19 out, they could maintain as a decent position.
They're pretty split. They've got two members in this building, and then Sam and Leon are a little bit further out on the other side, more to the west of Tapmock. They got 19 on one side, they got G25 on the other, but G25 is actually getting ripped apart there. Team Case moving in onto them as well, so two of those aggressive South American squads, like we mentioned, cannibalizing each other here at this late state in the game. So, I mean, Pepito's got his work cut out for him. He's got to try and survive, but 19 doesn't have it easy either. Asto, one of the key members for this squad. We saw it in that last game. If he gets taken out early, it is potential collapse here for this team. So jump back on board with the fight I knew was coming in Tempo. And C9, a tale as old as time. As Spec is going to go down. Bale once again lighting things up here with an initial headshot to start that one off as Spec does drop. And Telly on the outside, another NA crew looking to get involved with the big old bolt action, looking to try and line up some shots. I have praised Telly time and again over the course of this tournament. He is an amazing individual fragger. A shot there could have completely changed the face of this fight, Cameron. Another down for Tempo would have been a disaster.
I think it's still a disaster for Tempo either way because they're having to spend time and resources reviving teammates, and they haven't gotten a single knock onto Cloud9. The blue is closing in. Tensa and Rainer wrapping down from the south, but the footsteps are going to be heard. If Cloud9 continue to land their shots like they have been, and I don't think these are going to be difficult shots to land, it should be an easy enough hold. Problem is, it's keeping them from getting themselves in a safer position, but that could be worth it because of the code points that they get off of Tempo.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the blue is going to start to hurt. It is going to start to tick away. And GFan dies to falling, and Nova's eliminated. Ouch! Feels bad, because he was surviving for so long. But Tempo is deciding it is time to pull the trigger on their own. The smokes are laid down to try and pull this one up. Pyra is here. They're right on the outside of the circle. They're not even taking that blue damage. They were able to pull back just far enough. But we'll see if that little bit of ground given to Tempo is enough. But the blue is starting to hurt. Uneven, and C9 played this perfectly, Cameron. The gatekeeping is so strong. Tempo is just being whittled away.
Blue is dealing way too much damage right now. Rain goes down, and the M249 sings a beautiful song for Beowulf. Pushing forward, wants to secure all of these. Play zone gets the knock onto Spec, I believe, so that's potentially point missed out. But then Tensa goes down. It doesn't matter. That is 2 points for Cloud9, but they still have 4 up. BDM lying in wait, taking advantage of this. Gets one knock. Can they maintain any more?
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. C9 so focused on those kills. 1 second of tunnel vision costs them so much. And the blue is going to start to move in. Adder was able to get this off. They realize they're not going to be able to get the revive onto Bayo. Bayo saying, sacrifice me. Leave me be here. Take the first aids. We can reset this. And Neto with that. Adder, the beautiful play to reposition. Great call there from Bayo, leading his team, whether up or down. The calls stand true. So many people falling to their death in the kill feeds. Guys, vehicles are hard. I appreciate that. But oh my goodness, as now the blue is continuing to go. Look at the blue. And players have talked about it on this map, Sanhok. It is so hard to continue to fight because the blue moves just so fast. You have to constantly be proactive, but it is a war zone. And now, Influence Rage, the only team in this next circle, Cameron, Sanhok, has turned into a bloodbath.
What a great rotation by Influence, getting rewarded for it. I wonder how many kills that they have, because a lot of the fights are, as you mentioned, teams that are still trying to crawl in from the blue. And part of that, yes, some teams took too long to fight when they could have otherwise, but other times, where can you go in this circle outside of Influence's Rage's compound? Wildcard are in a little bit of a building themselves. They drop down, but the push from Klaze knocks 2 inside the play zone. Stop taking the blue damage, down to 1 HP, tries to jump around, but Enigma holds true. And I think that there was just enough time, maybe not. Blue's starting to close. Leon, I don't, okay, yeah, back away.
No time.
Give the loot away.
He needed to stick it there. He needed to commit to sticking it there. Those few seconds cost too much. No, go Leon. Take the stuff and go. Take it and go. Take it and go. Leave Sam. Focus on winning the game. And that's what Wildcard's looking to do right now. They're used to playing with 3, so it's not going to be the worst thing ever. But they have a lot of work still cut out for them because Team Queso, the squad on the up and up, the squad looking and out for blood, is right on their flank. Let's see what Leon can do. The nade to line things up, not even close. But now Team Queso's going to have an inkling that they're there. And INF, they're porcupine in the middle, Cameron. They're shooting at everybody all around them. This is our compound to fight, and Wildcard is in a horrible position.
They have to rush forward. They have no information. That grenade that we saw earlier was just trying to clear area to make sure that it's free to go into. They find some cover, but I don't think it's in the circle.
Is it in? Is the shack in?
Just barely, but that shifts away from almost all the hard cover. INF have a small corner of a compound left. Queso go out. Wildcard are still alive, only 2, and they have 5 kills. Influence Rage have, I think they're up to like 8 at this point. Tribe are in, and then there's Rolex from Meta to try and keep things alive. It's going to end on the road. And I don't know how you play this. I really don't. You have to wait for someone else to move first and try and pick up that kill, because otherwise you're just going to run into a meat grinder. But if no one moves...
You lay down enough smokes and hope.
Maybe?
Rolex can do some damage on the outside. But you can see NTX looking at him. They know he's there. The 2 members of Tribe on the outside who have that rock, they have to move the latest, basically, here. They've got the short side of the circle. So they might be able to go prone and snake around it here, but Rolex, he's got to try and start things off. Leon is going to drop. There's Kinga. He's looking for it right there, getting that initial one. No, Meta's just going to go down immediately. As we're seeing now, yes, this is what I'm talking about. They have the slow side of the circle. They've got a lot of time to work with, but Telly, everybody knows they're there, Cameron. And I think they're just going to try and heel strap through this if you're Wildcard, but this is just INF's game to lose. They're in such a fantastic position, taking shots out towards Tribe. Tribe holding on by just a thread, and no, they're instantly down. Spring able to survive a little bit longer, but that's just going to be it. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Influence Rage rocking away with the win on this one. Beautiful play from them, holding down that geek compound, getting a little bit of circle luck for good measure, but holding on true to the end, not even losing a single member.
Very good play for them. It really, this whole game was about the Paradise Resort story. There was scattered fights on the Western Bridge, and then we saw a little bit at the northern part as well, but it's really how Cloud9 sort of defined how this game worked by who they engaged and who they didn't in Influence Rage. They pulled away from that fight when they had the chance, and we both talked that it was a really good time for them to do so. Did they know that that compound was going to be dead center until the very end of the game? No, but it was a good compound that they found access to, that they knew it was going to be safe for at least a decent amount of time. Did they know they were going to get as many points off of it? Not at all, but it was, again, good rotation to that position, and they do squeeze as many points out of it as possible, get 9, maybe 10 kills, I think it was.
Something in that realm, yeah. They really solved it. It was the heads of decision making to say, look, we can fight with C9 over Paradise, this really hotly contested piece of ground, or we can back up, take a compound that's a little less hot right now, and to own it. And that's what they decided to do, and it paid off in a big way. Jason, that was a solid series of plays, but oh my goodness, those final circles on Sanhok, when the blue comes in, it goes so fast.
It comes in and it's meant to do some serious damage as well. Unfortunate for a lot of players out there who can't stay out of it. But we also have to talk about how Influence Rage, a big step up for them. Again, we've seen a lot of the teams who are in that third page really make some big plays when it comes to our first day of the week. But again, can they maintain this progress going further on? And that's why we're going to bring in our experts to say goodbye to you so they can maybe answer that question for us. And you two gentlemen, okay, I'm not gonna tell them anything. I didn't actually know what I was gonna say anyway, so to be fair, it actually worked out really well for me. But you two beautiful people coming on my screens right now, we gotta talk about that. Influence Rage, a big win. I also do want to give a little bit of an asterisk, a little bit of a caveat to Tribe. Able to get really high in placings when they've definitely fallen a little bit in the first to second week.
And not only just in places, they were able to get 4 kills to their name as well. I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing the leaderboard for that last match. Influence Rage has been that team that I've been saying they get a lot of kills. They don't really have put up the points in regards to placement points, but being able to get their 15 placement points with that chicken dinner, that's huge for them, because last time I checked, I think they are currently sitting at 113 kills, which equals about the exact same that Wildcard Gaming has in 8th place. So the same thing, if they can get more placement points, that would be one team I can definitely see there in the top 16. Talking about Wildcard Gaming, you see them get 17 points total there. Metagaming 15, good to see them up there again. Drive Gaming, one team that we kind of wanted to see more consistency out of. We saw the drop off a little bit there on week 2 with 14 kills. You'll see Team Queso. Glitter, this is something we were talking about with Team Queso. They've been getting kills. Another match, another 7 kills, but guess what? Now they're also starting to get placement points, and that is super scary because we know what they can do when they get a lot of kills. What's going to happen now if they continue to have this kind of performances in regards to placement points?
I mean, right now they're a little bit unstoppable, and I appreciate at least what seems to be them trying out some different tactics as Klaze, INTZ, and XSET do round out that top 8 position here on the first page. But, I mean, XSET, a little bit rougher of a game. They were able to get, 4 kill points for themselves, but definitely not ideal in the placement points department. And then some surprises here on the second page. Cloud9 with 4 points, 3 kill points, 1 placement points. Ace1 with only 2 kill points and 1 placement point. 19 Esports, BDM Esports. And then once again, Tempo Storm struggling a little bit. Nova struggling, Unnamed, and G25. And these are all squads that we had seen doing well previously. Even the Unnamed as recently as our last match, and now, they're struggling a little bit.
Well, them and Nova. We had Cat with the heal off the very end with like his 13 first aid kits in that one. But yeah, it's unfortunate. G25, again, we kind of talked about at the top of the show. They were like negative 110 points in points from week 1 to week 2. They got 110 points less in the second week than they earned in the first. And I'm continuing to wonder, is this going to be the downward trend for them? Did they kind of start off early like Ace1 did, that we saw had a really good first couple of days, and then from there on they've been going downhill? You'd have to imagine G25 still will be able to bounce back, so we shouldn't have too much worry. But let's maybe take a little bit of a closer look at the team that did win this last match with Influence Rage, and we have 1,700 damage, 12 kills. As you said before, Seven, Influence Rage have proven to us so many times that they can get kills in these matches, but they've not been able to prove they can get good placings. Now, is this maybe the start for them, just trying to fix what went wrong for them over in these last 2 weeks in that one day they've had, and will they start to bounce back and work their way up the rankings?
Yeah, this is what they need. This is something that we kind of started talking about halfway through week 2, saying they can put up so many kills, but their placement is so bad. And something that I really enjoyed out of that last match is they didn't try to push even more kills on Cloud9, that engagement there out of Paradise Resort. I enjoyed that they just kind of backed off. They started to worry just about the zone, kind of waiting until the end, and then started fragging out on those final circles. Really enjoyed to see that kind of the attitude from Influence Rage in regards to that.
All right, well, let's actually take a look at some of the kills they're going to get here in our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments, as well as some kills happening from all of the other teams, as we did have, obviously, our next match finish off here. Sanhok, always a pleasure to watch, to be honest, especially when it comes to grenades, as you're seeing right off the bat here, Glitter.
Oh, yeah, and you know what? And Ace was one of those people that we were hoping potentially to have another strong performance. I feel like, okay, I don't know why this is happening more and more frequently, but we're seeing these teams have really strong games and then the next game not be able to necessarily carry that momentum into it. And I don't know if it's because now we're 2 weeks in and maybe they're getting a little bit tired or starting to be burnt out. But I mean, at first it was kind of just B4 that would get a win, and then we'd see them with 1 or 0 points, and now we're seeing a few teams kind of struggling in that exact same way. So hopefully some of these squads can fix that up a little bit. But here is some of the aggression we were talking about with Queso 7. I mean, I feel like they're still really heavily focused on kills, but like you said, this time around they were actually able to back it up with a few more placement points.
Yeah, it just comes down to winning those engagements and then getting ready for the next circle. And as I've been saying, if they get that done, this is going to be a scary team, and this will be a Team Queso that I would definitely want Americas to be represented in the PMGC, because they have been just spectacular so far, especially the aggressiveness. I've been enjoying just seeing how aggressive they are. And talking about aggressiveness, I'm just going to let the kind of highlights run there in the background. I want to talk a little bit more about G25. Remember, this is one team that we saw a huge drop-off there after they had such an amazing week 1, and we were all kind of jumping in the hype train. Heck, I was jumping in the hype train myself. And I want to see more out of them again. I want to see that those wins that we're able to see out of them with 10, 12 kills. Obviously, you cannot expect that out of a team from every single match or for every single day. You are allowed to have those off days. You are allowed to maybe have that off week. But with G25, what I want to see out of them is I want to start seeing that consistency that we're used to out of them in regards to kills and placement points.
Yeah, I really don't want them to relax too much more as well. Like, considering, yeah, you had a really great first week, a decent second week, but like, don't take your foot off the gas, right? Because the second you do that, you might kind of find yourself in a rut that you find really hard to break out of come finals time. But here's our total damage here across the board from our last match. You're going to see Influence Rage here clearly in first place. But again, 7, I'm about to throw this straight to you. XSET obviously didn't have the best performance here, as you can see at the very end, but they still had extremely good damage behind them.
Yep, and that's something I'm glad you pointed out there, Jason, as we do see some of the other damage. A lot of teams passing that 1K mark. Going back to XSET, remember something that we were talked about at the start of the week 2 with them was saying that they were starting to tune up their aggressiveness. Before, in week 1, they would kind of have these performances. They would have nowhere near 1,000 damage, and they sure as heck would not have 4 kills to their name. They would always end up with like 0 points. So it's good to see that the aggressiveness that they've been working on is starting to pay off. And hey, sometimes it's not gonna go your way. Sometimes you are gonna be able to win the first engagement, but the second engagement you just might end up getting knocked, and you'll be the first thing that gets knocked out. As long as you get some kills, that's points that are added to your tally. And 4 points, honestly, for a team like XSET with how close everything is, that's huge for them.
Yeah, honestly, 4 points, 1 point, 2 points, whatever it might be, can be the difference between qualifying and not qualifying. I'm actually really curious to see when we get into our finals what the difference between our 3rd and 4th place will be, because obviously top 3 are going to be going over to PMGC later on this year. Now, though, time to take a look at our top players, and if we don't see some people from Influence Rage, I'm going to be a little bit sad, and of course we are. We're going to see 3 of them, actually. Rolex, the only one who's from Meta Gaming, actually going to break the trend here in our top.
Okay, we do need to give a little bit of credit to Meta, though. I feel like Meta is doing what they were doing last week as well, and they were kind of just skating under the radar, but Meta was still able to put up over 1K damage. They had 7 kills. Rolex here specifically was involved in 5 of those 7 kills. So Meta has been doing a really good job of at least maintaining their position in the overall leaderboard. And then, you know, for the first time ever, 7 were able to highlight some of the Influence Rage players, and, you know, these are some really, really strong numbers coming out of this squad.
Yeah, which well deserved. I mean, they get the kills. About time we finally see them here. I want to continue to see them here, especially in regards to placement points and in regards to chicken dinners. I think that's one team that if they can continue on the performance, if they can continue to be just absolute laser beams when it comes to certain fights, I wanna see the consistency in placement points, because they're just gonna shoot straight up to the top 16. I mean, remember, Influence Rage currently has the exact same amount of kills as the 8th place team. That's something, Jason Glitter, that you don't really see often.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, none of their stats are really going to be crazy here if you look at the graph, obviously on the right-hand side, because they are obviously so far down when it comes to the leaderboards, but you still see some, like, influxes, right? You see the damage spiking a little bit, you see the knockouts spiking up a little bit as well, the assists and healing a little bit low, but again, that's kind of what you're going to see. I just can't wait till we can compare 2 different players with these sweet little graphs. Maybe that's something coming up later on in the league, maybe later on down the season when we get into the finals. But yeah, obviously you're not going to see too many big giant peaks, because that's just kind of where they are at the moment. But luckily, one of us 3 talent here, Glitter, myself, or Hot Jukes, did do an interview with Influence Rage. We haven't seen it just yet, as we have passed the halfway point. We're going to take a look now and learn a little bit more about the team before we get ready for our next match. All right, so this time we have Durso coming in from Influence Rage, as they're one of the teams coming in from PMCO now to play in PMPL Americas. And first of all, I have to ask, how does it feel playing against the top teams in the region?
It feels amazing, man. It's very tough, and we are starting to deal with it.
And yeah, I mean, speaking of tough, like I would imagine there's got to be a lot of nerves going on within the team. Like when you drop in, you're against Loops, or you're in a 4-on-4 into Loops or Cloud9 or who be it. How are you guys dealing with the potential nerves you'll have going into this tournament?
We are trying to keep calm and just do our job.
So if I were to ask you, like, what's like the strongest aspect of your team, or like what does your team do the best? What would it be?
Maybe strategics.
Okay, so like your strategy going into the matches.
Yes.
Okay, and then maybe on the other side of that, I mean, you don't have to answer this one. What would potentially be your weakest then that you're aware of that you like need to work on?
We need to work on our pushes and some communication, but we are dealing with this now.
Okay. And with the point system change we've had since World League to PMPL, you know, with 15 points for a chicken dinner instead of 20, you can actually score 0 points now. Have you guys allowed this to affect your strategy then going into matches? Like, do you guys play differently knowing that you get less points for chicken dinners?
Yes, we need to be more aggressive now and do some kills before dying, so we are adapting to it.
So far in your career in PUBG Mobile, what's been like the highlight of it? What's been your best moment?
I think my best moment was in PMCO, in the first PMCO, but it...
Yeah. Can you explain what happened in particular?
I did like 9 kills in Erangel. Yeah, but it was with different teams, and the scenario has changed a lot. So,
hey, still 9 kills. I struggle to get 9 kills playing 9 matches, so you know I should take that one. So going into the season now of PMPL, what's your guys' goal as a team? Like, what are you looking to accomplish while playing in this tournament?
We are training and practicing to go to the Global Championship.
Okay, cool. So then going into this tournament, you know, there's obviously a lot of big names in there, right? You know, you got your Cloud9s, you got your B4s, you got Loops, you got Wildcard. You have so many outstanding teams. But for you guys, who do you consider as your biggest rival?
Our biggest rival now is helping quit addiction, because they are dropping in our spot, but we're gonna deal with it too.
You're gonna deal with that. I don't need to know how you're gonna deal with it. We'll see it when we do get into the matches. All right, so Durso, I want to give you a chance to maybe give a shout out to your fans or something like that. You know, the floor is yours.
Quero mandar beijo pros fãs aí, continuem torcendo pra gente. E a gente vai melhorar aí para esse final da PMPL. Vamos passar para Global Championship.
Okay, cool. Well, Durso, thank you very much for taking the time to do this quick little interview, and I wish you guys the best of luck going into PMPL Americas Season 2.
Thank you.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call, fuel your path to winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations, spawning on a map near you.
Now, to be fair, you might be at home saying, Jason, how did you remember it was you doing the interview? Well, to be fair, it was like 4 weeks ago, okay? It's a long time ago. I don't remember which interviews I did and did not do, but what I do remember is that we're going over to Miramar next, and we have Group B and Group C playing. We've got Loops coming back in. We got Alpha 7, B4. B4, hey, this was your map in World League. You haven't had the greatest performances so far, at least within the last 2 days of play, even though they have had a chicken dinner a day, except 2 days now. Cameron, I love looking at your forehead, but for now we're going to talk to I'm just kidding. Viram, I got to be nice to you because Cameron is, I'm being too nice to him. I mean, I got to be fair to equal.
We're both making sure we're not muted.
Oh.
Is what we're doing. That's what
I was
Cameron
opening
is
up my,
muted,
my scoreboard.
so even though he did look at it, that's unfortunate. So in Viram, I'll go to you.
Him like that. Could you imagine if we actually baited him like that? Oh, that would have been hilarious. Yeah, no, that was really good. No, I think
I love it. You see him? He was like, "Oh no, what did happen? What am I gonna do?"
The raw panic.
I'm sorry, Cameron. I love you.
Get one, and he's already used his one. No, I'm really excited to see what B4 can do here. I think this is a very different series of teams, very different series of lobbies than it was back in World League. But I also, you know what, Jason, B4 did great on Miramar. They also didn't get a whole lot of chicken.
Yeah.
Really didn't get a whole lot. Now they are getting chicken. So clearly things are changing for the better for them. So I'm okay with this new version of B4. That's my final thought on that.
I do typically gauge my day based off how much chicken is involved in that day. That is fair. Cameron, yeah, I mean, B4, I mean, we can always talk about how well they've been doing, but I kind of want to talk about the other note of it because they have seemed to have calmed down. We saw a lot of 0-point games out of them last week. Obviously, we've seen them, still get their chicken dinners, but they're looking a little bit reminiscent of Team Queso in that sense in the first week, where either they would like win a game or they would lose a game in very bad fashion. Now, I'm a little bit worried for the team in that sense, but with Nedebete on the roster, it's a different style of addition, I'd say, where we haven't seen all the other players necessarily step up in the same.
And then also alluding to with Queso in terms of them hit or miss. We're seeing that by a lot of different teams. This week is starting off very, very strange. Just watching the entire sort of narrative of them.
They're winning and losing, and it just makes for a better game overall.
Then would you say, in Viram, that's maybe the teams taking the games more serious? Because obviously with the scrims that happened before the whole event began, you couldn't really take those results to heart because we were talking to Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave saying teams are just fighting each other. It seems like maybe the first 2 weeks it was kind of similar in that sense.
I don't think it's necessarily taking it as seriously, and I think it's just getting a better read on what's working and what's not. And mindless aggression, maybe at first, if you could capitalize on the chaos and get a bunch of kills, that's one thing. But now, the teams are getting a little bit smarter. It can't be mindless aggression, it's got to be calculated aggression.
Well, don't hate too much on the mindless part, because my mindless hosting has been working so far within World League in Americas. But let's actually get into our not mindless casting within Viram and Cameron Davis. Take us away.
For the record, he said it. Anyway, let's get into game number. He's gone. We're fine. Let's get back in.
You don't know where our heads are, Jason.
Yeah, come on, guys. You think I know what I'm about to say before the words come out of my mouth? Literally never once. At all. Nah, it's fine. I mean, look, though, the only thing that's important here, if you're somebody at home looking to get involved in the cast, the best casters, Cameron, are the best listeners, which is why I always make sure I listen to you. Don't think about what I'm saying. Only make sure I'm listening to all the beautiful sounds that you are making.
I'm sorry, what was that?
What? I mean, nothing. What did you say? What was that?
Excuse me, sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, all of it.
I was watching the game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a plane. Look at this. It's a beautiful looking plane. All right, that's a desert. And that's a decent plane path, if I'm being honest.
Not bad. We've seen better. Anything on the northeast is going to be probably a little difficult to get to. Crucified, El-Azhar, and you're further than that. But that's generally a more, or rather, a less place. Oh my God, where is my mind going? See, this is why I started trying to listen to you and not think, and this is what happens. My words get jumbled up. Few people go there generally anyway, so I don't think it's going to affect too many teams. Plus, this is Miramar. If there's any map that has more potential plan Bs, it's this one.
Garcia literally, I think, hit the drop button the second we were physically able to do it.
Probably.
We are seeing a very split drop for Brazilian Rampage to start this game. Again, there are a lot of plan Bs, so I don't think we're going to see too much crazy stuff at the start. Though I have been wrong before, particularly involving Klaze Esports. They seem to like to get into a lot of early scraps, at least today, which I think has been a little bit odd. We'll keep an eye on them, and of course, some of the all-stars from the last few games, but a lot of this setup here will be determined by this next circle, which is not the most friendly one I've ever seen.
No, this one could go a number of different directions. If it swings down south, it's going to be Los Leones, and then the rocky area south of it, they're going to be the main terrain pieces. If it swings up north, they're going to have some rolling terrain on Junkyard, which I think is my preferred location. But if it stays centered up, it's going to be La Bendita, dead center, with just like flat fields all around it. I feel like teams are going to want to focus on be very, very particular with where they go in the first rotation, more so than many other circles in Miramar. But right here, don't get it confused. The colors look similar. These are two teams together. Cloud9 is being challenged.
I mean, I had the same situation in C9 facing up against Klaze, the same one in the last game with the feeders in 19. It's like, have different colors. If you're going to fight each other, just have different colors. You know, what if we were a colorblind, Cameron? This would be really hard. I have to read. I mean, that seems like a lot to ask.
I know.
Just saying.
Yeah, come on. We're our jobs aren't known for being the smartest.
Pay me to talk. You don't pay me to read. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on.
I gotta get the smartest people involved in production.
Definitely.
I think that's a pretty safe assessment to make. But Klaze, they don't
show up in the Streamworks. Is it wizardry?
Right?
Is it technology? Is it some combination of the two? Definitely yes. Are there wizards? Certainly. Why is that? I'm going to be honest. I'm disappointed. Why haven't they reskinned all of them with Mountain Dew?
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Let's go. See, that's the techno wizardry I need in my life right now. In any situation, C9 playing this very chill for how close they are to potentially running headfirst into Klaze. And there was a point in my life where I'd been like, oh, I'm so scared for Klaze, C9, the absolute deadly, dangerous demons here on the map. But now I'm like, yeah, Cloud9's tough to deal with, but like, you know, yeah, okay. I mean, if Bayo keeps hitting shots like that last game, maybe I'll start getting into more of my dangerous demon denizen department. I don't know. No more D's in that sentence.
They're running out of D's. Yeah, well, it's also because El Pozo is incredibly easy to stay safe in. As long as you're aware that the opponent is there on the opposite side, you can just loot up the buildings around you and then bail. The biggest threat of this city is that I haven't measured it out, so I don't know for sure, but I feel that there is just a little bit more open area between the buildings than in places like, say, Los Leones, which means that crossing from building to building, and then especially if you're trying to cross past a couple of key points in the middle, that you could get taken out in the open. But it's because of that, it makes it so big that as long as you don't overextend, you should be able to separate, assuming that both squads are trying to avoid an engagement. That does seem to be the case. Over here, Loops, San Martin, just on the northwest of the circle, did have HQA with them, a little close to ace this time around, but doesn't seem to be any engagements on their end either. Just trying to push into the high ground, just over that ridge that we saw for a split second. Opposite side of things, B4, Valdemar, not in the circle at all.
I mean, we just went back and forth across the map. We just got the full spectrum spread right there. Everybody is still spread out. Everybody is still looting, and I'm actually seeing a lot of split looting. I mean, Influence Rage, Defeaters, HQA, Brazilian Rampage, Execute. A lot of these squads are very spread out early, which you can do on a map like Miramar. Given loot density, you kind of have to in a lot of situations. So I like the confidence that these teams are playing with. We're getting to the point now where fights could start happening, so we'll definitely keep our eyes and ears peeled as teams are going to start to rotate in. And we jump aboard with G25, heading in towards, it looks like Impala, and that was actually the area that I was saying I would like to see a team take over early, because it's right there on the coast. You are going to have, especially that high ground terrain around it, you're going to have really good compounds to hold on to in this sort of mountain range, and you're going to be safe for at least the next two circles, barring something just bizarre.
Yeah, something, 2 hard shifts in a row, essentially, is what the only thing that's going to take them out of the safety of the play zone. And it's a good area. They can look towards the north. You see a lot of teams trying to go a little more center area around La Bendita because of the high ground there. Problem is, La Bendita, a bit hard to leave if you have to because of how open it is around it.
Now we see Tempo Storm. HH24 back in the roster.
Back online.
Back online. His notoriously awful internet. Actual memes. Actual community memes. So hopefully everything's looking and feeling good for him here as we immediately criticize his driving skills in excruciating detail. and make sure he doesn't, go astray here. INTZ, man, I feel like we haven't gotten enough chances to talk about INTZ. I feel like we always catch them as they're getting picked off and not like the decent series of plays they made going into it. Because we did see some decent plays, and I've seen them in the kill feed. They have been putting up some decent kills, but it always seems like just through the luck of the draw, when we get to them, they're being put into a really, really rough situation, getting down to just 1 or 2 members. So I definitely would like to see, if we do see them get into some mid-game scraps, see more from them, because I am excited to see what they can do.
I think they want to see more from themselves as well, because they're in 20th place.
Yeah.
So while every team has had a couple of shining moments, I don't think it's just been bad luck on their end that we've been seeing them on the losing end of multiple engagements. They're one of the many teams, 8 to be exact, that need to pick it up if they want a chance to contend in the grand finals. We're
Going steady.
Halfway
through. Have we heard a shot yet?
Final push.
Have we heard a shot yet?
I don't think so.
This has literally been the slowest start we've seen yet, I think, in the PMPL.
Welcome to Miramar.
Welcome to Miramar, let me be your guide. It's Mafioso, he's here. Maybe not the person. I mean, if you want to play protection money, maybe, but tour guiding, maybe not. In any case, all I know is I want to see him get a bolt action in his hand, because this guy, or maybe even just a DMR, which I think he actually did there on his back, because long-range shots from Mafioso, we have seen him dink a couple of heads over the course of the days, but we are seeing that area outside Impala, outside Los Leones, on the other side. So funny, if all the teams start on the west, Cameron, if we can pull up the map at some point here, you'll see that everybody shifted to the east side. I think everybody was like, oh, we need to be the team to do it, and then everybody did it, and now west of Leones is empty.
It's empty for good reason. Because unless you get the hard shift towards the west, which is statistically not the most likely, you're going to have to cross over Los Leones, and once teams are already in your way trying to gatekeep you out, it's going to be very, very difficult. So this sort of setup that we're seeing where it's almost a line drawn through the middle, top to bottom, is pretty standard for what is the best positions to play in a circle like this. We've seen G25, they've actually moved a little more inbound from the area closer to Impala. I believe that position has now been taken over by HQA. This is a little... I kind of prefer the older compound, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so... Angles that you can shoot from are great, but they're also angles that you can get shot from.
Yeah.
And that's where things... Oh, and I bet, okay, yeah, you don't want to be west of Los Leones now. All the teams that rotated early, man, are they feeling validated. This... Oh my goodness, Cameron, this circle could have been a lot worse. Let's put it that way.
You don't see play east of Junkyard all that often. So I'm really curious to see where a lot of these teams try and go, because there is still that big old field east of La Bendita that is dead center of this circle. Unless you want to play on the rock south of Impala, it's going to be that or around the Junkyard area. We could see a big congregation of teams on the west side unable to really breach over into that ground because of threat of getting shot by Alpha 7, by Ace, by G25 that are holding that line on the opposite end of that open field.
Yeah, and speaking of holding the line, Defeater's trying to do that right now, but it's just Rishi and Fishy. Like the two other members, Fish McCrew, they're further back. They still have to move it up, but B4 is right behind them. B4 taking the scenic route down there along the ocean. Going to be coming in past Puerto Periso and up towards Impala. We'll see as Execute finally making their way in on the high up in the northern end as well. Influence Rage just setting up here pretty much dead center, a little bit towards the south. But hang on a second. These nades coming in on that angle. They are very grouped right now. That grenade makes it over the hill. Skies could have been facing down. A very fun little potential situation is finally we're starting to get some action, Cameron.
Wait a second. Landlane just got knocked. How did that happen?
You're asking me questions, Cameron.
I don't know. HQA, it seems like they have a really good setup to try and punish this approach by Influence Rage, but that doesn't seem to be happening. Maybe it's because Defeaters are putting a little bit of pressure, but Kaiwang here has to rotate away, try and group up with the rest of his squad, staying split just a little bit too much, just a little bit too greedy of a separation. And there it is. It's the rock. That terrain, not very friendly, and that's going to be an easy kill for Influence Rage to secure.
Oh, the tap fire with the M16 at range. NTX's long-range shots. We have seen him. I still think back to that play, last week up near Severny, where he sat back at the rock and just basically helped wipe an entire squad. That's the kind of play I love to see, but I also love to see this kind of play we're seeing now from XSET. As multiple members of C9 are already down. How did this fight even start? All I know is Cameron Killswitch is going to look to end it. Pushing on into Bayo. That's the first kill confirmed. Uneven way at the back. Has to try and play anchor for the team as Adder is just trying to run, trying to escape, but Zute may have him in his sights.
XSET lost one at the start of this engagement, I believe, but they have turned it around so confidently. Just 2 Cloud9 members remaining, and Adder is in a big spot of trouble. Luckily, it looks that XSET are not trying to stick around for too much. It's in the play zone where this hill that they're currently standing on, but they're trying to get into a more preferred position. I say that, never mind, I lied. Zute's going straight for him.
Orem past him. Hang on a second. Zute, no! Not appreciating that Adder was still there. Striking like a snake, living up to the name. Now Adder is starting back around. He's trying to lure the rest of the team in. This is giving an opportunity for Uneven to maybe try and get some shots as well to help him out. Zute is going to go down as the rest of XSET's pushing in. This is now a 2v2 situation. And what once looked unwinnable for Cloud9 now might have a little bit of a possibility, but it all comes down to Fame Boys hitting these shots.
There it is, finally Adder, his vulnerable position. They remembered it, or at least found it out. They're gonna punish that. Now it's just Uneven. Try to trade it back. He knows where Fame Boys is, but Killswitch from the high ground, keeping him pinned, keeping him back and ducking down. And the circle is not too far from them. You can actually see it on the minimap. Uneven forced to retreat away. He would have loved to pick Adder up, but he might just be resigned to playing the rest of this game out as a solo. XSET should be able to recognize that. Uneven has stopped peeking, and they can slowly make their way a little bit towards the south. A little bit of terrain still left to play with, but this circle. Big field in the dead center. It's going to be another one of those, what I've called donut phases before, where everyone is hanging around on the outside, and we're going to see a scattering of, shall we call them sprinkles, in the middle.
I mean, I'm a fan of sprinkles.
It's been a while since I've eaten. Sorry, I'm just really hungry.
Yeah, I had snacks on the break, so I being a little smarter here with my time. Just saying, you should have gotten snacks, Cameron. Come on.
I know, I should have.
Guys, this is on you. Okay, in any case, G25 are here. They're in the lobby. They have all 4 members alive. I need to see what they can do. I need to see what they can do up against a team that has been looking so hot today in Influence Rage. Pito, we know he's got a big gun in his hands. We've seen him get some downs on the kill feed with that already. And perfectly, as we cut to him, we'll see what else he can do here. But Italox is way up on his own. G25 is very spread here, and I love how Influence Rage, Cameron, they're showing us the work they put in the last game, knowing when and when they do and when they don't want to take these fights, when and where they want to position themselves. They have the control. They're showing us that control here. They don't feel like they have to commit to anything. I love this. This is pure freedom.
Yeah, but unfortunately, on Sanhok, they had an opportunity to get a strong compound in the center of the zone. This time they are on the outside, and they're going to have to fight through one of these teams. You can only avoid the inevitable for so long. Do you want to fight through Tribe? Do you want to fight through G25? Do you want to wrap up an alternate direction and take another squad on? We'll see. Yeah, Defeaters is one of the options, but over here, Tempo, they've made their way down La Bendita, overlooked by the Knights. And it looks like they're trying to run closer towards center, but this is that field that I'm talking about where they're running is not exactly the safest thing. Luckily for them, the Knights are a little wounded, aren't going to be peeking so confidently, at least for the next few seconds. And they might just be waiting for the circle to close.
Yeah, it's so interesting looking at the minimap right now. You talked about it. Everybody is stacked on the outside. Influence Rage just has nowhere to go to try and make it in. They're going all the way around Impala on the other side of the mountains to try and make it in. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Look at everybody on the outside, and we get basically another dead center shift. So everybody just has to keep on moving in. But Cameron, due to the nature of this being, I don't know, a battle royale, everyone's just getting closer and closer and closer together, and you can only stay safe for so long.
Please, teams on the outside. You tried to avoid fighting. You're going to have to fight now because there is nowhere else to go that is in this circle. INTZ, Alpha 7, Ace, and Loops. They basically have the only positions that you can properly play. There's a little bit of terrain on the east side, but you're going to have to start taking these fights now. And B4, rotating away. You called out Influence Rage on the southeast side, slowly approaching this position, but they're wrapping around on the north end. They actually have the best position. Play as Crowbar into the circle, but everyone else are going to have to either send it or try and fight it out. And Ace looks like they're trying to fight because here come the survivors of XSET.
Yeah, the 2 members here up against all 4 members of Ace One. This one's going to be tricky for them. They're just going to keep driving on by. We'll see if Ace does take any shots. Loops off in the distance as well. Still all 16 teams up and in this. I want to remind the folks at home, as we're taking a look at this next circle, oh man, space is becoming a premium. We can see G25 getting knocked out in the kill feed by teams like INTZ as well, as PK and Tribe going toe-to-toe. Starting to see the kill feed just light up, and that's the fight indeed, because Tempo Storm is getting involved. Cameron, Tribe Gaming on the outside. We talked about them being part of the potential fight, and we'll see if they're going to be the ones to try and end this, as the remaining members of Tempo Storm are absolutely trapped. Spec is going to have beautiful shots in through the tiny little back of the railing. I can't believe it, and Rain is going to go down as well. That's Tempo just absolutely wrecked. The pinch there from PK and Tribe Gaming. They had an inch to play through. That one tiny little gap to try and weave those bullets in, and they were able to make it happen. And now Tribe with the additional aggression moving on in. Blade in the back. Telly is in a bit of a trouble, but actually they're able to continue to pull this one off. And Tribe Gaming with the epic third party North American, well, fighting at its best.
Really good opportunity that they were able to capitalize on there. The Knights taking out a lot of Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm unable to keep multiple teams approaching their position. Would have loved to have that one again. Take that one back, roll it back. But here come B4. They sent it in from the east side, as you said, then using these containers to stay safe from Alpha 7. But there are so many open angles here, not even just on Mix Zero, the one lone B4 member who wasn't able to make his way in. Cloud9 is finally discovered, uneven, taken out. But here come the grenades from Alpha 7 onto B4. That one looks pretty good. Levy falling away, and the containers do block a little bit of that explosion.
I'm going to see if he's going to bounce it off the roof. Let's see if that's going to be able to work. No, just a little bit too far and a little bit undercooked. Don't undercook your grenades, folks. It's very important. You need to be perfectly tender on the inside. This is important. As we're seeing now, one of the last remaining members of Influence Rage just trying to survive, trying to find an opening, an opportunity in this circle, but it is so tough because, like you mentioned before, Cameron, there is so much wide open space in the circle. You can't send it here. There's nowhere to send it to.
You really just have to... the only answer here is fighting. I'm sorry, that seems like a lazy answer right now. It seems like a casual answer, a bronze rank answer, an iron rank, but that's all that you could do at this moment because macro is not how you can play this circle anymore. And look at that shift. Alpha 7 are just living it once again. A repeat of game number 1 in Erangel. They're in a strong compound and they can just farm from the rooftops. And this one arguably has better sight lines in order to pick off a bunch of other teams. There's nowhere else to play in this circle. This is brutal.
It's really rough. The only team that could possibly contest them is Defeaters. We'll see if they're going to be able to make it happen here as Brazilian Rampage and Execute going toe-to-toe. I have to give so many props to the 2 remaining members of Execute who have survived through so much to make it here as the nades are rolling on down. Nunez almost dropping. Garcia's got to pull back and try and reposition, rethink, reassess, and re-up on that first aid to try and keep them in this. But Fameboy is taking shots from the third party, forced to go prone, but they still have a journey in front of them. There's something about a ring and a giant mountain of fire. All I know is they've got to go at some point, Cameron, because the blue is going to start to move.
Part 2. I think it's already on its way. But Alpha 7, their position has been compromised. Levi getting in on the ground floor. And Defeaters also starting to overlook this position, finding an angle in. They have yet to approach the building. Brazilian Rampage trying their best to do just that. But Levy here. Alpha 7, if they're not aware of his position, could be a real wrench in their plans.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Law, basically one of the only members down on the high ground. They're running this in 2-2 situation. 2 up on the roof, 2 down. Oh, they can definitely hear Levi moving around. They definitely know what's going on, but there's still so much action going on. We can't just focus in on that one fight. The shots are raining out all across the way. This is a wide open field. Very little cover to be spoken for. And now, not speaking about anything because they're eliminated, is Ace One. Another one of these teams looking so solid in this game. But once again, Cameron, Defeaters making their way back in. They were playing in that last game, but now they're here and they're back and they're showing, look, we can get ourselves back into this, guys. Don't worry about it. We're still with all 4 members alive, outliving teams like Loops again. I am really surprised by this, but Cameron, they only have 1 kill. They need to be doing more.
This is the position for them to do just that, though. You already saw them taking some shots onto G25. They can keep any of these other teams that are stuck on the edge from pushing forward into them Influence Rage. Finally taken out. B4 only have one player left, so Alpha 7 have... No, wait, no. Oh my god. The map is so small. There is still one member below Alpha 7 B4, but Pedro out in the blue. He's going to be leaving Levy as a solo because INTZ has his... Oh my god.
What?
1v4! It looked like such a good start, but it is going to get finished off before it can get away from Alpha 7. But this is a good time for another team to take control, and with the circle shift, it's all defeaters. Please, defeaters, start getting the kills. This is the game that you need to really, really climb up.
Part of the problem is I don't think they're likely going to push into that building, even though they know multiple downs from Alpha 7 did come through, because it's out of this next circle. They have to push out. They are in such a great position, but this is going to give time and space and opportunity for Alpha 7 to stabilize. We're seeing Poly dropping as well. INTZ able to move their way in with all 4 members. Really impressive as well. I'm surprised how many teams. Look at the right side of your screen. Out of the 5 teams that are in this, 4 of them have all 4 members still alive, being able to find order from chaos, surviving in the Bedlam to become this late game Miramar, bringing me back to other maps like Vikendi and Sanhok. But now, what was a very large map has now become very, very small as teams are starting to collapse in towards defeaters. They are going to have challengers on all sides.
Tribe pulling away from INTZ. You saw them throw a couple of grenades out, but they didn't land, and they didn't want to force the fight because the pressure from the blue was already upon them. So they're running back to some vehicles that they were able to find or stash away and just sending it in. Try and set up a vehicle for it. Please don't hit each other. That's not going to work out so much. Finding this tractor to set something up. I think sending it into that forest might be a little bit too much, and they stop in time to take some shots onto G25. And also looking back onto INTZ, who have yet to move. They're taking a slower play with smokes and track shoes. I don't think it's going to work out so well for them.
It's really going to come down to if Telly can hit his shots and how well those wheels will provide him cover. G25 have found themselves a little bit of a dip, and the smoke there is keeping them up and in it. Alpha 7 still have their building. They've moved their way into defeaters as well. But INTZ, I think, have the toughest crossing because they're getting shot not only from the squad right in front of them in Tribe, but from Alpha 7 range, who've been able to find themselves another building to shift towards. Alpha 7 have been able to find every little bit of cover, every piece of hard terrain to work around in this, and now with G25 going out, we're down to only these top 4 teams. And we'll see what they can do. Is this the last little bit of cover? I mean, defeaters have got to be careful, but INTZ are somehow still in this. Vega with the hero play. Can they make it happen? Poly and Gamma pushing in. It all comes down to if these grenades can connect. If G3 is going to drop, but no! The shot's going on to G3. Can Vega find them? It all comes down to it. No, they cannot! Seagut and crew are able to hold on, and INTZ is looking in a world of hurt.
Defeaters are certainly helping Tribe out here, but Tribe are taking a lot of damage themselves. It's all up to Gamma and Poly to continue to crawl in. And here, it's Seagut's turn to go revive his teammates. Is there time? Is there safety? Couple of shots, but he prones back down and he starts on the revive. He has a couple of moments because the shift goes back over towards defeaters. There was no way for them to hold Alpha 7 out from that building, but they needed to maintain control of this hill. But Fishy going down, that's a good start for Alpha 7 to push in. If Ghosty can secure Swagwin, the kill onto him, could make things a little bit easier. I don't know if Alpha 7 can get the revive either way, but they're going to smoke him off just in case.
And they're going to try and get him back into the building. It looks like he might actually go in there. Seagut does finally go down. Look at the headshots from Gamma! Back-to-back headshots from Gamma in the kill feed? Oh my goodness! Tribe now, I was worried about that. I was worried about INTZ, but it looks like they're able to get the better of that exchange. I cannot believe it, considering the Tribe were the ones playing Gatekeeper, but now it is Alpha 7 who are left to just lick their wounds. Defeaters, with another circle in their favor, are in such a fantastic position. I love the heads-up play here from Richie to reassess what angle he's holding to look out towards the desert and look out towards Tribe.
Ghosty here for Defeaters is the crucial part of their play, because now they have to pay attention to Tribe and INTZ, but specifically Tribe, now that INTZ are eliminated, of course, but also because they're the team pushing on the southwest side. Ghosty is the only thing that is keeping Alpha 7 currently locked in on the north.
Watch Ghosty.
That hilltop that Defeaters are on is super important to hold. Slowly falling back bit by bit while the circle closes in.
Part of me almost thought they were going to sacrifice Ghosty to go tank the blue for a while and just shoot all of Alpha 7 in the back as they pushed out, but no, he was able to rotate up, but because of that, they were able to get beat on him as a whole squad, and now, the first member down, this is all about Alpha 7 pushing over the rise. How can Fishy and crew hold on to this high ground advantage with the nades pushing in over the top? Then now well past the smoke, it's all going to come down to the gun skill as Tribe pushing in on the outside. INTZ does go down during this Bishop, able to open this one up for his squad, but he doesn't see the person on the outside as that's 2 members down for Defeaters, maybe living up to the name here as they're getting pinched in by Tribe Gaming as well. Fishy getting just absolutely destroyed, and Defeaters is out, and I cannot believe it. They look like they're in such a good position, but it all comes down to the last remaining member of Tribe. G3 against the world, staring down 3 members of Alpha 7. They're keeping him pinned into cover where they get the revive to make it a 4v1. Cameron, they get it done. It's all just a matter of time.
Another win for Alpha 7. I'm pretty sure they had a good number of points there. Quickly tallying it up. The double digits. I can guarantee that. But that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying about Defeaters. Leave Ghosty there, give information of Alpha 7, and don't let Tribe in behind you. We saw them pull away and look down towards the south. It didn't matter. It didn't work. They didn't succeed on that front. Tribe crushed into them. Alpha 7 came in from the north, and they just weren't able to hold. And again, despite getting to a top position, Defeaters weren't able to pick up all that many kills.
There were about 3 individual 1v1s that they needed to win, and they won none of them, which is not an ideal situation. Again, it comes down to just having again, the positioning is good, the rotations are solid, but the gun skill, able to get the kills when it matters most, that clutch factor, I feel like is still, if I'm Defeaters, spend some time in the race, play some TDM, something, get them back in it, but still, decent job to them, but props to Alpha. Jason, that was, don't look at me like that.
Let's be a little kind to Defeaters, right? They've gotten a 2nd place, they've gotten a 5th place, they've gotten a 3rd place in 3 matches they played today. They have been getting top 5 every single game, where previously they only had about 87 points in total this entire event. They have definitely been improving, though I will agree with you, their gun skills seem to be a little bit lacking, but they have been playing so much better today, and it's up to them to continue that going and continue to grow in from here, and maybe, just maybe, they can break into top 16 come the finals. But gentlemen, thank you very much for your commentary in that last match. You guys get a well-deserved break. Cameron, go pet your dog for me, because I really want one. And we're going to bring our commentators, not our commentators, our experts back in to talk about that last match. 7 and Glitter. Obviously, Alpha 7 is a big part of what we should be talking about here, but again, I still want to talk about Defeaters, maybe a little bit later on. Maybe we should focus on Alpha 7 off the get-go. They are definitely seeming like a team that, like, once they get set up, maybe minus the execute fight earlier on Vikendi, that they're really hard to dislodge, and they really lock down a lot of damage and a lot of kills.
Which one do you want to talk about here first? Alpha 7?
Alpha 7.
Yeah, let's talk about Alpha 7, all right?
You saw that damage, right?
Yeah, I just want to say, they did the complete opposite of the previous Miramar match on the last show. The last show, in case you don't remember, they were the ones that were sitting at the top of a hill and just being super passive. This one, they had to be the aggressors, and they did so well just covering angles and making sure they finished kills and preparing for the next fight too, because they knew Tribe Gaming was coming. Overall though, what a performance. 29 points off of 7. I wouldn't be surprised if honestly we see them on the top 3 by the way they're playing here. You see Tribe Gaming there, 18 points. Defeaters, we've been talking about them. We say, listen, they're not gonna have a shot, and then they had that amazing first game. Second game was pretty good too. Third game here, 16 points. That love to see it. INTZ, as Cameron and Espal were saying, we really got a chance to talk about them either, but good points nonetheless. Influence Rage continuing on the performance of today with 8.6 out of those 8 points coming in regards to kills. G25 Gaming, I think, Glitter, if I'm mistaken, is this the best game G25 has had in like 2 days maybe?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I mean, at least they're up here on the board getting a few points for themselves, but what's crazy is that it's not in kill points, you know, it's mostly placement points. That's definitely a change for them. Execute able to get a few more points, and I think this is also the first time we've seen B4 up here on the first page all day as well, maybe? Or they had 6 placement
BM
points
from Glitter. The BM to B4.
You know what? I'm getting it from you, Jason.
That's true.
But it's nice to see them get a few points up here. Maybe they can turn it around. Are they in the last? Yeah, they're in the last match. They're there.
Yeah, they are. As we do see Pittsburgh Knights there in 9th place. 4 total points as they were able to wipe out their Temple Storm, but got very unlucky as Tribe Gaming decided to third party that fight. Ace won 3 points. Klaze Esports, Cloud9, They're 2 points helping Quit Addiction, 2 points Klaze Esports, 2 points Brazilian Rampage, 1 Temple Storm 0. And helping Quit Addiction, they finally changed their drop in Miramar when it comes to not landing close to Loops Esports. So far, nothing has been working for them.
Yeah, not really much has been working for them as we take a look at our Mountain Dew game fuel moments. I did also want to touch on, as we saw at the very end, Tempo Storm. I know you mentioned, they just got a little bit unlucky in that last game, but they've been rotating players quite a bunch today. I think J7 was playing earlier on today. Now HH24 is in, and it seems like nothing's really been able to work for them so far this week.
And that's something that we've seen out of them. Not only did we see it in week 2, we kind of saw it towards the end of week 1 too, where they were rotating J7 with HH24. At one point, we also saw Tensa, we saw Rain sitting out. So it could be them just trying different strats as well, or them just trying to adjust to the gameplay. I think last time we were talking about how they were playing a little bit more towards the center. I think they're just adjusting as we go here. And honestly, we give everybody else a break. So you know what, Temple Storm, you get a break. I think you were in the top 3, if I'm not mistaken, when we first started the day, so you get to relax. As we do see here, Tribe though, Tribe needed to third party there, and I love this. This is one that when we were watching it, it's like, yes, let's go, Tribe. This is the kind of attitude that we need here. You need to push those third parties, and you need to get those extra kills, Glitter.
Yeah, this was a much stronger showing for Tribe. Unfortunately, PK was on the receiving end of that, but huge points for Tribe, considering they were able to pull down 6 kills, the second highest amount of kills for this particular match. And we were hoping to see this aggression out of them. Like I had said earlier, we've seen some crazy plays coming out of Telly. We've seen some plays out of Seagut, and they clearly have the potential to be that aggressive squad because they had shown that in week 1. So I think that, this was strong for them. They were able to put out a lot of damage, and I think they just needed the overall confidence boost for the squad. Now, I feel like INTZ is another squad that's been consistently quiet, but still chipping away at their overall points pretty well for themselves. They've managed to land themselves in quite a few top 10 positions. They're getting placement points. They were able to get 5 kills in this round, so that's going to be some points for them. I feel like the farther we get into this week, there's going to start to emerge a really close battle between like 12th and 18th.
Yeah, there's definitely is. And then not just 12 and 18, you're going to see also some of the other teams maybe starting to perform better. If they can continue on those performances, BDM, INTZ, Klaze Esports, 19 Esports, we haven't really seen much of them. Defeaters, I think, if I remember right, they were more than 100 points away from 16th place. But with the way they're playing, listen, we still have 2 weeks left, as Jason was able to kind of correct me there. That's still a very long time, and if Defeaters for some reason can continue on these performances and somebody from top 16 just kind of slips a little bit, I can definitely see them moving up.
Thing is, it's kind of like it's like a win machine. Have you ever been in a win machine? You go to like your arcade or something like that, and there's all these tickets flying around inside this like wind tunnel, and you have to like grab as many as you can. When you have teams like G25 or it's UC flying around, you have teams like G25, teams like Queso, Tempo not performing as well, there's all these extra points up for grabs. And it's about all these other teams trying to grab every single one they possibly can to help improve their chances. That's why we saw a lot of movement come into this last week of play. But for now, let's take a look at our total damage so we can kind of break some of this down. Alpha 7, you better be first place. And yeah, exactly going to be coming through. But honestly, besides that, again, we see Defeaters up there in damage. We see INTZ up there in damage. But for me, what kind of stands out at the moment is the fact that Tribe was finally able to get themselves a decent game under their belts in today.
Yes, I agree. Tribe needed that. This is one team that didn't they start at 16th place, if I remember right?
Should have been.
They came in within like 3 points of 17th place, just on the cusp of maybe losing the 16th place spot. And this is a day that they needed, especially with the week 2 that they had. We saw that decline at the beginning of the show. This is a good wake-up call for them. And we've always said it over and over again, they're just such a talented team. Things sometimes don't go their way. Just continue practicing. And something I also want to go ahead and tell the viewers in regards to Tribe Gaming is remember how they've been switching IGLs? Well, guess what? Now they're sticking with Telly as an IGL, which is going to give them more time to kind of get used to that. Get used to the callouts. Get used to the gameplay from Telly as well, now being the IGL. And I see them improving throughout this week.
Yeah, the thing is, you got to be careful, right? You can't keep switching in-game leaders when it comes closer and closer to that deadline of our 4th week. Let's actually take a look now. And this has changed quite a bit since our 2nd week, or at least within the midst of our 2nd week. Our top players by frags, by kills coming through. And we're going to see Ayala maintain his first place position. Pepito's kind of fallen off. As you see, Itzluck's working his way up. But you see Swagwin in there. You see Dudu in there finally yet again. And you see Killswitch as well.
Killswitch? What?
He's fallen.
Wait, that means he knocked out Tensa.
Yep. To be fair, I think Killswitch has definitely played a lot more games than Tensa. But it's good to see Killswitch here on the top list as well. This is one player that we've seen him kind of grind regardless of when Execute was in third page, second page, it did not matter. He was always able to put up performances there, so not surprised at all to see them there. Dudu! I know we like to see him when he kills people in the matches.
Yeah.
Love seeing it. Nitsume has definitely fallen off a little bit, but the good thing about it is that some of his teammates in Axel and Ayala have been able to pick up some of the slack.
Okay, if you look at the numbers though, it's actually kind of crazy because essentially second and third are tied in kills, fourth and fifth are tied in kills, and sixth and seventh are tied in kills. So this is a very, very close race.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of it goes into the fact of who's going to get the MVP and the extra $5,000 at the end of the finals. But now we're also going to take a look at our... okay, we're going to go... oh, yeah, there we go. I was wondering what's coming up next. Sometimes I get confused. Our top players by headshots. So we're going to see Unico up there. We're going to see Federal up there, Pedro, NTX. So we get Influence Rage joining the party, not only in getting themselves some chicken dinners and some good placement points, but also in headshots as well. Seven, what's up? What's that face? I don't know what to think of that. Is that your hungry face? Is that your excited face?
I don't know. I just got done eating, babe. I was enjoying my Miramar match. No, man, NTX from Influence Rage. That's one team. I mean, we've been talking about their kills. Not surprised to see him there. That man has been an absolute laser. I want to continue to see that performances, and overall with Influence Rage, I want to see continued performances in regards to placement points.
Yeah, I think there's a lot we want to see out of them and continue to improve. There's a lot we want to see out of you guys at home because we still have the Esports Awards going on right now. You guys can get your votes in for the Esports Mobile Game of the Year. Just head over to esportsawards.com/community vote and make sure to get your vote in on, obviously, PUBG Mobile so we can get some wins. We can get Seven to give you some UC. Now, we're going to be heading to a break here, but I want to try something a little bit different this time. Glitter, I want to put you on the spot. I want to hear your famous war cry from your favorite Ace 1 player. Seven already hinted at who it was before, but I want that to be the sign-off to our break.
Doo-doo!
Okay, we're going to break.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For their combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call, fuel your path to winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
Well, we're back now for our final match of our first day here of week 3. And like always, we're heading over to Erangel with Group B sitting out. Now, Cameron, we got to hear Glitter's war cry. Can we hear yours? Because we're not going to see this team playing in the final match of the day.
I'm going to knock over my green screen and keep doing that. Okay.
What?
Never mind.
That's not where I thought you'd go with it, but you've summoned his
I'm the
stats,
one who's
Cameron.
in a metal band here, so like I'm really impressed. Good tone on that. Good intensity. Totally blasted the microphone. I'm sure A1 is just loving this.
Production is loving this.
It's changed my entire view of Cameron because I was not expecting that, but you saw his stats
Totally
there.
the metal. We talk about like Melodeath and like doom metal bands and stuff like that. Oh yeah, it's a whole thing. Had long hair.
Well, our poor producer has lost the ability to hear, so I'll have to fill in for him here as we now start to talk about our last match of the day. We have Group A and Group C playing. Queso, Wildcard in there as well. But I want to ask you guys about this because I got to talk to the analysts. I'm going to bring it back to you guys. Defeaters, Did they have their Wheaties this morning? Did they like soak it in some Mountain Dew? Like, I don't know what's going on because they have been playing out of their mind, top 5 in every single match so far. In Virum, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, and you know what? They did end up netting more kills in that last game than I thought. They did end up pulling 6, which was solid. I mean, they came into one of the final circle situations. We had 1. They got a kill. I think I don't know, man. I just need a little bit more. If they could, I mean, again, this is still really impressive to be able to get into that placement game after game after game. But I feel like they've been doing it really off of the back of just some smart rotations, but also getting a lot of fortunate circles going their way. And I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm really happy to see this improvement for them, and I'm glad. I just need, if they can also add in winning some little 1v1s in there as well, then I'm all aboard the hype train. Let's go. Let's have an epic comeback. Let's do it.
See, Cameron, I think
I love an underdog story.
For them, it's very similar to like Execute, is that they're getting their confidence because they're like getting further into the game. They're going to get more confident in their own firepower. But I do also agree with Envirum there, talking about how it seems like in terms of like aim battles, they haven't been able to consistently take fights. That gives me confidence in them.
Yeah, and that's the big concern. If they even have a good rotation, what happens if they have to fight in order to get to a decent spot? How are they going to do at that point?
Yeah, when the pressure's on, when the heat gets turned up, we're going to see if they boil or unfortunately burn up in the pan. We're going to now kick off our last game of the day, and Virum and Cameron Davis take us away.
I have so many questions about your cooking, if things could either burn up or boil in the same pan. Anyway, let's not get into that too much there. I feel like Jason's been too spoiled recently. Too much catering. Hasn't had to do enough cooking in that fancy apartment they put you up in. I saw the photos on his Instagram. All right. Something about following Jason Kaplan on Instagram. I don't know. I'm his PR agent. All right, let's get into this game. Game number 5.
He doesn't pay us enough for this.
I don't pay me enough for this. All right, we'll get into it. This looks like a very nice playing path, though, to start things out.
Right.
I do have to say.
It's not as good as the first one, but that was a standard that no one could keep up with.
Nope. It's still pretty good.
It's still pretty good, though. It is still pretty good. Yeah, exactly. And the fact that it comes from the opposite side sort of gives a little bit of variety to the teams dropping in. I'm trying to make up some point. There's really not much to say until we even see the first phase. Yeah, this is... Yeah. Not much action happens with the plane. I think we all understand this.
Look, it's all about laying the groundwork, the foundation for what team could potentially get it in. And honestly, I have to say, as much as it was kind of fun and it gets you invested, you know, doing the prediction game back in the World League, I'm so glad I don't have that stress in my life now, having to try and guess 1 out of 16 teams that's going to win. That was stressful.
Yeah.
Maybe not for you, I guess.
No, I mean, I was at the bottom during the group stage. I will say, that was me learning how everything worked.
It's like, didn't you win at the end?
I won the grand finals. Yeah, exactly. So, just like football.
Just like defeaters, starting things off.
No. Just like football is, it doesn't matter where you end in group stage. I won the grand finals, and that's all that matters. So, still glad we're not doing it again because you're right. It was very stressful and very chaotic. We had a number of different random rules that were thrown in to try and mix things up. But to mix things up here, it's not mixed up at all. Actually, it's the exact same. It's the same opening phase.
Yeah, it's basically the same plane path, just inversed and basically the same circle. So
little more towards the north, but
little more north,
not going to affect much at all.
That river is going to be a big impact in a lot of these shifts. We've seen so many games determined by where and when teams decide to post up on that side of the circle, how the circle shifts around it, and of course the river being just this ever-present, it's basically another player. It's another factor in the game, it and the blue, because, you know, fighting under bridges, we have seen it time and again in these absolutely chaotic late game finishes if it ends up in that area, which it very well could.
I'm just waiting to see if we have any early game action this time around. Doesn't seem like anyone's dropping on anyone else. The closest thing we have is on the east side. Loops and Brazilian Rampage get a little close to each other, but Loops are so spread out with Federal on the far west of their current spread that they have. They're not going to want to go for any engagement here because if anything opens up, Brazilian Rampage is going to completely run over them.
Oh, Cameron, all of Brazil.
Loops are also Brazilian, so wait,
that's
confusing. How does that work?
You know what's not confusing, though, Cameron? Having a crisp, cold can of Mountain Dew Game Fuel. I'm just saying. Look at that. All you need is a nice camo helmet, a can of game fuel. Nothing confusing about that at all.
Is the helmet to help you crush the can at the end once you shotgun it?
No, you just pour the can into it, and it's like you're doing.
It's like a bowl
with a helmet.
It's a soda bowl.
Yeah. Exactly.
You all know a soda. Soda bowls are actually a very popular thing down south where I grew up in Texas. True story. Ask Seven about it.
I cannot tell if you're being facetious.
I'm serious.
Okay.
Look it up. Look it up.
Do you not have glasses? I've been to Texas.
It's honestly, it's very, very hard to explain. And I haven't been there in a while, so I don't know if it's still a thing anymore. But you're really, like, it's a cultural phenomenon.
Like, okay, all right, punch bowl. Like, all right, I could see it. We'll touch on that more. If you're from Texas, validate Cameron's statement in the chat. We're keeping an eye out for it. But we're jumping back and forth with Nova now, and man, Nova. Gosh, one of these teams that I get so impressed when I watch them play well, and so disappointed when I see them make the tiniest mistake that costs them so much, because they always play this. I don't even want to say it's high risk, high reward, but it just ends up working out that way, because when they go clutch, they look like the best team in the lobby, but when it doesn't work out, you just go, why? Why?
They're almost the opposite of defeaters, really, because once they hit the end game, they know how to manage it very, very well. And if you look at Vikendi, even though they weren't able to win that game, just the way that they handled their options, they squeeze every single point out of the game once they hit top 4 and top 5. It's the problem of consistently getting to the top 4 and top 5. I feel like if you were to combine Nova and defeaters together, they would become a super team and sort of shore up both of the team's weaknesses.
Uh-oh. And speaking of shoring up, I hope Bucky has a lot of planks to board up that door. There is no door. He is in a world of hurt. Angry's going to hear him. Oh, boy. Okay, well, this is going to be a fight early. The Unnamed and XSET. XSET in early fights. I mean, name a more iconic duo.
He has a teammate there. The Bucky does. Facing across the road, running around on foot to try and find a separate angle at that truck. But yeah, you're right. They heard him drop out that window. Now they're checking every single corner. Can Raven find an opportunity to get a knock on? A little too curious of an XSET. And here comes the rest of the Unnamed as well. Now this fight is a very winnable one. They suspect where he is, though. How cooked is that grenade? Well cooked. Well done. Perfectly managed, and a follow-up immediately there to try and get that point. They're not overpeaking. They know that the rest of the Unnamed are here. And now what can they do to try and save Bucky? He is already so low. Even if it's first knock, he should be bleeding out before they can get to him unless they just send it right now. And that's not happening. They're pulling away.
Put him back on ice. We'll see you in 60 years. Oh, man. Just not an ideal start. Not an ideal start at all. And that was just such a perfect grenade. They knew exactly where it was. They got the intel. And there's the gentle lob off the windowsill. I mean, if Shakespeare wrote more about that when I was in high school, I maybe would have paid attention more. I'm just saying.
What grenade?
Under window breaks.
Yep.
It is the grenade. And oh no, it's a grenade. Okay. In any case, not the end of the world here for the Unnamed, but still a rough start to game number 5.
At least they were
going
to pull away.
Where I was going with that. I love how you knew exactly where I was going with that.
Yeah, dude. Come on, follow up. But good for Unnamed to fall away. They did put themselves in a position to overcommit on saving Bucky. Potential capitalization from that spot, depending on how XSET managed it. And now they're falling away to Gatka. They have an angle to try and continue to put the pressure on them. I don't think there's going to be anything big come out between these two squads. They're both in a strong position in this circle. As strong enough as you can expect, because if we do see another northern shift like we saw in Game 1, again, it's going to be the mountain and the city and the river that completely mess everything up. But if it shifts down south, they're going to be primo compounds.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. A lot of good positions there for a team to post up in. We're jumping on board now with Pittsburgh Knights, who I feel like we've been really quiet on today. They've had a couple of really good third parties, which I feel like is sort of becoming the identity for this team. They always come in and are this third party factor, but we've seen them take these fights and be involved, but they always take chip damage along the way. That they always lose 1 or 2 members, and I feel like it never allows them to securely make it to a late game situation. So I'm really excited to see if PK can shake that off today and have a really strong finish, because I'm a fan of the squad.
Yeah, they've had some really good shining moments, but I feel like their greenness is showing.
Yes.
More so than any other team, because they didn't even initially qualify. Yeah, it was off of only a few points. I think it was just 1 that they didn't qualify through PMCO. but that is still 1 point fewer than any other team got in terms of qualification. So this is a big learning process for them, I feel. BDM,
what?
Learning process for them as well, because this managing
vehicles.
South Africa Island is incredibly difficult. They might have a good spot to punish B4. One member of B4 and Pedro has already made his way across, but the rest of B4, I think Mixera, just looking at their movement, might know something is up.
Sensing something. The hills have eyes, all right, out there. Levi's going to go ahead forward. Yeah, Levi is paving the way. But this is a problem for... BDM doesn't have any vehicles. There's one buggy there in front of them. There's one buggy. But they're just not taking any shots at all. So now they're playing the long con. They're playing the long game. B4 is not going to think there is anybody behind them. So there is potential down the line that BDM could backstab B4. What are you looking at?
BDM, no vehicles. They should have had vehicles before they started looting. That's PUBG 101. Second bad thing, we saw what the circle shifted to. It was a hard shift towards the east, a little bit north. It is centered on the river. Centered on the river. Rozhok on the east, Mountain on the west. So even if BDM do make it in, it's going to be a rough game for them moving forward.
It is indeed. We'll have to see how teams decide to play this. It all comes down to A, feeling secure in the compounds that you do have, and B, they're going around the outside. They're taking the long route. They're not even going to backstab B4. I can't believe it.
Okay, so my question is, why do they think someone is camping the west bridge on this circle? And also, why do they think they have the meds in order to make this rapid rotation on the east side? We saw what, I forget who it was, one of the members had. It wasn't a lot. I'm just very concerned about BDM's sort of risk analysis with this one. But we're going to see what happens going forward. Attention back on towards the center of the circle. Presenting Rampage find themselves a very, very strong compound here. Very good sightlines overlooking the entirety of the south side of this river. Good sightlines over towards the west as well. But there are a lot of places to hide in this circle. Stark contrast to what we saw on the previous game on Miramar. A lot of places that teams can really get tucked in. And I'm afraid that this is going to lead to another game that teams wait until too later to fight.
Yeah, and oh man, we're going to get into a situation where we very, very well could have 16 teams alive at like circle number 4, circle number 5. That there is enough defensible terrain, like you mentioned before, enough little, you can get cozy, you know, light a fire, have a hot cocoa, an ice cold can of Mountain Dew game fuel. I mean, you know, just get comfy with it, because there's not going to be a whole lot of pressure barring some bizarre shift up like north towards Severny or shooting range. And it just means that we're going to have, when the time finally does come to have the fight, we're going to have one heck of a brawl.
Well, PK, they might have the right idea here. Starting it off now onto Defeaters. Defeaters with a very good line here on Hospital. Ghosty in the building itself, and then his teammates up on the hill trying to give high ground. Problem is, if the Knights can actually make their way in through onto the other side of the fence and take it onto Ghosty first, the building is so big that his teammates couldn't really assist, but it doesn't matter because they're driving around and going to be going through South George, through containers in order to make their way into the circle. So unfortunately, the fight doesn't happen there yet either.
Yeah, again, teams are getting better at this. Only taking the fights you know you can win, not being afraid to back up and reset. I think that's really the single biggest takeaway for me, seeing the teams from day one, week one to now, is that we would just see teams take fights. And it was amazing, and we were enjoying it so much because it's all this just unrelenting action. I talked about mindless aggression. But now it seems like teams, you know, Jason's point was, well, are they, you know, paying more attention? I don't think it's necessarily that. I think it's really just they're identifying we have less time to mess around. We really, as much as every game matters, they seem to be mattering more now.
I mean, we're over halfway through the total games held, and there's already essentially tiers in the leaderboard of who is basically secured in top 16, who's on the precipice, who has an opportunity to push it up, and who is out of luck unless they really push it forward game after game after game. Center enough of a circle. I am
it in. They didn't die to the blue.
Not just yet. Not just yet. Luckily, the circle does go a little bit away from them, which means that the teams aren't going to be so focused on locking anyone out, even if they were to expect a wide rapid rotation just like that. But there are so many teams that are still on the south side of the river where this circle shift is all but guaranteed to be on the north side. So we're going to see a lot of teams try and cross the bridge at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, HQA is in there early. Loops is there as well. This is going to be absolute bedlam. The fights that I was talking about, well, they're starting to break out now. And with 16 teams left, and we're only still in circle number 3. I mean, oh my goodness, the way this all came out, maybe we'll be able to see these teams survive through, but it's all going to depend on these next rotations. And PK just got so lucky there that Nova decided not to stick around too long there because they're prioritizing the circle, prioritizing
exactly.
the shift. Oh, yeah.
It also would have been a 2v4 because they sent AZ and Cat ahead to find a position, and they said, hey guys, come on through. We have a spot. No need to take that fight because even if they were to win it, get a 4 easy points there, they would have struggled to get into the circle because of how late into the game it is and how difficult this circle is to manage the Knights, though. They don't trust it and they're falling away, but this gives them, okay, don't park your vehicle in front of your teammates' sightlines because that was an easy spray, but they're going to go for it a second time onto defeaters.
Oh my goodness, but now PK is very split. Blade looking to try and line some shots up with the mini. But Richie and crew are like, okay, I guess we just have to go around. But again, there's going to be another team in front of them. In this case, it's going to be B4, the next one up. Pittsburgh Knights, unsure here. I'm just seeing a lot of hesitation from this squad, and this is not what I want to see from a team that's doing such a good job of finding these third parties, of finding these fights. Now, they're not choosing their fights. They're having the fights come to them, and that's not what I want to see. But BDM needs to be careful here. We're continuing to see the shots go in. Nito's in a terrible position as V2 is pushing in and looking for the kill, and Saynav's going to get it. That is going to be one dead player here for this squad, and BDM, it's all down to Rafa.
Yeah, one dead player, make it 3. So that push in from the east side, getting punished for it, and that was my big worry. They're left to one member on her motorcycle, and he's able to break into the play zone. But over here, Meta, they're trying to do the exact same. Brazilian Rampage, their compound isn't as strong in the general scheme of things, but they can still do work and gatekeep teams coming in from the east side, already keeping Meta pinned down. You can see the angle that Sentry is currently holding, and the information that he's trying to give away. There's a small ridge that Meta can push up on, but that's when grenades come into play.
Sentry living up to the name here, making sure they're keeping tabs on Meta. Little Boy is here as well. And they're splitting this out actually very nicely. I like it. Garcia watching the other side, making sure that they're not getting flanked from the south. HQA could potentially be a team to come up that way, but Meta very much the immediate threat. But oh my goodness, Cameron.
Okay.
The first thing we talked about in this game was how impactful the river could be. And it's like the circle gods heard us because it's continuing to be it. It just...
I said the north side of the river was going to be the point to play, and this was the only shift, literally the only shift that the circle could make out of the many multitude of possibilities to make that completely wrong.
But the prediction of having 16 teams coming into Circle 5, at least that one stayed true. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It's chaos. This is going to be chaos. The next 5 minutes of this game are going to be non-stop action.
Yeah.
Continuing to see it now as Nova's pushing in. PK lost multiple members on the swim to make it in. B4 is still on the outside as well. But Nova Esports, because of their early reposition here, are in a fairly good spot. But they're going to be taking shots from a multitude of angles. But luckily, they've got their vehicles with them. But with Cat going down first to start this off, Nova may have rotated in just a little bit early. They haven't laid the groundwork here, Cameron, and they're getting punished for it.
There's not that much time, but that's why you want to take those first initial steps before the circle forces you into these rough engagements. Wildcard with a really good position here to try and gatekeep out, but there are so many teams coming in from the north, and look how spread like Spring is from the rest of his squad. Wildcard might just have to give him up. They might have lost the timing. Leon does get a kill. Fully confirmed there. I'm really just waiting to see how these teams manage it. Wildcard might want to take this opportunity to fall away because there are still so many teams outside the circle on the northern end. Let them fight it out. Let them deal with everything, and you can just pick up the scraps afterwards.
I mean, where are they going to go, though? That's part of the problem. I mean, fallbacks to where? Outside of the circle is Nova, forward is the river. Maybe they could try and swim across.
Yeah. Or just hang out on the rocks down there. It's better than this, but Leon, no, he wants to take the fight. They're playing dodgeball right now. Grenades back and forth.
Ooh, my goodness, yeah. Dodgeball is one way because we're playing with hand grenades. Not the most ideal situation, but you called it. They cannot continue to take this. They have to just push their way down towards the river.
XSET?
But XSET's going out through all
this. He had that spot.
Oh my goodness. Well, I said there would be action. This game definitely is going to continue to deliver. As we're seeing Leon taking shots at the team, trying to pass on by, trying to get to the other side of the circle, which is really just defeaters down there, basically on their own. B4 is there as well as the Unnamed, but there's a lot of wide open territory, like I mentioned before, because all the teams saw what you saw. They saw a northern shift, which should be a northern side of the river, but not to be had this time around. It will be on the southern side for the teams now vying it out point blank range. It is Carrillo trying to stay alive, healing up as Dadine is going in. Kill switch, trying to primer grenades, getting knocked out from another team. Then look, Dadine might actually be able to pick up the kill. No, he does not, but that's still the opening, the opportunity that Loops needs. This rise, this ridge, Cameron, it's a bloodbath.
Oh, pushing forward. They want to get rid of Execute, but they're getting peppered in from distance as well. The teams are slowly whittling down to the surviving teams, of course. I don't know where that analogy was taking me.
Surviving
Loops.
few, yes.
Yeah, surviving. They're still 14 up, but I think we're going to lose probably about 5 more in the next, say, minute. Execute are in a really rough position. We're seeing a couple of teams on the east side of the circle that are in a rough position. And then the circle shift is going to swing down south more than likely. But Carrillo, that arm, can it find more onto Execute? Explosion, drops Zute. But the rest are still alive to get that revive, and the smokes are giving at least some color, but can the spray make its connections?
I mean, Loops just playing with so much
circle.
aggression. Oh, and they get the circle on top of this? They're up on this ridge. Nobody is in a position to shoot them in the back and punish them for the damage they are putting in towards Execute, but somehow Execute been able to stay alive for so long. I don't think they're long for this world, but I gotta give props to the team for living as long as they have. Nova's gonna go down as well. PK outliving Nova after all that, Cameron. They did what you suggested. Just go and hug the river. Go sit down towards the bottom. Just try and survive. But that's the squad I was looking for. It's come up behind Loops. I knew their aggression was going to get punished at some point, and who better to do so than Team Queso. Carrillo is trying to stand tall. He gets down to Ella. Hang on a second. Now it is Team Queso in a world of hurt. Somehow Loops is able to stabilize, turn around, get the shots back their way. Taking fights on both fronts, and it is Marco, the last man standing for Team Queso. This is the Loops of old, but they get taken out as well.
It's the Knights. Trickster finds the angle to finish off Loops and Queso. If they're paying attention to the kill feed, they know that just happened, which means that they can revive their teammates and try and take control of this hill, because now with that shift, that hill is so important. But I'm going to stop talking about the circle, because every single time I make a judgment, the game throws it back in my face. I don't know what is going on. I don't think these teammates, these players know what's going on, and their only goal right now, the only thing that they know for sure, is that there are enemies in front of them that they need to shoot.
That's really all it comes down to. You gotta just shoot your gun. You gotta press your buttons. I also want to note, one member of Loops taken down by Trickster, PK, and the other one by Leon from Wildcard. I wondered when they were gonna get punished for that blatantly brazen play up on the top of the rise. And Cameron, your estimation of 5 teams dead? Spot on. We are down to only 9
that I got right, at
teams left. Oh, yeah. I mean, look, man, no one could have predicted this. And the funny thing is like, I know you're right, making the right calls, because that's where the teams are moving. They're moving like you were predicting as well. But this game, these circles have put everything, thrown everything on their heads. And I cannot believe that Execute is still alive. I cannot believe that Team Queso was still alive. 2 teams that Loops pushed to the very edge, to the brink. Both able to survive because the common thread between them, Loops pinning them down, was cut out from under them. And now, of course, they fight each other.
I was going to say, if Execute just wanted to lie prone and hide from Queso, Queso might not know that there's a team down there, and they might not want to use their final resources and grenades to try and go fishing behind those vehicles, but they've been spotted, and there's going to be a little bit of a trade back and forth, but Queso knows that it's below precarious. They just took down Loops. They just saw Loops get taken down by multiple teams when they took over the hill, so they don't want to overextend on this. Defeaters still making it into the top 8.
With kills!
6 kills!
With kills! Cameron!
Okay. I was getting ready to maintain this narrative of, yeah, sure, fine, you're making it into the final circle. Where are the kills? They have 6 now.
And there's 2 members left. They've clearly been starting this a little bit earlier. They're not making it in with all 4, but they're making it in with 6 more points to their name. And now once you start to get in the top 8, that's where these points really do start to rack up. Let's see if they can continue it here. Speaking of continuing, the battle started by Loops is going to be finished by one of these teams unless PK decides they want to backstab again. Who better than Trickster and Blade, who have survived through so much to get themselves in here. The players, I think one of them jumped off the bridge early on way back in Georgia Pole to swim all the way down the river. The current brought them here into this current situation. And we'll see if Trickster and crew can survive just a little bit longer, because Cameron, this next circle is so punishing.
not only does it pull away towards one side compared to another as a hard shift, it also pulls away from the bridge. So the only way to cross now is over the water. A little bit of damage to execute, as you saw, but it's not fully confirmed. But Marco, he's sending it forward. He doesn't know that Leon is there.
Oh my goodness. What was that? We just saw 2 teams eliminated in an instant. Cameron, the second these teams decide they want to rotate, everybody else realizes this is also the time to rotate. This game is unadulterated chaos. We have not, this is like back to the first very few days as 19 Esports gets eliminated as well. What is going on? These teams are stepping up. The shots are not missing. We don't have time to react. How do the players feel?
I don't know, they're just trying to go for it. Ooh. The plan B of the night, Blade in the water, he's been discovered. And now Executor trying to send it in there as well. It is their last place of refuge. Fame Boys can't make it there. And the one player, the one fish swimming around does finally drown as the Knights go out in 6th place. A lot higher of a position than I thought they would be, looking at them only a couple of minutes ago. But now Queso sending it in onto the area that Marco have cleared out for them. They've had to drop down from the hill. But good things don't last forever. And they still have Ayala on a little bit of a high ground, hiding behind a tree, trying to get rid of the final member of Alpha 7 out in the blue right now. Cannot move forward. And really, this is about Queso and, dare I say, defeaters? But how can defeaters get across? That's the really big question. It's going to be another slow finish, slow, easy finish. It really should just be Queso mopping up the last few players because there is no way the circle shifts to the south. I'm putting my foot down. There is no way. The center cannot fit on the south. Okay, oh my god. I doubted myself because I've been wrong so many times this game. But yes, it swings to the north. Queso have full control. Nothing anyone can do unless all the solos band together and play at the same time.
And Fishy, he's channeling his namesake here. He just went for a swim. Bishop is sitting back. I wonder if they're going to try and heel strat through this because Fishy's actually going to make it across.
Possible.
He lived through all of this. And Escanor is here as well from meta. But Zute could be the fly in the ointment for Team Queso because I don't give credit. I don't think they realize he's still there. And Fishy made it across. He's getting peppered. But
that's great for defeaters. There's a little bit of water if oh, never mind. Fishy gets discovered by Queso. Wasn't managing his angles as well. So now Bishop's going to be on heel stratting, and he only has 4 first aid kits. So a little unfortunate for them. Their run is being cut short, but still, that's minimum 4th place for them now that the blue is overtaking them. Zute, this is the thing that I'm curious about because Queso should know that Execute are not fully wiped because they dealt the damage to them, but they had to finish off the knocks that they got. So they should be, there's got to be something in the back of their head. A little bit of an inkling. Axel, yep, he does check it. Zute does go down. Now it's Bishop.
Huge.
Yep, and Escanor to stay alive.
I mean, and that's Bishop going down. Top 3 finish for them. 8 kills to their name. All right, defeaters, making me a believer as we come down to what is the last 2 teams in it, and it's Escanor in a dossier in the river, just heel stratting on up, and 3 members of Team Queso. Team Queso, the team we hyped up so much coming into this. Who better to get our final chicken dinner of the day than Team Queso? And Axial knows what's going on. They can see it. They're looking. They know what's happening. They know they got the win. They know they got the final victory here in the first day of week number 3. Winner, chicken dinner. Team Queso looking so solid. Luke's pushed them to the edge, but they held on and were able to claw their way back and secure a solid victory.
It was a pretty low kill finish for Queso. But how can, there's no way that a team could have a high kill victory in a circle like that. This was, as games we've had before, the kills just going to be spread out because of how chaotic it is. There was no way for any one team to take control of really any part of the circle there. So honestly, survival, the most you could hope for.
Okay, I'll just jump in. I thought I wanted my grand entrance into this. I was hoping for it. I was expecting it, and I've been let down.
Set you up really well. I wasn't going to take that from you.
Well, you zap me out of existence, or you whoosh me out of existence, and then I get nothing when I come back. You know, it seems like you just want me gone. But yeah,
sorry.
But in Virum, I'll give you this. It seems like you've turned into a defeater or into a believer here after that last one. Again, another top 5 place, and they have not placed out of top 5 a single match today, and they played 4 matches in total. Obviously, Queso, a victory for them. Then again, it's not that surprising to see Queso get a victory, but we've had some teams, 19 Esports there towards the end as well, who to join them. We've seen a lot of teams starting to step up today that we didn't get to see last 2 weeks.
I think that honestly the biggest story was one that we didn't get to talk about a whole lot because we didn't get to talk about them a whole lot. G25 didn't really have their big epic comeback leap that I was kind of hoping for and expecting today. Their rough performance on Sunday was kind of mimicked here again, and that's a little bit scary, but I gotta give so many props to Defeaters. Just goes to show you could be the team coming into this in last place, and it doesn't matter. If you believe in yourself, believe in your teams, position well, rotate well, take the fights when you need to, you can get, I want to see how many points they got today. It has to be at least 70, which is awesome. Really good. Maybe
it
80.
is
Really close.
Don't be a defeatist, be a defeater. You two, you're done for the day. We'll catch up with you guys later on. Just go with it, Davis, please. Please let it happen. And we're going to bring our analysts in to help break down that last match. 7 and Glitter. Defeat? What does that look, 7? Don't be a defeatist, be a defeater. Be someone that defeats people.
Yeah,
I'm
yo,
okay with
Defeater
that.
had a great day. Let's just stick with that, all right? I'm with Paul. Defeater had an amazing performance today, and I can't actually wait to see how many points they were able to rile up today because this is something that we were just not expecting out of any of these teams, man. This is something that we were kind of counting them out. I know we were saying there's no way in heck they can, even if they had an amazing performance, there's no way in heck that they can qualify in 16th place. We weren't expecting this out of them. Team Queso, though, I feel like that's even a bigger storyline because now they're not only getting the kills today consistently, Glitter. They have gotten 7 kills or at least over 5 kills every match, even if they didn't get the placement points. But in this one, guess what? They get the placement points, the kills with 22 points there. Defeaters 18, Alpha 7 Esports 14, Metagaming 13, the Unnamed 9, Execute. Even though they really didn't get any kills, they were at least able to rack up some placement points there. You always like to see a good balance there in between with 8 points. Wildcard Gaming 6, Pittsburgh Knights 6, and I cannot wait to see what's going to be on that second page, Glitter.
I have so many questions right now as far as what these overall rankings are going to be. But we can see here on the second page, we have Loops with 4 kill points, only 5 points in total left. They got pushed off that ridge by Queso. B4 also able to pull down 4 kill points, which would be good for them, but only 1 placement point, so they're also at 5 points. 19 Esports at 4, Brazilian Rampage at 2, BDM at 1, XSET at 1, and then Nova and HQA not able to pull down any points. I feel, okay, if there aren't some massive shakeups to top 3 and bottom 3, like literally like the 12th or 13th, 15, 16, 14, 15, 16?
Yep.
I don't know what's happening because we have seen teams from the bottom rising to the top all day today. We've seen teams at the top falling, and I said it could happen today, but they really took that and ran with it.
They're like, you know what? Glitter's right. We can mess up our day today. Let's just go ahead and do it. Or, hey, Glitter's right. We can have a good day. Let's do it. Defeaters definitely did, able to pull down so many points. We'll take a look at them later on. Let's take a look, though, at our winning team and their stats for Team Queso. Obviously doing quite a bit of work there. But again, that's the Queso we kind of expected. When we talked about our battle of the Titans at the top of the day, G25 are going downhill and Queso was going uphill. And it seems like they're maintaining this pace here. As you can see, the 7 kills, only 1,200 damage, but as you said before, really hard to really get many kills, especially towards the very end of those circles. But that kind of goes with what we've been talking about, right? G25, they've been getting worse between week 1 and week 2, but still, I mean, worse. Most teams out there would be happy to get the amount of points they got in the second week, to be honest.
I know, right?
But let's take a look at our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments here and start to talk about some of these plays. But then on the note of Queso, they've gotten better between week 1 and week 2. I'm curious, if they're going to get better between week 2 and week 3, they, in my eyes, might be the scariest team left here in this lobby if G25 can't turn things around.
Yes, 100% agree with you, sir. And it's been a while since I said that with Team Queso.
like
just I'm just enjoying what we're seeing out of them. We mentioned about them being aggressive. They're switching it up. They're not playing catch up with the performance like they had today. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see them pass G25, especially because G25 wasn't able to show up at all. And as we watched the highlights there run in the background, with G25, I felt like they set the bar way too high on that first week. We're not really expecting any team to do something along the likes of what G25 was able to do. What was it? 6 chicken dinners in 1 week. On top of that, they had 100 kills. Like that's unheard of numbers. That's something that realistically we don't expect these teams to keep it up unless they're just become amazing superstars. Then they gotta become the best team in the world. But overall, Team Queso, I'm just loving what I see. We've been talking this over and over again, Glitter, where we're watching the teams. The confidence that they're currently showing, the carelessness, the way they're just playing, it's so good to watch.
Yeah, I mean, and you're talking about, 100 kills for G25 in the first week, and then Queso comes along and gets 96 in the second week. So they're starting to snowball their performance, and maybe all of that timing is what's so important, because you see the teams that started off really, really strongly starting to kind of fall off just a tad. It's very possible that they bounce back, but, we've seen B4 struggle a little bit. We've seen Tempo struggle a little bit. We've obviously seen G25 struggle a little bit, and they were in those top positions. Queso had some really, really strong wins, but we saw them not able to replicate that past the wins they were having really early on. And then we went into week 2, and they have really picked up their consistency while keeping that level of aggression. So maybe this is, it's kind of like the ebb and flow of how everything's going, but it's definitely working in Queso's favor right now.
100% agree with you on that one as well. As we take a look at our damage, though I think they didn't have the most damage in this last match, but they still get the chicken to pick out of their teeth later on tonight, as they got themselves that chicken dinner. You can see just kind of the, I guess, ebb and flow here of our damage as well. I mean, Meta, they got themselves in a second place, but with only 180 damage and 1 kill. Yeah, that's a little unfortunate, but hey, placement points. You get the 12 there.
Yes. Yes, you do. You see there, Team Queso, you also see the feeders. Once again, we mentioned them. Alpha 7 as well. I felt like they had an amazing day. They were one of those middle-of-the-pack teams that we always thought that they could actually push up to the top 4 or top 3 even. So I'm looking forward to see when we see their overall ranking. Wildcard, even though they were really quiet there, guess what? They were able to put up some damage. They were able to put up some kills. And on top of that, get some placement points as well. Overall, I think this is maybe one of the craziest days that we have had. And we have had crazy days.
I mean, it's just kind of a tell sign of what's coming up later in the week. Then I'm definitely excited to see what other matches are going to happen throughout today, and, well, not today, because there's no more today. Throughout this week, I should be saying. Let's take a look, though, at our top players in the last match, because I want to get off the screen because I'm embarrassed I can't talk. We got Law, Fishy, Carrillo. Huh? Carrillo? Hey. Is that the real one? Is he finally in the top 4 for once? And Axel as well.
Let me put on my glasses real quickly.
I think it might be right. Yeah, I think we're seeing the one and only Carrillo finally up here on our top players for this match. And I think, is Law the only Alpha 7 member that didn't make it last time when we had all 3 of them up here? So now he's also making an appearance for our top players. That's going to be massive for Alpha 7, having another strong performance. We're seeing Defeaters member Fishy up here, 630 damage coming out of him. I mean, we've said it. We said that they've been having a great day all day, but the fact that we're also getting one of their players up here is got to be massive for them, 7.
Oh, it definitely is. And just to correct you there, Law, this is actually the second time he makes it to top players, which is great to see. Before, we weren't really used to seeing players from Alpha 7 make it twice. We saw Sanhok, we saw some of the other players there, but they would never make it twice in one day. So this goes to show that they are starting to improve their gameplay. I'm loving it. And with the feeders as well, they're putting up great performances. What are they?
We've had a little bit of everything, a little bit of everything going into these matches. So you can see Carrillo. Again, he hasn't been top 4 that often, but we can still see in the damage department, 9.5k. He's definitely in the upper echelons of all the players out there. But then again, damage received as well. Now, this is the really interesting part to me, is that look at his damage dealt compared to damage received. I expect his damage received to be high. If I think back to how they played in World League, he would go in first. He was their entry fragger. You'd have like Kayovsky to help pick him up and help him out. But he was like the can opener to the meal, right? He was the one to crack things open and allow loops to get into these fights and win them. But it feels like the damage that he's been able to do hasn't really been able to match up in some sense, where he's taken a lot more damage but not able to output as much. Maybe the general skill of the lobby is a lot higher when it comes to firefights. Maybe things have changed around and how things are going to work, or the way they're executing attacks on the compounds. I mean, thinking back to the Loop's traditional play, nade someone down, Zerg them down right after. But we haven't seen that too often, Seven.
I think for me, the reason why we keep talking about loops and kind of saying we're surprised to see this kind of stuff, seeing Carrillo here again, is because of the performances we've seen before out of loops. But slowly but surely, they're maintaining themselves there within the top 10. This is something that's pretty impressive, because if for some reason, at any moment, Loops decides to turn it on, we know what they're capable. We have seen it before. Obviously, this is a completely different lobby, new teams, new players. You can see the difference, but overall, like I feel like Loops might be setting themselves up here for something very surprising to the finals.
If I recall correctly, I believe when we were looking at our top players last time, Kill Switch was right at the bottom, and he had 41 kills. When we were just looking at Carrillo's stats, he also had 41 kills, which means that he might have been quiet these past 2 weeks, but he's still putting in work for his squad.
Hey,
okay.
Adrian, let's go,
okay.
baby. Carrillo in 8th place, 41 kills. There you have it. Assists, 32. I mean, he's putting in the work. Not even just the kills, he's helping out his teammates too. 40 kills, and then we go towards the top. Obviously, Ayala with 56 kills. That is insane, and that kind of speaks of a little bit of the fall off there from G25. You know, we were expecting to see Pepito, we're expecting to see G25 players there towards the top, but it just goes to show how consistent Team Queso has been in regards to kills alone. Let's not even talk about the chicken dinners. Their kills alone has been super consistent.
Hey, Seven, I do have to ask, who was that in 7th place?
Oh, I didn't even see it.
Oh,
I did.
What was it?
I wanted him to do it. I wanted him to do it for once. Well, it's fine. You know what? You have a chance tomorrow as we take a look at our daily report from, I guess, the Touchy Tournament report. We're going to take a look at our, I guess, stats across the tournament and kind of compare things. We see the teams with the most damage, the most kills, most healing, most knockouts, and most damage received. And of course, Queso going to be maintaining all 3 of the good positions to be in when it comes to this tournament report.
I don't know. How much do you want to bet the majority of those heals were from Cat when he got them 2nd place?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. We look at B4 in one of the first weeks, we had him get 1,000 damage, and he actually pulled the gap between him and Pepito, like within a couple hundred from that. So we definitely seen some skewing happening. But it's time now to take a look at something you two have been wanting to see for a while. We're taking a look at Jason Kaplan's Twitter account. No, we're actually taking a look at the overall standings. Oh, man, please, come on. Overall standings now as we have our dust settling on our first day here of our 3rd week. Now, G25, Team Queso, who's going to be number 1? The question's going to be answered right here. And it's going to be Queso overtaking G25 finally.
Let's go, baby. What? This is what we've been saying. You can't slow down that much, especially when Team Queso's putting up the kind of performances that we're seeing out of them. Now, look at that. Even though they still have less placement points than G25 with Team Queso, their kill points is what's currently putting them over, and that just goes to speak to what we always talked about throughout this tournament so far, Glitter, about how kills are so important.
Honestly, the fact that they've managed to even pull down that many kills, especially when we saw how erratically they were kind of playing today, that's massive for Queso. It is well deserved. They have been this entirely new unit of a squad. Wow. So, I mean, to be fair, the gap between 1st and 2nd is not a large one. That's easily closable by G25 if they're able to get back on their game later on in the week or the following week. So there's still tons of time for them to kind of figure out what exactly is going on. But another huge leap we need to talk about is Alpha 7. I mean, that today was a massive day for them, 7.
It was. The kills department went up 2, placement points great. They went up 3 spots. That's something that, with how we were talking about there towards the top, that's something you don't really expect. And Alpha 7 just having such a great performance. You see B4 there lose some points. You also see Temple Storm lose some points. One that did kind of stand out for me, besides the one towards the top, and we were just talking about with Carrillo and Loops Esports. Loops Esports was able to move up 2 points, and I think that's along the lines of what I've been saying. Loops Esports is setting themselves up here for a final
7.
push on the final weekends, and I mean it's gonna be massive.
Oh, yeah.
But 7, look at them. This is the loops we saw in World League. In the Super Weekends, in the first week, they had 0 chicken dinners. They only got their first one into our second Super Weekend, and right now, they're the only team in top 8 with 0 chicken dinners.
Hey, this actually brings me flashbacks. We're going to be going here towards the second page of Loops Esports on the previous PMPL because it took them a while to get that first win. But once they get the first win, things just start rolling for them. So, I mean, with Loops and what we know they're capable of, something to definitely keep an eye on. As we see Meta Gaming here moving up 2 spots now to 9th place. Cloud9 moving down 2 spots. Execute moving down 1 spot. Look at the kills, too. The kills is something I kind of want you to keep in mind because once we go to that 3rd page, there's going to be a lot of interesting stuff there.
Oh, yeah.
You see Tribe Gaming. Hey, this is what we were talking about. They were in 16th place. They needed to have a great performance today. And guess what? Moving up 4 spots, that is huge, Glitter.
Yeah, that was the first thing I noticed on this page was the fact that Tribe had moved up 4 places. That's going to give them a much nicer cushion, although we will be watching those overall points because they're currently only 2 points above the Unnamed, 3 points above Nova. I mean, this is how these are going to start shaking out. The fact that 15th to 12th is, 5-point spread, that says a lot about how close these teams are actually going to be and probably continue to be throughout the rest of these last few weeks of league play. PK coming in at 16th, dropping down 1. XSET also dropped down 1, but still, for the most part, I mean, the Unnamed completely managing to maintain their position. Everyone on here didn't do anything too terribly to their overall rankings, and then the 3rd page is where things start to get a little bit crazy here. I think one of the things we're looking at is the fact that Influence Rage was able to jump up 2 slots with their games today alone. Brazilian Rampage also able to move up a spot. BDM surprisingly moved down 2, but this is what 7 was kind of referencing. You need to look at the amount of kills that Influence Rage has managed to get right now compared to everybody else on this page. I mean, honestly, compared to a lot of people on the first 2 pages. Yep. I think Wildcard is in 8th place with 118 kills, and Influence Rage is in 18th place with 119 kills. So that just really speaks to how they need to work on their placement points from here on out. And then we do have to check in with defeaters after going, being in dead last for the day. After today alone, they've jumped up 2 places, 7.
Not only 2 places, but they also cut that lead that 16th place had for them. I'll have to go back and check, but I think it was somewhere around there 100 points that they were behind 16th place. Guess what? With that right now, they're currently only 56 points away, and that is just one day. That's how much a good performance on a day can change for these teams and how close everything is, man. Listen, this is one of the best tournaments that I've been part of, and I'm enjoying every single match of it.
Can I blow your guys' minds real quick? Am I allowed to? Is that okay? Well, it's not that crazy. They had an 80-point start in the day for defeaters, 24th place. They earned themselves 62 points today. Almost in one day alone, they scored more points than they had in 2 weeks, which is 8 days of matches.
Damn.
I mean,
That's
they have the
insane.
chance. They can do it. They can be on the run. I mean, everyone loves a good underdog story. Everyone loves to watch teams you never thought would break through, have the chance to do so. But again, the question I will always be asking when it comes to something like this is, can they maintain this kind of form in the following days? And unfortunately, we're not going to find out today because we're all done with matches. That's going to wrap things up for our entire show. 7 and Glitter, thank you guys again for joining me another time, and I'll see you guys tomorrow at the exact same time for some more action. And you guys at home, I'm hoping to see you guys as well, because it wouldn't be a show without all of your viewers at home who are watching as well. Remember, 1 a.m. CEST over here in Europe, 4 p.m. PDT over in the Pacific time in the US. Thank you guys again for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile Pro League action with Season 2 of Americas.